So, how does everyone feel about Israel?
Turns out Bubba's not a nickname for Bill Clinton.
Oh, really?
No, it's actually a horse.
Oh, hey, Mom, can you pass the Epstein file?
I mean potato.
Wait, Uncle Steve, don't you go to one of those
Churches that neglected a starving baby?
So, guys, I was thinking about transitioning.
What are your thoughts?
Wait, Aunt Margaret, you're pro-choice, right?
Seriously, Margaret?
You guys didn't know?
Do I lean left or right?
Yeah.
Well, since this family's 50-50...
Wait, what?
Why don't you guys...
Try to convince me.
Oh, I think Mondami's gonna be a great man.
What?
What do you guys think?
So, how does everyone feel about the administration?
Yeah, pretty good.
Feel great.
Oh, wait, Cousin Leslie, you voted for Kamala, right?
What?
How do you feel about it?
Hey, Aunt Susan, you're pro-Palestine, right?
Yeah, why do you ask?
That's so crazy.
Oh?
Because
Cousin Jerry's Jewish.
Uncle Jack, you're thankful for Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, Aunt Stacy.
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't you secretly tell me that you voted for Kamala Harris?
Gosh, it is so tragic what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Definitely.
Right?
Hey, Aunt Christy.
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't you tell me you were
Happy about Charlie Kirk?
Hey, Uncle Steve, you're pro-life, right?
Absolutely.
Cousin Rachel, come quick.
Yeah?
Uncle Steve wants to hear about...
About your procedure.
The suspect who took the lives of 2 soldiers near the White House has been detained, but his motive may be far stranger than initially believed. President Trump has been briefed on the situation, and the White House has been put into a full lockdown. The incident took place just blocks away, with initial reports confirming that the soldiers involved were part of the recent federal deployment of National Guard troops in D.C. Eyewitnesses at the scene report first hearing 2 loud bangs in quick succession, presumably originating from the suspect and directed at the National Guard troops. This was then followed by a barrage of returning fire that brought down the suspect, with Trump initially stating that 2 National Guard troops were critically injured and immediately rushed to hospitals, but authorities are now confirming that the soldiers have sadly succumbed to their injuries. The suspect has also been severely injured, and while this was not likely a direct effort to attack the White House and may have been an isolated incident tied to the troop deployment, authorities say the motive still remains unclear.
All right, and that's where we're at with that. And yo, we are live. Yo, it's the Set with Set Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. But all right, guys, of course, we're going to get into more updates about the 2 National Guards that were killed. God rest their soul. But first, let's go ahead and say Happy Thanksgiving. And let's take this as a reminder to be thankful for the lives of those around us. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into Trump addressing the media, and we'll go ahead and do a complete media analysis of what's been going on these past couple of days. All right, let's get into it, guys.
You ready? Everybody ready? Okay, we're all set.
Mike, are we ready? Chris, we ready? Yep, we're good. Go ahead. Is he hot? You're good, sir.
I assume we're on and everybody sees us. I see you, a lot of great looking faces. Am I correct? Everybody's on, right? If you are, wave. If you're not, just you can leave and go have turkey. Good. I think everyone's waving. Thank you very much. And I'm honored to speak with so many incredible members of the U.S. military and to wish all of you a very happy Thanksgiving. Before we begin, I want to express the anguish and the horror of our entire nation at the terrorist attack yesterday in our nation's capital, in which a savage monster gunned down 2 service members in the West Virginia National Guard who were deployed as part of the D.C. task force, which has done such an incredible job. I mean, until yesterday, we literally had no incidents for many months. It was the safest place imaginable, and this is a different kind of crime. This is a really bad crime. Millions of Americans are praying for those heroes and their families. And I must unfortunately tell you that just seconds before I went on, right now, I heard that Sarah Beckstrom of West Virginia, one of the guardsmen that we're talking about, highly respected, young, magnificent person, started service in June of 2023, outstanding in every way. She's just passed away. She's no longer with us. She's looking down at us right now. Her parents are with her. It's just happened. She was savagely attacked. She's dead. She's not with us. Incredible person. Outstanding in every single way, in every department, That's horrible. As you know, the other young man is fighting for his life. He's in very bad shape. He's fighting for his life, and hopefully we'll get better news with respect to him. And the monster that did this is also in serious condition, but we won't even talk about him.
Yeah, because the monster that we're talking about here was an Afghani immigrant, an illegal one that pretty much got in here through the Biden administration. I believe he was kicked out and he came right back in, but all that matters is that, yeah, he came in 2021 through the Biden administration, and for some reason he was radicalized enough, or I don't know what the hell was this for. We are still looking into the motives, and there's still a good amount of evidence, coming, or still a good amount of evidence, or I would say theories coming out. And the craziest one I've heard so far, and I mean, this is one I've seen on CNN, is that he might have had CIA connections. So this gets a whole lot deeper than what it is already. Like, I wish we can just say this was just a crazy guy that just went up there and shot 2 National Guardsmen. But what did I say 2 days ago? And I'm not going to blame this on the seditious six, but it is kind of crazy how they sat there in front of the American people and put doubt that the National Guard were committing unlawful order, or they were putting doubt on the National Guards that they were committing lawful orders. Now look what happens. All of a sudden, I'm just saying.
As you may know, DHS has confirmed that the suspect is an Afghan national flown here by the previous administration, who was such a bad administration. And I have a picture of a plane. This is what it looked like when they came in. It was total bedlam. Do you remember that period of time? Total bedlam. People crammed onto the plane. And the toughest, meanest, most capable physically got on the plane, not the people that we were looking for or that they wanted to bring in. Here's a picture for you. Just take a look at that plane. Standing on top of each other and sitting on top of each other. This is what we had under the Biden administration. That whole thing should have never, ever happened. They should have left from a different base. They should have left from Bagram, as you know, and it would have been a much different story. But they didn't do that, and this was just a rout, just a terrible situation.
Okay, let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. Appreciate the support, guys.
This atrocity reminds us that we have no greater national security priority than ensuring that we have full control over the people that enter and remain in our country. For the most part, we don't want them. They come in illegally, have a lot of problems. Their countries force them in because their countries are smart. They don't want them.
And because of this new recent tragedy, Trump has pretty much suggesting, and it looks like he's actually going to go for it, of putting a ban on all third worlders. All third world countries can no longer come into the United States until we've fixed the problem of our immigration, or just the immigration system in general. So it is looking like Trump is trying to go out for a full-on third world ban on immigration. And we'll see if he can get that done. But the reports are coming out.
Give them to the Americans to take care of. They come out of jails in many cases, mental institutions, they're gang members, they're drug dealers. We don't want them. Many of the service members on this call today are engaged in crucial aspects of that mission. And to each and every one of you, I just want to thank you so much. Incredible people. You make this sacrifice like few others understand. A lot of them don't even understand it. And you're keeping America safe and free. Our military is strong. My first term, I rebuilt our military, all aspects of our military. And in Afghanistan, we actually gave up a big chunk, but relatively, as much as it seemed like it's small compared to what we bought and to what we have and to what we're buying. We're spending over $1 trillion this year on our military. We have a military, the best in the world. We make the best equipment in the world.
But yep, says it right here. Trump says U.S. will permanently pause migration from third world countries. And this comes from CBS News, CNBC, New York Post, ABC. And like I said, we'll see if Trump can actually get this done. You never know.
And we have the best people in the world. So joining us this evening are 6 units deployed across our hemisphere, representing every branch of the United States Armed Forces. First, I want to thank the members of Army's legendary 101st Airborne Division. You know, I've heard about that since I was a little boy. The Screaming Eagles, calling in from Fort Huachuca, Arizona, and you're led by Major General David Gardner, a real tough cookie and great general. I appreciate it, General Gardner. The 101st has done an outstanding job leading the task force, joint task force at our southern border. I mean, we have nobody coming in. They're not coming in. Under Biden, they were coming in by the millions. Now we have nobody coming in. We have a strong border. Nobody talks about it anymore. I'm not giving credit for anything, just like you guys are not giving credit for anything. We do the greatest job, but that's all right. They don't talk about the border anymore because you know why? Nobody comes in. We had 9 months now where we had nobody coming in, zero. And this is being fed. This is the people that do this they tend to be on the left. They'd love to say millions of people came in through Trump, and they actually said nobody came. Even I find that hard to believe, but they literally are saying nobody came in. And I hope people appreciate the job that you've done and the job that we've all done. But we're stopping the invasion of our country. We stopped it cold. And if you remember, Biden said, I need new legislation. You didn't need legislation. I didn't get legislation. What you needed was a new president.
Yep. So, I mean, that's one thing Trump proved is that, we didn't need a border bill. We just needed a president who's willing to uphold the border laws or the immigration laws. And apparently Biden wasn't doing so for 4 years straight because we didn't need no border bill or anything. We just needed somebody to actually take the border seriously.
With your help, we now have the most.
And just to be fair, because people do say there's 10 million people came in under Biden. Well, correction. There was 10 million encounters under Biden, but they're saying about 4 to 7 million actually made it in.
Secure border.
That's actually not good still, but you know, that's just me giving you guys the facts.
In American history. It's the single most secure border in American history. So I just want to thank you. And the 101st, I want to thank you very much. The job you've done is amazing, working with all of our great people. We also have the men and women of the U.S. Navy serving as part of the Iwo Jima Amphibious Ready Group under Captain Christopher Farraker. And they're on board the USS Iwo Jima in the Caribbean Sea. Working right by their side are members of the 22nd Marine Expeditionary Unit led by Colonel Tom Trimble. Thank you very much. I think you waved to me because I can see you then. Let's see. There you are, handsome people. They're beautiful looking people. Thank you. Like Central Cat, I could put you in a movie right this second, and the three of you, and I think we'd have a top grossing movie. You don't have people like you in Hollywood. Part of the 22nd MEU is also serving in Puerto Rico, the 3rd Battalion, 6 Marines, Devil Dogs, led by Major Ross Gilchrist. Where is Major? Hello, Major. Another central. Is everybody central casting? It's like they're all handsome, tough guys. I don't know what's going on here. But the Navy Marine Corps team is currently helping to defend our country, protect our interests, and literally decimate terrorists. The job you've done is incredible. Mm-hmm. I also want to thank you for your amazing work to quickly deliver life-saving aid to Jamaica in the aftermath of the recent hurricane, which was devastating. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Major and everybody. Appreciate it. Next up are the airmen serving with one of the most feared bomber forces in the world, the U.S. Air Force's 7th Bomb Wing at Dyess Air Force Base in Texas under the auspices and leadership of Colonel Seth Spanier. Colonel, where are you, Colonel? Colonel, let's see here. You're right there. Thank you, Colonel. All of you are back.
Now, all right, let's get past Trump doing all the shout outs to the servicemen. Let's get him, back to making his address. But like I said, though, it is pretty sad that one National Guard died. I believe the other one's in critical condition. And so is the suspect, an Afghani immigrant who said there is allegedly he worked with the CIA. So, bro, what the F is going on? And how did this come like both right before these seditious six came out and started saying that, oh, your military man, make sure to ignore unlawful orders. And I said that this not only sowed distrust in the military upper ranks, but it's also sowed distrust in the National Guard, because now there's people out there thinking that the National Guard is committing unlawful orders.
We're leading everybody by a lot. We make the best military equipment in the world, and they're ordering it at numbers that nobody's ever seen before. But we're doing better than we've ever done before. We have the stock markets just hit for the 48th time an all-time high during the 9 months that I've been here, a little more than 9 months now. And so we have the hottest stock market ever. That's a big thing for 401ks and all of the millions of people with jobs and 401ks. Everybody participates in that. But it's 48 times in a little bit less than 10 months. 48 times we hit an all-time high. And I think we're going to continue, because when these factories that we're building from all over the world, they're coming because of tariffs. I think because of November 5th, the election result, but because of tariffs. And we're taking in hundreds of billions of dollars like we've never done before. And some of that's going to go back in the form of a sort of dividend to our people. But much of it's going to go toward reducing debt. And what it really goes for, and even better than the money we're taking in, is the fact that nobody's attacking our companies.
Yeah, I mean, maybe instead of a $2,000 check, maybe everybody gets like a $500 one, and you just send the rest towards the debt. Yeah, everybody be okay with that, because $2,000 to do a $2,000 check, you'd be pretty much eating up like 90% of the tariff fund, and then maybe like, I don't know, like 80 to 100 billion acts, well, maybe less than that, but like maybe, I don't know, 25 to 50 billion actually gets sent towards the debt. When I say we can get like $500, and a majority of that goes towards the debt and trying to balance out.
And taking them out, stealing them like they've been for many years.
Hey, shout out to my man Kingin for sending in the high five, and shout out to King for starting us off. Appreciate the support, my man.
Because if they do that, they have to pay a tariff as they make products and sell them into our country. So we made deals with Japan, we made deals with South Korea, we made deals with the European Union, where they pay us hundreds of billions of dollars, and they participate. They're now building plants. Honda is building plants, and they're all, every car company from all over the world virtually is building plants now in the United States, because they don't want to pay the tariffs. So there's never been anything quite like it. It's been amazing. So we're taking in, think of it, hundreds of billions. Next year it'll be $1 trillion or more. But we're taking in all this money, at the same time protecting our country, and we're respected again.
And shout out to my man CN for the 250 jewels for sending the clap and seal. Appreciate the support, my man. And guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video. Appreciate the support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen.
They actually respect us, and they made the deals. I mean, they respect us, but they pay us. As an example, Japan, $650 billion, South Korea, $350 billion, European Union, $950 billion, and they are building plants now in the United States because they don't want to pay tariffs. So this is one of the biggest things economically that's never happened. Nobody.
Yeah, like it or not. I mean, one of the biggest success of Trump's tariffs is that it is bringing back manufacturing. I mean, across the board, from cars to chips to, I mean, what else? Oh, pharmaceuticals. Yes. Like some of the most important things, some things that we kind of need for national security reasons, to be quite honest with you. And shout out to my man, Daniel Castro. I didn't hear the Thanksgiving song from Adam Sandler. Yeah, I didn't hear Thanksgiving song from Adam Sandler. Hit me up with a request. Don't have to play it all, but happy Thanksgiving. And shout out to my man Castro and the rest of y'all. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. I mean, you know what? Just for the comedy relief, let's just look at this little clip, a clip that I played at the beginning.
So, how does everyone feel about Israel?
Turns out Bubba's not a nickname for Bill Clinton.
Oh, really?
No, it's actually a horse.
Oh, hey, Mom, can you pass the Epstein file?
I mean potatoes.
Wait, Uncle Steve, don't you go to one of those churches
That neglected a starving baby?
So, guys, I was thinking about transitioning.
What are your thoughts?
Wait, Aunt Margaret, you're pro-choice, right?
Seriously, Margaret?
You guys didn't know?
Do I lean left or right?
Yeah.
Well, since this family's 50-50,
Wait, what?
why don't you guys
Guys try to convince me.
Oh, I think Mondami's gonna be a great mayor.
What?
What do you guys think?
So, how does everyone feel about the administration?
Yeah, pretty good.
Feel
yeah.
great. Oh, wait, Cousin Leslie, you voted for Kamala, right?
What?
How do you feel about it?
Hey, Aunt Susan, you're pro-Palestine, right?
Yeah, why do you ask?
That's so crazy, because
Oh?
Cousin Jerry's Jewish.
Uncle Jeff, you thankful for Trump?
Yeah.
Hey, Aunt Stacy!
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't you secretly tell me that you voted for Kamala Harris?
Gosh, it is so tragic what happened to Charlie Kirk.
Definitely.
Right?
Hey, Aunt Christy!
Yeah, what's up?
Didn't you tell me you were
Happy about Charlie Kirk?
Hey, Uncle Steve, you're pro-life, right?
Absolutely.
Cousin Rachel, come quick!
Yeah?
Uncle Steve wants to hear about
About your procedure.
Oh boy, the menace that ruined Thanksgiving, right?
Who's ever seen anything like it. And over the next couple of years, I think we'll substantially be cutting, and maybe cutting out completely, but we'll be cutting income tax. Could be almost completely cutting it because the money we're taking in is going to be so large. And yet, other countries who have been ripping us off for many, many years, and many years they've just been ripping us to shreds. China would take in $600-700 billion a year, rebuild their military. And now we have a fair deal with China. We just met with President Xi. We have a great relationship. We have a fair deal. We take in a lot of money in the form of tariffs. But so many, even our friends, I mean, European Union, they're our friends. Japan, they're our friends. South Korea is our friends. They're now paying us hundreds of billions of dollars. And they're also paying tariffs to come in. We're not paying tariffs to go in there, by the way. They're paying tariffs, but we're not. So that's a total reverse.
I mean, and that's the crazy part about Trump's. All of his all of his trade deals so far has been heavily weighted in our favor. And it kind of shows how much leverage we actually have as the biggest consumer market. But every time it does seem to be that, oh, we're now allowed into their market with no tariffs, but now they got to pay at least a 10 to 15% to get into our market. I mean, it just goes to show that, well, tariffs actually worked out for the best, you know, but Dems are, of course, going to fearmonger it and say it's a tax on the people. Well, I mean, shoot, you could damn near say that about any tax that affect corporations, but well, let's not get into that debate.
But we are benefiting like they used to benefit against us, but we're benefiting even more. So I just want to thank everybody for making all of this possible. Without you, well, you know, we don't have any defense. And boy, do we have defense. We have the strongest military anywhere in the world. We make, as I said, the best equipment. But we have, more importantly, we have the strongest military anywhere in the world. And you saw that with Iran, with those beautiful B-2 bombers. They totally obliterated the potential nuclear.
Oh, and shout out to my man Kingan for sending in all those hundreds. Appreciate the support, my man. And well, I mean, here's Trump bragging about the success of the bombing of the facility in Iran. And I mean, shout out, because Iran has pretty much stated that they have stopped all, well, nuclear enrichment. But what they have started to focus on is the advancement of their missiles and drones. So, hey, I mean, that's why I think one of the stipulations of the first agreement was for them to pretty much remove their nuclear, so stop nuclear enrichment. And then also, which was one they just weren't going for, was to stop their missiles program. So they pretty much gave Trump all right, we'll stop our nuclear enrichment, but we're not stopping our missile program. And they kind of showed that to us on the world stage recently.
Supply of Iran. And they did it in the dark of night with no moon, no light, no nothing. Early in the morning, they attacked. You couldn't see a thing, and every single bomb hit its mark. Every single bomb. The Atomic Energy Commission said it was total obliteration. Remember when some of the fake news tried to say, well, maybe it wasn't as bad? Well, it was much worse than anybody thought. And I want to thank those pilots and all of the mechanics and all of the people that serviced and worked on the B-2 bombers. We just ordered a lot more of them. And the reason we did is they were totally incredible, totally invisible. They were stealth. Nobody saw them. They knew they were coming, but they couldn't see them. And
I see some of the guys are freaking out in the chat, but let me correct myself. Iran said that they stopped nuclear enrichment. Their president said so. Do I believe that? No, not really. But we're just going off of what these guys are saying. But you know what they are taking up for? You know what they're bragging about? The fact that they got missiles that got longer range now. I mean, you can actually look this up. Yes, Iran was flexing the fact that they got better drones and better missiles, and they've upgraded them. And that was about what, 3 days ago?
They dropped the bomb, and then one of the pilots, commander, said, "Skedaddle, let's get the hell out of here." But they dropped those bombs, and they loved doing it. They were so honored. They said to me when they came to I invited them all to the Oval Office, including the people that take care of the machines, because, you know, they flew 37 hours both ways, 37 hours.
Oh, man, and shout out my man CN for the baller alert. He sent the hound for 3,800 joules. Appreciate the support, my man. And that was definitely a baller alert.
And there wasn't a sputter from an engine. There wasn't a broken screw. There wasn't a problem. There wasn't a chipped piece of paint. It was a flawless mission. I want to thank General Raisin Kane for that and Pete Hegseth for that. But it was an unbelievable event. We have a country that's so respected again. But when the pilots came to see me and I gave them a medal, all of them, there were a lot of handsome people. They looked like Tom Cruise, actually. It was very good casting. But I like Tom Cruise, the last of our movie stars, probably. But although we're honoring Sylvester Stallone a little while at the Kennedy Center, so I'm going to put him in that same category. We have Sylvester Stallone and Tom Cruise. But I will tell you that they said for 22 years, sir, our predecessors and us wanted to make this attack. 22 years they wanted to make this attack. And they practiced it 3 times a year for 22 years, and no president gave them the approval to do it until you came along, sir. We want to thank you. I said, did you really enjoy it?
Oh, sure.
They said, sir, we loved it. We loved it. And these are brave men. These are from a different place than some of the people I know who aren't courageous. We have a lot of people that aren't courageous. These people were amazing in the job they did. So with that, I'm going to ask Lieutenant Colonel Charlie Rockwood, who's a highly respected young man, to speak to you. And if you have any questions, I'll answer them. Unlike Biden, he didn't take questions. But I take all the questions you want. You can ask me any damn question.
Oh, and shout out CN, because I did see you to tell me to read this message. Are you shields without family? Come join us and be neutral and hope for the betterment of all of us. I mean, hey, bro, that's such a positive message. Like, shout out to my man CN. God, I love him. The man just full of positivity.
You want. And then we go and have a great Thanksgiving, because I don't know about you. You probably had your dinner already, but I didn't. And I know exactly what I'm going to have. Turkey. Okay. I believe it's turkey. So, Lieutenant Colonel, if you would, you take over. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. We're going to pass it over to Major General David Gardner from the United States Army.
Happy Thanksgiving, President Trump. This is Major General Dave Gardner, the commander of the 101st Airborne Division and your Joint Task Force Southern Border.
That's right.
I appreciate you saying I was tough. Everyone cheered. I assume that means they agreed with you. We are headquartered in Arizona. The service members with me today represent over 10,000 deployed along the 2,000 miles of our border from San Diego to the Gulf of America. We support Customs and Border Protection, U.S. Border Patrol, and as you said, Mr. President, illegal aliens entering our country is at a historic low thanks to our collective efforts.
Right.
On the screen behind me, you may be able to see some of the images of us patrolling, reinforcing the border wall, and we're doing that 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, including today, Thanksgiving. Our soldiers, Marines, sailors, airmen, guardians, and Coast Guardsmen were able to have fantastic Thanksgiving meals and engage in traditional football games against each other. We're doing well. We all appreciate you taking some time from your family to speak with us today. And thank you for your support, Mr. President, and happy Thanksgiving.
Well, David, thank you very much. And one thing you said in the question or statement, probably, I like a statement even better than a question, but I like that because you appreciate what we're all doing together. We're partners. But you said the Gulf of America. And there's a thing that for actually 350 years, 100 years older than us, Mexico, it was called Gulf of Mexico. And I would say to myself, why are we calling it Gulf?
Hey, and shout out to my man Monty, says Thanksgiving to all. And shout out to my man Monty. And like I said, hey man, happy Thanksgiving. Take this time to write down at least 10 things you're grateful for and cherish that throughout the year. because you never know, man. You never know. Tragedies might come, and it's always best to have a list of things that you're grateful for. I mean, come on, man. Gratitude cures all in a way.
Of Mexico, when we have 92% of the frontage and they have, I'm a real estate person at heart, and they have 8%. And I made that change. And it was amazing. It took literally a matter of hours, and it was done.
I'm sorry, guys, but it's the Gulf of America now. Okay, like, yes, you can say it ignorantly, like America. Yes, so it's the Gulf of America now, and you guys got to get down with that. I'm sorry. Unless Mexico is trying to, like, I don't know, fight over it, then it's the Gulf of America now. I'm sorry. You guys gonna have to get used to it, learn to adapt, because even Google wrote it out on the world map. Let's go.
Nobody even, very rarely did they complain. We beat AP, Associated Press, very badly in a lawsuit. You know, they tried to get it stopped because they're not good Americans. I mean, who would want that stopped? But we beat them, as you saw. We beat them very badly.
I mean, don't get mad at me. Get mad at Google Maps. They capitulated and made it the Gulf of America. I mean, when it's on Google Maps, it's almost official. Well, to everybody. I mean, think about it. Your kids gonna grow up in a world where they look at Google Maps and it's gonna say the Gulf of America. How does that make you feel? It makes me feel great. I don't know about you, but I feel good about it.
But other than that, I mean, we had no complaints, and everybody's happy with it except Mexico. I wouldn't say they're thrilled, but they'll get over it. But we now,
and shout out to my man Joey Johnston. He sent the laughing disco for $250. Appreciate the support, my friend.
I have the Gulf of America, David. The Gulf of, isn't that great? And I'm very proud of it every time I see it. And now it's spoken of routinely. I saw it before. There was some event taking place down by Louisiana, and they said, we're here at the Gulf of America. And they're just talking about it like routinely now. They're not saying like Gulf of America and smiling. It's just routine. It's called now the Gulf of America. So I'm actually very glad you brought it up. That's another one of our many achievements. So thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. President.
Great job. Please.
Sir, before we go on, do you have any questions for the president?
Yes, Mr. President, this is Sergeant Major Anderson. I do have one question, sir.
Yes, sir.
If you were to place a wager between the Army and Navy football game, who would you put your money on, sir?
You know, David, I think you should dock him. That's a terrible question. That's how he'll get me in so much trouble. But I'll tell you what I will do. I'll be going, you know, you have one of those teams is having a spectacular year, and one of them, they're both doing well. But I'll be at the game, and I'm going to let you know right after the game who's going to win.
But all right, guys. All right. Now let's go ahead and get on to the media analysis. Let's start over here with DC shooting suspect. Work with the CIA in Afghanistan. Yeah, let's get right into this and let's see where things went awry. And I'm sure, I mean, because apparently things went awry with immigration, of course, but then he used to work with the CIA as well. Like, what? Yeah, let's get into that.
We've now learned the names of the two West Virginia National Guard members who were shot at point blank range just blocks from the White House. The Justice Department identifying them as 20-year-old Sarah Beckstrom and 24-year-old Andrew Wolf. We understand they've undergone surgery and remain in critical condition.
We're also learning new details about the suspect. Authorities say the 29-year-old Afghan national traveled across the country from Washington state to the nation's capital before the attack. We'll have the latest on the investigation in a moment. First, I want to get to CNN's Brian Todd, who's live at the shooting scene. And Brian, you're learning more about how this attack played out.
That's right, Omar and Boris. We have important new information this afternoon on how the attack played out. We're going to get to what Janine Pirro said about that in just a second. But first, we have access here that we have not had before to the actual spot where the shooting occurred. I'm standing at the spot right now. And if you come over here with me, our photojournalist Jay McMichael and I are going to walk you over here. This area here, excuse me, ma'am. This is the bus shelter where, according to officials, at least one of the guardsmen tried to take cover at, and you can see that a plexiglass panel here has been shot out. You can see the fragmented glass up there. This panel is gone, and I'm going to walk you over here to this planter. It appears here that there is a bullet hole here that entered here and exited here of this planter. There's another planter over here. Jay's going to shoot you a close-up of that. And there's another planter here where this part has been removed. I'm going to walk you over here to show you that part of the planter that was removed. And in the meantime, you see a makeshift memorial here to the victims, people laying flowers and an American flag. Over here is a part of that panel that was actually removed. And you can see additional bullet holes here, one one here. And this looks like some evidence that was handled by authorities as they started to process the scene last evening. So in addition to that, we have new information from Jeanine Pirro. She is the U.S. Attorney General for the District of Columbia. Earlier today, she spoke to us about the sequence of gunshots. Take a listen.
A lone gunman opened fire without provocation, ambush style, armed with a .357 Smith & Wesson revolver.
Shit.
One guardsman is struck, goes down, and then...
And I do got a bit of footage here from the arrest. So, I mean, not the actual shot, but the arrest that was going down. So, as you see, the glass that was picked up over there. Yep, they're detaining him right here. So, pretty much, I believe this is like, I guess, moments after the shot. So, as you see, they got National Guardsmen. The glass that was broken that they cleaned up in the CNN video is still there. And there's the two National Guardmen. You can kind of see their body laid out. Ugh. Okay, yeah, I probably shouldn't show you that part. But yeah, this is pretty much moments before the shot. Yeah, if you can see you could pretty much see the National Guard's bodies laid out. So yeah, this is pretty much moments before the shot. Yeah. Once again, though, all right, R.I.P. to the young lady. And like they said, the guy's in critical condition, so I guess he's okay. But all right. And if you want to have a better time seeing, I guess you can come over here on the horizontal. You can see right there. So yes, this is pretty much the scene right when they got shot. All right, right back to CNN.
The shooter leans over and strikes the guardsman again. Another guardsman is struck several times.
And both of those guardsmen are now in critical condition at a local hospital. We have made inquiries with the hospital to learn more about the surgeries and about where they're being treated. The hospital's not gotten back to us on that. As Boris and Omar mentioned, they're identified as Sarah Beckstrom, 20 years old, Andrew Wolf, 24 years old. Those are the two guard members who were struck yesterday in this attack. Beckstrom has been on the guard since 2023, according to officials. Andrew Wolf has been in the guard since 2019. According to officials at the news conference, were sworn in yesterday. We believe that meant that they were sworn in not as new guard members, but sworn in as deputies for the U.S. Marshals, which they have to do about every month. Guys, back to you.
Brian Todd, live for us in Washington, D.C. We hope to learn a positive update on those guard members at some point soon. CNN senior national security reporter Zach Cohen joins us now. Zach, take us through what we've learned about the suspect.
Yeah, we're learning quite a lot about his background. It's a 29-year-old Afghan national who came to the United States in 2021 as part of...
All right, I'll probably show that video again later, but yeah, let's hear the background of this guy, what's been let out so far.
And joins us now. Zach, take us through what we've learned about the suspect.
Yeah, we're learning quite a lot about his background. It's a 29-year-old Afghan national who came to the United States in 2021 as part of this program that was implemented by the Biden administration after the U.S. withdrawal from Afghanistan. Now, it seems that why he was allowed to come to the U.S. in part was because of his work with the U.S. military and CIA. He was, our understanding, he served in an elite counterterrorism unit that worked directly with U.S. intelligence and military units in Afghanistan, including active combat against Taliban forces at the time. And so there were thousands of those individuals who served in those roles that were evacuated when the Taliban started to rise to power after the U.S. left. And it appears that was the basis for his immigration into the United States. Now, of course, several layers of vetting and took place after he got here. He was only temporarily allowed to come here at first, but his background with the CIA and the intelligence community does seem to be the basis for his travel to the U.S.
So wow, what was that vetting? Okay, so wow, we did everything possible. So basically, we did everything we could. This man was already under suspicion. We already did all the vetting and everything. But the reason he got the green light is because he had a history of working with the CIA. And since he had a history of working with the CIA, apparently, I mean, all right, well, you betrayed the Taliban for us, so maybe we should just let you in here. I mean, I don't even know what to say. I don't even know how we could have done it any better. But just say F it. What Trump is trying to do, just say F it. No more third world countries. We're just gonna ban all of them from coming in here. It is what it is, because we did everything. We did all the vetting. The man worked with us at a certain point, and this happened. Yeah, I honestly support it now. I see where he's going with this
process actually like, because obviously there were a lot of Afghans that were coming over as part of that Operation Allies Welcome.
Yeah, by all accounts, it should have been very extensive. We know that in that initial process, he would have been vetted by the U.S. government, including the CIA. And then once he was granted temporary asylum, as he applied for permanent status, he would have gone through.
Yeah, he went through all of that identity and background check, and they found out he used to work with the CIA. Biometric vetting. I mean, they made sure that, well, if he commits a crime, I mean, we ran his, let's see, we took his biometrics, fingerprints, and all that, ran it with whatever Afghan had, and they probably didn't have much. I'm not even sure if they really have that much of an investigation system over there, but who knows? Who knows? So, and they ran his biometrics over here, made sure they store it. In-person interview, they sat down, talked to him, and he didn't seem like no Al-Qaeda terrorist or a Taliban member. Assessment of individual risk, say, well, he used to work with us, so I mean, it's unlikely that he's going to betray us. And eligibility under U.S. law, which he passed, and it still turned out like this.
A variety of different layers of vetting. Those include identity and background checks, biometric vetting, in-person interviews, assessment of an individual risk, and eligibility under U.S. law. So that's several layers. It's important to remember, too, the ultimate approval and of his asylum application was granted under the Trump administration in 2025.
Important in the context of the president and allies saying that this was the policy of the previous administration to let folks in without vetting. Important to keep that in mind. Zach Cohen, thank you so much. Let's get some perspective now with Donnell Harvin. He is the former head of Homeland Security and Intelligence for Washington, D.C., also a member of the faculty at Georgetown University's Emergency and Disaster Management Program. Donnell, thank you so much for being with us. Happy Thanksgiving. We're grateful that you could share some time. I wonder what a review, as the president has said, of every migrant admitted to the U.S. under the previous administration would look like, as we've also learned that officials are going to pause any migration case related to Afghans pending further review. What does all of that entail?
That entails going through and interviewing quite possibly anywhere from 70 to nearly 100,000 people, depending on what reports you read. It's got to be very clear to the audience that, you know, these Afghan asylum seekers who've come over have committed crimes at such a low rate. I was unable to find any major crimes that were committed by these individuals. These individuals and their family members served the U.S. service members abroad, help save lives. In fact, there's many documented cases of former service people going over to rescue them even after the evacuation. What happens is that once these individuals go through that layered process of vetting and they get into the United States, they're kind of free to move around the country at their will. There's no further surveillance of them. There's no surveillance state of them. They're just like any other asylum seeker. They'll go through their process, and throughout their process, they will have interviews, and then they'll be part of a normal, non-enhanced vetting. What I believe that the administration's talking about now is some type of advanced vetting. The other thing I wanted to mention is that when you interview these people, when they go through the vetting process, you're looking behind, right? You're looking at their previous history, their ideology, who they've been associated with. That can't predict the future. And so this is the difficult part.
I hope people wouldn't use this, like, just because he's an Afghanistan guy, to sit there and say that, you know, oh, it's all Arabs, it's all the Muslims. No. It's just this radical Afghan guy that, well, suspect worked with the CIA in Afghanistan. So, I mean, man, it's kind of hard to call this one. It's screaming PSYOP to me. It's screaming PSYOP. Only reason why is because of all the Muslim hate that's been going around. And this just looks like it's going to solidify it.
Finds himself in now.
Even if he has been traced back to the CIA, I mean, trust me. I mean, God, the guys who want to hate Muslims all day ain't hearing this. They ain't hearing that. They ain't hearing that he's Afghanistan. And that's honestly understandable.
Yeah, especially as we've seen so
that's
many
how they
cases
see
of
it.
people being radicalized through a number of different means, if this in fact turns out to be terrorism. And that leads me to the next question. How is it that officials determine a motive accurately here? Because you have the administration saying that this was terrorism, but the investigators themselves have to piece that together to show evidence of it.
And shout out to my man Monty. Thank you, bro. Yes, it's the radical Islamists that shouldn't be here. Like I said, we don't hate Muslims this way. We don't. But the radicalized ones, yeah, they got to go. The ones that came here illegally, they got to go. The one that committed immigration fraud, like the Somalians in Dearborn, they got to go. Other than that, we're cool with Muslims. We just don't like the ones that's radical or here illegally or committed immigration fraud. Those are the ones we don't like. It's not about hating Muslims. It's about the upholding of the law.
Yeah, in the absence
Well, of course, in public safety.
of the surviving individual who's now under arrest cooperating, all reports saying he's not cooperating, they can still piece together their background, who they communicated with. You know, Boris, you and I have been on this topic for many times.
Yeah.
Invariably, many of these individuals who are radicalized and mobilized to violence have some type of breadcrumb trails. We call that leakage. They may have told someone, they may have intimated this online, spoken with someone, shown some type of signs. It's always some type of signs. People just don't wake up, drive across the country with a gun and open fire on uniformed service members. So there's going to be something there they'll be able to find, even though he's
Washington. Now, he did say that he drove a while. He said he drove across country from, I believe, his home state in Washington. Let's see. The suspect, Ramamala Lankwala, is a 29-year-old Afghani national. He entered the United States in 2021 under Operation Allies Welcome, the official U.S. evacuation resettlement program for Afghanis after the fall of Kabul. And that's a legal entry route by the United States. So, yes, he was here legally. He later applied for asylum and was granted asylum in 2025, which is, I mean, crazy how you effed that up, which, again, is a lawful immigration status under the U.S. All right. So, yeah, I mean, he was admitted. He has been improved, but let me see here. I'm gonna try to look more into his CIA connections more than just his immigration status.
not cooperating.
I wanted to go back to something that you alluded to a moment ago, and that is the suspect's previous relationship with the U.S. government and his work in Afghanistan, including with the CIA, according to Director John Ratcliffe. How do you read that relationship?
You know, everything I've read that's open source available says that he served honorably and was trusted at a very high level. Like you don't get attached to a secret top secret unit with the CIA and special operations if you haven't been vetted even before the evacuation, right? So they trusted this individual, quite possibly with their life, to make sure that they
All right, shout out to my man Monty. He says Bellingham, Washington's where he came from, which is why he got his asylum. Yeah, Washington's a sanctuary state, which is it's a very blue and liberal state. Very blue state. So, yeah, Monty's right about that one. Let's see here. And he also previously worked with CIA-backed units in Afghanistan before coming to the U.S. Specifically, he reported to have served in CIA-supported Zero Unit of the Afghan National Directorate of Security, an elite paramilitary team that carried out night raids against the Taliban. I mean, damn, hold on. He was moving like that? Hold on. This ain't your average civilian. U.S. officials and media accounts say he was vetted and admitted partly because that, like I said, partly because of the work with the U.S. government entities, like qualifying him for a special immigration pathway, with similar priority status. So it kind of makes sense why they let him in, because, like, well, you did this turn against the Taliban, not like we could leave you here. And you did work for us, but look how that worked out for us in the end. And I can see why Trump said we're just about to go ahead and put a complete ban on third world nations when it comes to immigration.
Wouldn't leak any information to adversaries, what they're doing, their movements, what they're looking for. And so something drastic has to happen over the last 3 years since you got here, Boris. This is really, really unprecedented. And in a year that the word unprecedented has been used an unprecedented amount of times, we need to just sit back and look at how bonkers this is, that someone would actually open fire on U.S. service members. I did some research before we came on. I haven't seen any incident of this in my lifetime, and I'm over 50 years old.
And Donnell Harvin, thank you so much for the perspective. Appreciate you.
All right. But all right now, guys, let's just go ahead and get into, let's see here. Let's get into our man Victor here, Victor Davis. Is that Victor Davis, and what he says about this? I kind of agree with him on this.
Here now with reaction is senior fellow at the Hoover Institution, Victor Davis Hanson. You recently wrote a piece called Insurrection's Chic, where you make the case that the left is fomenting a kind of violence and Trump derangement syndrome writ large that is, in fact, dangerous. And here we are.
All right, so I got some information on if he was a interpreter. No, he says he was a fighter, a paramilitary operator, not just a clerk or interpreter. From what's out now, he served in the NDS-3, one of Afghanistan's CIA-backed Zero units. They were elite counterterrorism strike force, trained, funded, and directed alongside U.S. intelligence and military. With that unit, he reportedly started a security guard. Yeah, he started as a security guard around 2012 and later became a team leader and GPS specialist, meaning he was directly involved in raids, targeting, and not purely a desk/administrative role. And this is coming from the New York Post. So you can go ahead and look this up on the New York Post if you want to take what they word. If you want to say it's cap, I mean, that's on you. But this is what's out right now. So yes, he was effectively a special operation type personnel for a CIA ran Afghan unit. Crazy. I mean, this is one of those moments right now. Because yeah, like Marty, sounds like he was just a translator, not some elite operator. Now he was an elite operator. He was operating elitely in there. But I mean, yeah, I guess he got out of shape because when the guy got arrested, he didn't look like your most, like, I don't know, he didn't look like an elite soldier to me. So to read this background and then to match the picture up with the guy, it's like, what?
Yeah, we saw that in the president's first term when we had a lot of retired generals who came out and said he should be removed sooner the better. We had the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said he wouldn't obey an order from the president if he thought it was dangerous, contacted his Chinese People's Liberation Army counterpart. We had a lieutenant colonel who said that the 82nd Airborne would have to fight its way and take Trump out of office. Then we saw these 6 representatives and senators basically tell 1.3 million people, you can decide when a law, what you, in your opinion as a lawyer, I suppose, think, and none of them are lawyers in most cases, what's legal and not legal, and then act accordingly to your own wishes. That was a recipe for disaster. So it's kind of a perfect storm that we're seeing, that the general deterrence that law enforcement and the judicial system have is shot. We saw that with DeCarlos Brown in Charlottesville and Lawrence Reed, 73 arrests, 14 arrests, nothing happened. So the criminal thinks nothing's going to happen to me. And then we saw the same thing, that you can disobey an order or a law depending on what you think. We had Governor Pritzker, we had Governor Newsom, we had Nancy Pelosi, we had Mayor-elect Mondami, all saying that state or local law enforcement would confront ICE, and that was anti-constitutional. So the illegal immigrant says, well, maybe there's going to be people on my side. And when you call ICE, as people have, Nazis and Gestapo or slave patrols, what did they think was going to happen? So now we have millions of people here illegally, and we have millions of criminals who have been let out prematurely, and you've got a recipe for an ungodly tragedy, and that's what's happening. I think it's going to keep happening, unfortunately, Kellyanne.
Sadly, you're probably right about that. We can expect more tragedy and violence. I think the president tonight, though, really was very firm and very resolute, Victor, in terms of what he plans to do in evaluating each and every alien who is here and should not be.
Nah, I mean, he said, F it. Look, we're just going to ban all third world countries, and you can't even blame him for coming to that conclusion. And on my honest opinion, and you're going to think I'm crazy, but let's be real. This does sound like a psyop. Sounds like the craziest psyop. I mean, CIA connection, work for a paramilitary group. And now he comes here, and all of a sudden he comes out and shoot 2 National Guardsmen. And here's the crazy part. 2-3 days before we have the seditious 6 putting doubt in the military or in the National Guardsmen that if they're actually, acting out or they're invoking lawful orders. Because you remember what they came out with. And I said that, this is going to sow distrust not only in the military towards towards the upper ranks or towards their higher ups, but it's also going to sow distrust within the American people towards the National Guard. And then all of a sudden this happens. I mean, it's almost like a I told you so moment.
No, Victor, it strikes me. So many people say, gosh, Biden didn't do anything. It's just this doddering fool with no capacity.
And shout out to Monty, says arm the National Guard now. Hey, I agree with you on that one. Here's the thing. Trump sends 5 more troops to DC. 500 more, not 5 more, 500 more. So yeah, 500. So yeah, I mean, you Dems are tripping about the ones that are there now. Well, it's only gotten worse.
They did plenty that has hurt this country. And I think we're seeing the fruits of that tonight. We all remember the Afghans hanging off the U.S. military plane, and they fell to their deaths, of course, but we don't hear as much about all the ones that were flown over here again and again and again, as Stephen Miller said. I have a question for you, Victor Davis Hanson. We all have Democrats in our lives, of course, family, friends, colleagues. When did that party start coddling criminals and vilifying law enforcement? And
I mean, yeah. When did that start become a problem? Because actually, that becomes a problem that creates racial hatred. It's almost like the young girl that got stabbed on the bus, because this black guy who's obviously has mental problems was let out multiple times, like 14 to 16 times. This young lady, this innocent young lady, got her life taken unexpectedly, gruesomely. Why? Because the justice system or the judges refuse to do their damn job. Now, and guess what that created? A whole lot of racial hatred, because some psychopath who had mental problems killed the young lady. And that's all it does. It just creates this racial tension that, I'm gonna be real with you, is hard to kind of combat, because now you got white people talk about don't sit behind them. And I'm gonna be real with you, you sit behind most black people, you're gonna be just fine. But I get it. When you spread a video of a black guy stabbing a black girl in the neck and it goes across America, yeah, that's gonna create some racial tension. And here's the thing. One thing I'm happy about is that, well, the black community didn't try to create no excuses for the guy, and we just stuck to the facts that, this guy should have been in jail. Bro, even his own mom said he needs to stay in jail. But for some reason, the Democrat justice system that was in that state just said, F it, let him on out. Eventually he'll find help. Mm-hmm. But all right, though. Sorry. I forgot to play the next video. Let's get right into this right now, though.
How many more people are going to have to get hurt for this to stop? Stuart Kaplan is a former special FBI agent, and he joins us now. Stuart, thank you so much for joining us tonight. So you've been in the law enforcement for a long time. Do you ever remember a time in your career where the rhetoric from sitting politicians was as hot and dangerous as what we're hearing right now?
Never, Charlie. And your monologue truly heightened or elevated my blood pressure to watch. Let me just be clear, Charlie. The deployment of the National Guard was intended to suppress street crime. This actor today is not a street thug or a street criminal. This underscores our broken borders. The prior administration allowed the floodgates to be opened and to allow people to come through illegally, unchecked, unchallenged.
Yeah, but sadly, this ain't that. This is not that. He came in checked, he came in vetted, and this is what he turned out to do.
We need, as all Americans, to rally behind Donald Trump and his administration to support his efforts to deport people that are here illegally. Why, Charlie? Because our national security is front and center. This act today signifies an act of terrorism. When you target a military person in uniform, that tells us the level of threat. If you're willing to take out 2 National Guardsmen, what does that mean for the average person who's walking along the street? We are in a dangerous, fragile state right now. And I can tell you, the men and women of the FBI and Kash Patel, thank God Kash Patel is at the helm, because I know he's had many sleepless nights because he is worried about the continuation and the escalation of the attack on our national security. It does not matter if you deploy 20,000 National Guardsmen. There are people here that are laying in waiting to attack us.
Right. So we understand that this guy came in under that humanitarian program after the Biden disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. Those people, that program was supposed to be extended to allies who had helped our troops in Afghanistan. Are you surprised by this, that this guy came in under that program? And are you worried about what else might be lurking in that program?
Well, that program was designed to have checks and balances and to have follow-ups with respect to after you were allowed entry into the country. And as we now know, he overstayed his permission to be here in the United States. And so the Biden administration allowed him to go unchecked and unsupervised. And we did not know where he was, who he was associating with. And of course, Charlie, he's here illegally and he got a hold of a weapon to target two people today in military.
Yeah, but I mean, let's be honest. Like I said, due to the work that he was doing in Afghanistan with the CIA, we can't sit here and pretend like this man wasn't skilled. I mean, it's wild how he came here. It's wild how he did all this, but it's also hard to predict because he did turn against his own people. He turned against the Taliban. He was fighting the Taliban alongside us. Then he comes here and shoot two National Guardmen. Like, what's going on? Like, all right, yeah, we need a deeper investigation into this guy.
Military uniforms. So let's speak to that. How did he get a hold of a weapon? Who facilitated? Who aided him?
How we got it, bro? I'm gonna be real with you. Due to his line of work, I'm be real with you. It's kind of easy for a guy like that to get a gun, and he's in America. So let's not even focus on how he got a gun. How the hell did he come to that?
Assisted him? Who is he associating with?
Oh, and shout out to my man Monty, says leftists equal terrorists. And I mean, yeah, we ain't talking about the liberals. We're talking about the full-on leftists.
We need to quickly suppress those individuals, neutralize those threats, and get those people out of the country.
Well, with the idea that this is going to be investigated as an act of terrorism, you would certainly hope that we would get to the bottom of all of that. Stuart Kaplan, thank you so much for joining us.
All right. But all right, guys, now let's go ahead into a bit of a side quest here, and let's get into Chicago mayor blast over city's crime. Blood is on his hands. And then, of course, we're going to get into the abduction of Nigerian girls freed as Trump issues warning to kidnappers. And we're talking about the Christian ones. So shout out Trump for putting his foot down on what's going on in Nigeria. Like, shout out.
Well, President Trump sounding off on Chicago following a string of violent crimes, including the 26-year-old woman set on fire on a train last week.
Yep.
They burned this beautiful woman.
And then it happened again. This is why I was speaking on it. It happened again. Once again, some black guy that was supposed to be in jail a long effing time ago keeps getting let free. He goes out there and he lights some white girl on fire. He lights this poor white girl on fire. And I'm just sitting here like, are you effing serious? Again? So those blue cities just don't learn their lesson. Just lock these people up and we don't have to worry about stuff like this. But apparently in Chicago, this has been a thing. People was getting caught up for a lot of crazy crimes and got let out for some crazy reason. This has been going on. But what kills me, and I hate to say it like this, but this has been going on for a minute. Black guys have been let out in killing our own. After committing heinous crimes over and over again, they still get out and they kill our own. And now for some reason, now it's brought to the attention now that an innocent white girl's life was taken. Now, when it's been going on for decades. Okay.
Riding in a train, a man was arrested 72 times. We could make Chicago a safe city in a period of 4 weeks. And if you look at the crime that's taken place in Chicago in the last 2 weeks, just take a look. It's on the front page.
Oh, yeah. And shout out to my man Monty. So in other words, he is good at getting around an interview. A vetting doesn't mean much when you're counterintelligence exactly too. But he worked with our counterintelligence. He worked with our intelligence. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's almost like I don't even see how we could have stopped this man from being in here. It's like, I wish we could sit here and say, well, Biden closed the border. But no, it's not one of those if Biden closed the border situation. If the CIA just wasn't, I don't know, working with guys who betrayed the Taliban who's working with us, then maybe this wouldn't have happened. But then I don't know, like bro kind of worked with us. And that's not to say that every Afghani that worked with us, committed crimes like that. And actually, hold on. Now that this guy's committed crimes, how many Afghanis did we let in through that? And can we please start investigating those guys now since this guy became a problem? I know it sounds effed up, but I mean, let's just cover all of our asses here.
Of every newspaper. It's out of control.
Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson acknowledged the city's shortfalls following a separate fatal shooting incident on Friday after the city's Christmas tree lighting. Watch.
What we put in place did not do enough to prevent what we were concerned about from actually manifesting.
Let's bring in Chicago Alderman Raymond Lopez. Raymond, that acknowledgement by Mayor Johnson is a different sort of tag. We haven't heard that from him before, but why is he doing that now, and what's your reaction?
Well, Griff, good morning. I think the reason that the mayor's pivoting now is that he understands that Chicagoans are fed up with his failures, and he knows that Election Day is less than 8 months from today. He can say and try to pivot all he wants, but all of these failures come right back to his doorstep. The blood is on his hands.
Yeah, that's why there's a whole political movement called Turn Chicago Red, because of guys like this guy who sells out his own people and then accepts money, a whole lot of money to let in Venezuelans. Yeah, guys like him who sell out our community, he's the problem. Actually, there's a lot of black Democratic politicians that sell their people out and that create these high crime areas. It's in red states too, blue, red states alike. They're everywhere. For some reason, if they're black, Democrat, and you're a mayor, they're going to create a high crime area. 9 times out of 10, not 100%, but 9 times.
From what we've seen happen this weekend, because when it came to the teen takeover and the 300 individuals that descended on down.
Oh, and shout out my man Kingen for sending 100.
Town, we had the opportunity to institute a snap curfew that would have allowed the police to better manage that. He vetoed that ordinance because he didn't want to profile black children. When it comes to the CTA and the burning of that poor woman, he has handcuffed not only our Chicago police, but transit police as well, not allowing them to use all of the tools as well as follow these individuals when they are on the trains causing chaos. This falls at his feet squarely, and he knows that Chicagoans have had enough.
And Raymond, just to remind our viewers, this individual you're talking about, Lawrence Reed, has such a criminal history going back to 1993, 72 arrests.
72? Bruh. I didn't think I was going to be that wrong. I thought it was like 14, 16, but it's 72? 72 arrests. And this man is not did no hard time. But y'all just keep letting him out. Obviously, this man has mental issues. Obviously, this man is a conniving bastard. And now y'all waited until he did the most heinous of probably all of his crimes. Most likely the most heinous of burning somebody alive. Really. Now it's a problem. Now he deserves national attention. I don't know. What about like 72 to, 64 crimes ago?
Of them felony convictions, 7 misdemeanor convictions. You just wonder.
Bruh. 72 arrests, and this man looked crazy, but 72 arrests, 8 felonies, 70 misdemeanor convictions. I mean, that 8 felonies, what were those felonies? Because that low-key should have put him away. You commit 8 felonies and you're just still walking around in Chicago is an everyday occurrence. I know y'all was about to say crazy. You thought I was going to say crazy, but no. There's guys like him running around Chicago every single day. There's guys younger than this man running around Chicago just like this. 8 felony convictions, 7 misdemeanors, probably even more, actually. Just like this. This is why we need to bring the National Guard into Chicago, because there's a lot of guys just like this that are walking around, actually even younger than him, with more energy. So, yeah, bring the National Guard to Chicago.
What in the world
No more
is
excuses.
that individual doing out?
Well, this is the gruesome effect.
And shout out to my man Monty. Close the border. Stop letting in terrorists into our country. And I mean,
of liberal, socialist, quasi-communist policies here in the city of Chicago, where that revolving door of justice and sympathy were intertwined, allowing individuals out thanks to people like Kim Foxx, thanks to the policies and politics of people like Brendan Johnson, and those of the allies of the governor, J.B. Pritzker, who created the SAFE-T Act, which is a misnomer. We have to do better. And I think what we've seen is more compassion and empathy from Donald Trump wanting to correct this than we've gotten from our own mayor or our own other elected officials here who want to pretend this is a manufactured crisis. It is a manufactured crisis, a crisis they created by all of their bad policies and all of their criminal enablement that has gone on for the past 5 years.
Yep.
Well, and Raymond, it seems that
It's
President
the criminal enablement that made this happen, just like it's the criminal enablement that made this story happen. Like, let's go ahead and tap into this again.
And we have a Fox News alert. We're learning more about the killer who took Irina Zarutska's life back in August in Charlotte. One thing's certain, DeCarlos Brown Jr. should have never been allowed to roam the streets.
Facts.
Fox News correspondent Marianne Rafferty with more.
Yeah, Charlie, 3 months after she was brutally murdered, police have released body cam footage that shows an encounter local police officers had with her alleged killer. The newly released video from a January welfare check showing DeCarlos Brown being arrested just months before that attack on Irina Zarutsky. Listen to what he had to say.
Tell me what's going on. My body got exposed to material.
My body got exposed to material. Yes, this man and watch. You're about to hear a rant on how a guy said his body got exposed to material, and he needs to get examined because this material makes him do, well, I guess, crazy things.
Tell me what's going on. My body got exposed to material. I need you guys to investigate due to the fact that medic ain't got no test or scan to investigate what my body got exposed to. And I've been doing this for like 3 years now.
What'd your body get exposed to?
Huh?
What'd your body get exposed to?
You guys have to investigate the name of the material to fix my emergency.
Bruh.
What was it?
Huh?
What was it?
That's what I'm trying to get to.
Now, Brown claimed there was someone inside him controlling him. He stated at one point that he was mentally perfect, but that mental health professionals had tried to diagnose him with schizophrenia in the past. Prior to stabbing Zarutska, DeCarlos Brown Jr. had been arrested 14 times and deemed a danger to the public. Now, along with a first-degree murder charge, Brown is also...
Same thing, as you see. Man had mental problems, arrested multiple times, but for some wild-ass reason, we just didn't want to keep the guy in jail. And if we'd have kept him in jail, I mean, if we'd have low-key kept those two guys in jail, we'd have had those two innocent white girls would be alive today, doing their thing, being happy in America. All right? But sadly, because these courts, these judges don't want to do their job, these things like this happen. And then guess what? Then there's the assholes on the internet that didn't want to make it a race thing. And then want to start talking about, oh, the black people are dangerous. And just like with this, oh, the Muslims are dangerous. Well, no. Once again, we're falling for the propaganda of thinking that the 1% makes up everybody. And that's just not how we're supposed to be thinking about this. Let's just look into the details of it, and you'll obviously see that's not the case. But all right, guys, let's keep it going.
facing federal murder charges for Zarutska's killing.
As he
Brown
should.
is due back in court sometime next spring. Charlie.
As he should. But all right, though, let's get back to this video.
Trump is so compelled to get involved because of the violent crime in that great city. The year to date, you're looking at 385 murders, nearly 1,400 shootings, more than 5,000 robberies, ridiculous amount of felony theft. How does Mayor Johnson run in that election on this sort of record in his watch?
Well, Brendan Johnson's going to run on a record that says, don't believe your lying eyes. Don't believe what you see and hear going on around you. Forget that those are just property crimes. It doesn't really impact you. It's a big business and all of that. But what we know is this. When we had the chance to bring in the National Guard before, the mayor and the governor said, no, we don't need it. And we had 57 people shot, 9 people killed. I believe that was Labor Day weekend. We've had multiple offerings by this president to say, let me send in people to help, even just provide presence so that your police officers can go back into communities and do constitutional policing and get the bad guys. And at every turn, they have said no.
Yep.
I know that the community.
I mean, yeah, the governor, I mean, not the governor, but the mayor of Chicago told the police force not to help ICE. I mean, he've even threatened to create an ICE-free zone, which means that he'd have Chicago police protecting illegals, which would be absolutely crazy. And thank God he didn't do that because, yeah, Trump would have been able to invoke that Insurrection Act real quick. But shout out to my man Monty, though. He says, bring back the 3-strike rule, three charges, and you're locked up for 25 to life. I mean, yeah. I don't even know why that disappeared. If you get hit with three times for a felony, especially if it's the same one or like the same level of felony, yeah, you should be locked up 25 to life. Apparently, you didn't learn your lesson. I mean, man, of course, maybe with special cases, maybe, but still, like 16 to 72 times, 8 felonies. Like, bro, he went past the 3-strike law almost not 3 times. 3 times he went past it. Well, 2.5. 2.5. I'll be fair. And shout out to my man Monty, because with Monty, we have opened up that call-in line. So shout out. Go ahead and post a call-in link. Well, the StreamYard link in about 5 minutes.
I represent, and overall, everyone in the city of Chicago wants to feel safe this holiday season, but every day of the year. And now we have a chance to see if the president is going to make good on that. I would say to my Democratic colleagues, if you don't believe him, call his bluff and let's see what he has to offer. But at the end of the day, if we could bring numbers down even 5 points more, as we saw during Operation Midway Blitz,
sure,
let's do it.
Well, and let me just, Alderman, get one last comment from you in the few seconds I've got left, and that is the opposition from Mayor Johnson opposing ICE and federal immigration law enforcement. We now know that one of the migrant teens, 16-year-old from Venezuela, charged in killing a homeless man.
Whoa.
There were multiple teen Venezuelans that were involved in that. And what we have seen is the politicians here in the city of Chicago trying to create cover and sympathy for our quote unquote new neighbors. But this is not what our welcoming city was meant to be. It was not meant to be something that protects criminals. And we used to have it in place where if you chose to go down this path, we would allow our federal partners to remove you.
Right.
That's where we need to get back to. That's the changes we need to make here in the city of Chicago.
It doesn't seem, Mr. Alderman, that that's going to happen under this current Mayor Johnson. Raymond Lopez, thank you very much for taking time and have a happy Thanksgiving.
And all right, now let's get over to the abducted Nigerian girls freed as Trump issued a warning to kidnappers. So shout out Trump. He's out here getting black women freed from, well, Muslim terrorists. Yes, the Boko Haram, those guys. Yes, Islamic African, what was it? Can we call them terrorists? Yeah, Islamic African terrorists. Ain't that crazy?
24 schoolgirls abducted by armed groups in Nigeria last week are now free. Nigeria has seen a series of similar kidnappings in recent days, including at a Catholic school where 250 students remain unaccounted for. William Lajeunesse is following this story. He is in our London bureau with more. William, to you.
Hey, Molly. Crime, extortion, kidnappings, all too common in Nigeria, which is Africa's largest country, receives around $900 million a year in U.S. aid. But as you mentioned, there's been a series of kidnappings in just the last 2 weeks. And in fact, the video you're seeing here, just released in the last few hours, is the exception. All the girls rescued. Here's what happened. Last Monday, armed gunmen stormed the government-run girls' boarding school, killing a staff member, abducting 25 students. One escaped at the time. Then yesterday, Nigeria's president said he did not release any details, but they say the girls had been rescued. Others claim, including the bandits, that they were actually released unharmed after negotiations. Now, just 4 days after that incident, hundreds of miles away, gunmen abducted 300 students, 15 teachers at St. Mary's boarding school. 50 escaped, leaving, as you mentioned, about 250 still in captivity. Then there was a third incident last week. Gunman attacked.
Sorry, guys, my bad. I was muted. But what I was pretty much saying was I didn't even know the Boko Haram guys even had a plight to negotiate with or any type of argument. I honestly thought that these guys were just running around killing Christians just because they wanted to, because they're just radical Islamists like that. But I didn't even know there was anything to negotiate with these two. Like I said, maybe it's their eradication that they're negotiating with Trump with. But I didn't even think they had a position to stand on it. They were just, honestly, in my opinion, complete savages. Because if you were seeing the videos I was seeing, I mean, they're lynching women and their children in trees in Africa. Black people doing this, other black people, running them over with cars, making them say praise Allah, doing the most gruesome things, setting them on fire. I didn't think these guys had a position, to be quite honest.
A church, killing at least 2, abducting 38 parishioners who, again, remain in captivity. These incidents have strained relations with the U.S., with President Trump threatening military intervention to stop what some call Christian genocide.
If the Nigerian government continues to allow the killing of Christians, the USA will immediately stop all aid and assistance to Nigeria. We're going to do things to Nigeria that Nigeria is not going to be happy about, and may very well go into that now disgraced country, guns are blazing, to completely wipe out the Islamic terrorists who are committing.
Oh, and thanks, God, for letting me know that I'm muted, because shout out Monty. He says muted.
These horrible.
Oh, and the call-in link has been posted. So it's in the, go to my main page, post tab. You'll see it right there.
Horrible atrocities.
So in the last decade, about 1,500 students have been abducted. Some have been Christian, others not. But Boko Haram, as the president's referring to, has targeted churches and persecuted parishioners.
Yep.
Molly?
Yeah, and now the eye of the president, and really the eye of the world, more on Nigeria as these stories continue to come out. William Lajeunesse, thank you for highlighting this. Appreciate it. Mike?
Hey everyone, I'm Emily Campagno. Catch me and my
So yeah, that's what's going on in that situation. And I mean, let's be real. This has been going on since 2009, and about 125,000 Christians have reportedly been killed. So yeah, I'm actually glad he is touching on this. But all right now, guys, let's go ahead and get right to it. Schumer up against Fight Club of influential Democrats. Yep, everybody's coming for Schumer's spot. Everybody want to be the House, well, the majority leader of the minority leader for the Dems. And let's see who got the best ticket.
Chuck Schumer is facing pushback and blowback from a so-called Fight Club of Senate Democrats. The New York Times saying, quote, a group of influential liberal senators, they're being kind by saying liberal, is directly challenging Chuck Schumer's approach to the midterm elections, and President Trump in another sign of growing frustration among Democrats toward the minority leader. Those members are apparently including Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, and the party is showing more signs of cracks after Senator Cory Booker had this to say on a podcast.
I'm one of those people that's saying is our.
Oh yeah, for Conspiracy Hour. I mean, guys, if you can hang out with me on Rumble, that's where we're gonna move Conspiracy Hour to, because the Age of Disclosure came out and I got to connect. I mean, you know me. So yes, you guys can go ahead and stick around for the Age of Disclosure. I will be playing it on Rumble and Kick pretty much after the show.
Party has failed. They've made terrible mistakes, and I want us to emerge in this moment, not focusing on party, but refocusing on people. The Democratic Party has failed in my generation.
How? Here to discuss is the host of My View, Laura Trump, that you see Saturday nights. Laura, first off, what do you think Cory Booker's talking about? I mean, I know how you feel about how the party's failed, but what do you think they mean when they say he's failed?
Well, in a lot of ways, Brian, I think this is just the cat is now out of the bag, and the American people are starting to see that the Democrat establishment has been able to pull the strings behind the scenes for a long time. Now, that all fell apart, you know, when they plugged in an empty suit of Joe Biden at the top of the ticket to be the quote unquote leader of the party. Well, that was just a complete void of nothingness there at the top. And that's allowed this very far left radical wing of the party to kind of come in and fill things in. And now they're
the DSA is taking over. The Democrat Socialist Party is taking over.
Of socialists with.
I'm sorry, I had to unpause. Her face was looking crazy. But yes, the Democrat Socialist Party is actually taking over. The AOCs are taking over. The Mandani literally won an election. So we can't sit here and pretend like it ain't coming here. So yes, these Democrat socialists is going to be the front runners for the Democrat Party, and it's looking like that's going to be the sad reality for the Dems. And if that's who you guys got running for y'all, well, good luck. Good luck, guys. Good luck with that.
Communist ideas, and
Because that's more of a leftist ideology than a liberal one. But we'll see how far you guys get with that.
that's a big problem for the Democrats. He is right in the fact that they haven't delivered anything for the American people, that the base they used to have of blue collar workers fully moved over to vote for President Trump in basically the last 3 elections very strongly for sure in 2024. And they've lost most of what they used to count on in their party. Look at young voters as well. They're also shifting to the right. So they have a big problem. But, you know, the infighting, I think, has just begun. It's like the inmates are now fully running the asylum that is the Democrat Party. And for Chuck Schumer, I mean, he's had a tough job. It's been like herding cats. And I think the word is out. If you are not willing to bow down to their communist ideas, your time is up. You are out of the party. So as they're heading into these midterms next year, get ready to see more of defunding the police, of government-run grocery stores, of taxing neighborhoods based on race. That is what they're focused on. And unfortunately for them, I don't know that that speaks very well to the bulk of America.
Lara, where do you stand on this healthcare compromise? For example, everybody knows Republicans didn't vote for Obamacare, but people's rates are going up. It looked like the president wants to do something with the subsidies. Looks like the House doesn't. What's the remedy?
I mean, you know, Obamacare, it does afford healthcare to a lot of people. The problem is that, is it affordable healthcare? No, because it gets more affordable year over year. And here's the problem. It actually helps out as it gets more unaffordable for us. The insurance companies get richer. So who is it really helping out? Like, who did Obamacare really help out? Because did you earn 100,000% more? No, but I'll tell you who did. The insurance companies.
Well, the president has said he wants to come up with something great for the country. Obviously, Obamacare failed epically, and people have been hurt all across this country because of it. And maybe it is time that we sit down and find something that is a better fit for the American people. The president has talked about this and said we want to come up with a better solution. At the end of the day, I think that what we saw with the government shutdown is just more indication that the Democrats do not care truly about the American people. They were willing to put people at risk who were flying all across this country. They were willing to not pay our military members, our TSA workers, our air traffic controllers for months on end. It was a disgrace. But if that at the end of the day, Brian, has led to a place where maybe we're actually going to get health care that works for the country, maybe that will be the silver lining in all of it.
Yes, Trump is set to roll out a health plan, a comprehensive health plan that's supposed to be able to replace Obamacare in about, I don't know, he was supposed to release it actually about a couple of days ago, but they said about by what, next week or so. So we'll see what happens with that. Honestly, I thought it was supposed to be Thursday, but seeing that what happened, I'm pretty sure that's been pushed. But we'll see if they come out and release their comprehensive healthcare plan like they said they were. It's because that's what's been going around. That's what I've been hearing in these political streets and within the news stories or the articles. So we'll see where that goes. But in the meantime, let's get over to the 5 sickening DC shooting. Let's see what they think about it.
News alert. FBI Director Kash Patel just announcing moments ago that 2 National Guard members were shot in Washington, D.C., and they're both in critical condition. It happened about a mile from the White House. The FBI director...
God, let's make sure you double tap that, screaming like the video, guys. Let's make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, guys. You can go ahead and hit that icon up there and hit the subscribe button. Appreciate the support.
Saying that this is being treated as an assault on an officer. The suspect is in custody. Let's go right to Mark Meredith. Oh. Okay, we're waiting for Mark. So we're going.
Yeah, I'll probably be there in a second. Yeah, scrambling all day.
Okay.
But it looks like there's one gunman coming around the corner. It seems as though they knew exactly. Seeming so he knows exactly what he was doing, Jessica.
Absolutely. We have Mark now. So, Mark, when you're ready.
With you. I'm sorry, guys. I know we're having some communication. I can hear you loud and clear, guys.
Great.
Moments ago, we heard from the FBI Director Kash Patel, who said this was a targeted attack on 2 members of the West Virginia National Guard who were serving in the nation's capital as part of the mission to clean up D.C. This is a mission that has been underway for several months. We have seen Guards members come from all over the country at their governor's orders to deploy these resources, and officials are calling this a targeted attack. Moments ago, we heard from D.C. Mayor Muriel Bowser, who said this was horrific, that they're deploying all of the resources that she has at her disposal. But what was also very clear about this is that this person appeared to have acted alone, that this wasn't a multiple group attack, but instead one person who was taken into.
Yeah, one sole person who drove across the country to take out 2 guardsmen. Well, I'm pretty sure he was looking for somebody. Obviously, he probably didn't even care who he got. But all right, man, let's go ahead and bring in my man Monty. Monty, how you doing, big dog?
How's it going?
Man, it's all good. It's been good. So what about you? I heard you was doing your fast.
Oh yeah, I broke that the other day. Now I'm just doing 1 meal a day.
Nice, nice, my man, getting in shape, getting all the toxins out of his body.
Damn right.
So I love to hear it, boss. I love to hear it. But shoot, so what you thinking so far?
I mean, this guy, like I was saying earlier, this just goes to my point. Close the borders. Stop letting people in. If that much vetting that they're claiming was done on this guy was done, and he still did this, what do you go back to? Well, the if he wasn't in this country, this wouldn't have happened. Period. Close the borders, put an immigration ban on everywhere. I don't care. You know, there are so many stories from the Iraq and Afghanistan war of locals that turned against the Taliban, that turned around and turned against coalition forces and shot them in the back. You know, the green on blue or the blue on green attacks and all of that crap. So this idea that, oh, he served alongside yada yada yada. Let's remember, he turned his back on his own country to fight with coalition forces. So he's already a traitor, if you will.
Yep.
And now he has come to America, and everybody loves putting in there, oh, Trump granted him his asylum. Yeah, after years of evidence gathered by the intelligence community under Biden, they took all that information and said, well, this looks like a good enough guy because nothing was monitored. I love the, oh, he had interviews. He's counterintelligence. If he's such this Billy Badass, a simple, interrogation or interview on, who do you know, what are you doing in this country is not going to be too big of a deal for him. Now, is it?
True. The only thing is, though, is that, well, this is probably the best form of vetting I can think we can do. It's like he turned on his side. He worked for us. I mean, it kind of sounds like we're supposed to give him the green light. Like, oh, good looks. You helped us take out the Taliban or push them back. Here's your reward. Who would have knew that I blowed up in our face? Like, it is kind of hard to call that. Like I said, this guy came over the border illegally. Then okay, we could sit there and be like, this is because Biden didn't want to close the damn border. But now that we got all the information, it's like, oof, we can't even really call this a Biden problem.
Stop letting people into our country. Our country's full. We don't need any more. We see what happens when we have too many. Like, you can go right now on the DOJ's website and see all the statistics of rapes, homicides, murders, larceny, hit and runs, and all that fun stuff that are committed by illegal immigrants every year, like going back, I think, since 2020. And it goes to a broader issue. It's not about Islamophobia. It's not about hating brown people. It's not about it's about national sovereignty and national identity. We are losing that because we continuously have this idea that, oh, this can happen and they'll be okay. No, it's clearly not. And to anybody that says, oh, Americans commit crimes too. Yeah, but they're Americans. It doesn't make the crime any better or worse. But it's like the old adage, if you're driving without a driver's license and you cause an accident, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how the accident was caused. The accident wouldn't have happened if you weren't on the road.
Good point. Well, I'll say that as well. If we'd had, well, I'm real with you. Like I said, the vetting thing, yeah, it's like unless we just had a complete ban on all these Muslim countries, all third world countries. Let's just say Muslim,
all countries. Period.
All of them.
We will grant visas. We will grant visas for people to come here. Maybe if they want to study, maybe if they want to be tourists, if they want to visit Disneyland like they do, like that's it. That you're here you can see what America is like and then go back and say, America's really great. We should try to implement some of their policies here.
Ooh. But in terms of immigration, Monty said he wants it dead. Done.
Yeah.
We didn't give him too many chances.
I mean, how many people have to die before we're like, oh, maybe this isn't a good idea? How many national headlines have to be made for people to be like, oh, maybe criminals should be in jail and illegal immigrants shouldn't be here and immigration should just, be paused for 5-10 years?
I mean, that's probably the fairest assessment I've heard, low key. He's like, you said, all countries. Doesn't need to
All
be like
countries.
you can get a visitor visa, you can tour, you can have a tourist like vacation, but you cannot stay here.
No. I mean, work visas, all of it. You should not be able to work here. I don't think you should be able to work here either. I think that our economy will structure on its own without foreign labor, and that's just my 2 cents on it. Like if we did it for hundreds of years before America, or before now, we can do it for many years afterwards. We do not need, as Sid wants to say, oh, our unemployment rate doesn't match how many job openings there are. Yeah, that's because some people have just given up on work completely and aren't going to work for, $5 an hour. Make the economy, make the wages match the inflation. And then we can start talking about, a disparity of the middle class, because right now we're shipping our middle class to other countries. Our wealth is being drained and depleted while we go further and further into debt.
Then complain about the failure of trickle down economics.
Yeah,
but then don't want to bring back jobs.
Don't exactly protect jobs for Americans in America. Like that. I mean, that's wow. Who would have thought such a radical concept would make housing more affordable? Who would have thought because then we start basing our labor and our wages based off of what we need. Like, if you can't afford a house, then the labor market is going to demand higher labor. Like that's just as simple as it goes.
True.
And when you take someone that's making 25 cents an hour and now they're making $7.50, $10 an hour, that's a lot more than what they were making before, and they're getting American dollars that they send back home, or just flat
a
out
lot
scam
farther
us
than
out
over
of.
there than here.
Yeah, so this, I mean, you go to any country and you'll see very quickly the American dollar holds a lot of weight. So imagine that American dollar being, you're getting 10 times what you were getting before, or 20 times or 30 times what you were getting before, and now you have American dollars behind your name, behind your family. Yeah, it's great. It's great for the people that come here. It's not great for Americans that can't afford a house, that can't afford groceries, that can't afford gas, that can't afford anything, because we're supplementing our shortage of labor, and it's not really a shortage of labor. It's just a general distaste for the labor market, with people that are willing to do it for cheaper than us. Like, anybody that understands economics will understand that.
Yeah.
Supply and demand. The supply of low-skilled, low-paid labor is fucking astronomical. So, and there's not as big a demand for it because it's not a super huge segment of our economy, but it allows businesses and corporations to make billions and billions of dollars off of their backs while we foot the bill and they get richer.
And ain't that the truth? But all right, though, let's go ahead and get back to the video.
Custody, but also was shot. No indication yet what the weapon was that was being used in this attack. But there's also been a lot of confusion, Jessica, about the condition of these two National Guards members. If you've been watching Fox all afternoon, like the other media outlets, we reported the news of the governor of West Virginia, Patrick Morrisey, who had said that those Guard members have died. He then retracted that statement on social media, saying he too was getting conflicting information. In a breaking news story, of course, that's to be expected here. But we also noticed in the news conference from moments ago that they did not address specifically the conditions of those two service members, but also to mention that the suspect was taken. President Trump has been very active on social media talking about this attack. I was just reading one of his most recent posts in which he said, and this is where I do it in real time for you here, he basically put up and said, that this was a horrific attack, that this animal would be brought to justice, and that he would make sure that the full resources of the federal government would ensure that justice is served. We're also hearing, Jessica, from the entire congressional delegations from all over the country. They're offering their prayers and support, but it has been quite controversial to have these National Guard members in D.C. So far, the lawmakers that I've seen on social media offering statements have instead putting the thoughts and prayers for those that were injured and not focusing on the controversy of this service to begin with. We are also waiting to see if we'll get any update from the DC hospitals about the conditions. We've been trying to piece together where these service members were taken. The shooting happened just about 2 blocks away from where I'm standing, about 2:45 this afternoon. It was the Farragut West Metro stop. That is a station that has 3 different train lines. Normally on a weekday, you can imagine right near the White House, it would be packed, but because it's a holiday, foot traffic was not nearly as crowded, but there were people who witnessed this, and also from the buildings above. I heard from a source who was able to send me some of the photos from what they could see from their vantage point from up high, and all you could see was a sea of shattered glass because of the amount of gunfire that was exchanged, not only between this gunman who took down these 2 service members, but also the responding officers, the responding National Guard members that were able to get this person into custody. In terms of motive, we do not know yet, except again that they're calling this targeted. They are making it indicative that this was not something that was completely random, but we don't have that motive yet or an idea of what necessarily all the charges that person will eventually face if and when they get out of the hospital. Jessica?
Yes, so we have some sound from J.D. Vance from a little while ago that I'd love to play.
It's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard, our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day in that building and knows that there are a lot of people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them.
So that was exactly the right sentiment. It was good to hear from the vice president, and you see that being echoed from members of both parties and the various delegations. Mark, what did you make of what J.D. Vance said?
Absolutely. The vice president taking time as he was actually on the ground at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, to thank service members for what they're doing, taking the chance to pay his respects and thanks to those service members that are out there. And Jessica, I think the other caveat to all this is that this is not going to deter the Trump administration. They say
actually all they did was double down and put 500 more troops in there. I mean, what you thought they was going to do? What, start retreating them? No, not at all. But I don't know, Monty, doesn't this all seem weird after this whole, the seditious 6 video came out and, causing doubt within our National Guard and within our upper ranks in the military, and all of a sudden this happens? Isn't this a little weird?
I mean, I don't see the connection that everybody else is seeing. Like, I see this as a terrorist attack. I don't see this related to anybody saying disobey orders. I mean, while that's wrong in its own right and shouldn't have happened, I don't see the connection. Like, I don't see where the dots are lining up how it would be weird. That's like saying, because one thing happened in one part of the country, something else happens in another part of the country. Terrorist attacks happen all the time.
But he's not linked to any terrorist group.
It's still considered a terrorist attack. It's a lone gunman as of right now, which is still.
Wouldn't that just be a shooting?
If it's carried out against the military or carried out against a specific target for political reasons, that's the definition of terrorism. And if they're investigating it as terrorism, they must have some sort of idea that it was terrorism. Like, that's not something you just levy against somebody.
I guess we're going to have to wait till more information come out on that one, because I kind of just see it as a radical guy just shooting. And like I said, the CIA connections are a bit weird, but we'll see as more comes out. I'm pretty sure we're going to start.
So the amount of Afghan nationals that were, instrumental in pushing the Taliban out of Afghanistan are, too many numbers to count. If you ever watched the movie 12 Strong.
Yeah, but okay. I kind of see your point.
That's whole militias
right.
of people that joined with the U.S., even though they hated other warlord groups, to fight the Taliban out. And it's very factioned and very, it's very hard to pin down, what's going through one of their heads, because it's a very tribal mentality over there. So you can't really say it's Islamic extremism just because it's an Afghan national.
But you
And it's
can't rule it
also
out
very
either.
it's exactly. It's also very
Mhm.
easy to point that, because there's a lot of evidence pointing that way. He was engaged in some sort of war. Has been trained militarily. Probably has his own beliefs about whatever he believes in.
Mhm.
But
But apparently over
it's
there, I know that's what it's murky. It's murky water just because of his CIA backing. It's like
But what's sounding fishy to you? Like what? Because
the
I
fishy
haven't
part
seen
was
it.
that it was a national, like, you remember the Seditious Six when they came out, right? And they started saying
Yeah.
that, oh, you need to remember to ignore unlawful orders. And I was saying that, that could cause distrust in our National Guardmen, and people start attacking our National Guardmen the same way they're doing ICE. Just because on the belief that they're carrying out unlawful orders, just like, they believe that ICE is being unlawful as well.
I mean, that comparison can be drawn, absolutely. But I wouldn't say
I'm not
that
saying
he
100%,
has.
of course.
I just don't see how that would resonate in his head as a reason to drive across the country and shoot National Guard members. While what, like I said, while what they said was seditious, I mean, to say the least. I mean, they're even talking about bringing Mark Kelly back to active duty to court-martial him for it, because that's how serious what he said was. I know the layman in the chat, the keyboard warriors out there, don't understand what a chain of command is, and don't understand, you can't just do that and undermine the president, and say things like that. Like, it's like one of those things. You're allowed to mutiny. You're completely allowed to mutiny, but you better fucking believe when you do it, you better believe that you have everybody on your side when you do it. And that's I see that as what they did as a, not a calling to the military, but more of a look at the public, oh, public, look at me. I was in the military. I'm credible. I spent 30 years in the military, and I'm an astronaut, and I'm a pilot, yada, yada, yada. And I have all this credibility. So maybe what I'm saying is, truthful, but he's a Democrat doing it for ideological reasons, not for, I genuinely think the president's doing anything seditious. Because you don't say that without the implication that something's being done. Like,
Exactly.
I don't tell you to go check your burner on your stove unless I think the burner on your stove is on. You know what I mean? You
True.
don't say don't follow unlawful orders if you think no unlawful orders are being carried out. So what unlawful orders are they talking about? Or what reason would I have you to go tell you to check your burner?
All right. Oh, yo, and Ron, how you doing, man? What you thinking? Yo, what you thinking, man? Hello,
Ron?
I don't know. I get something going on with his mic.
He might have muted himself. Make sure your mic's not red.
Yeah, because it happens. It happens to me all the time.
I know. You did a whole segment muted.
Bro, I be hating that because I'll be like, now I gotta
I was on a
summarize and condense what I just said.
But yeah, I mean, like I said, I know it's a hard concept to understand, or it's not necessarily a hard concept to understand, but it's a nuanced thing. Like if you're drumming that drum, you better have examples of illegal orders. You better have something to stand on, because that is sedition. Like whether the Democrats want to acknowledge it or not, that is sedition. And sedition is defined as anything to undercut the trust and faith of the United States, like as a whole. Not one guy, not the president. The president does represent the United States, and the military does not, necessarily answer to him fully. But when you swear the oath of enlistment, You swear to abide by the orders of the president and the officers appointed above you, according to the Uniform Code of Military Justice. So tell me what UCMJ article the president's violating, or what UCMJ article or what law is being broken. You
Bro,
can't.
they said, well, his rhetoric, he said one day that he said, well, shoot at their feet. And that's an unlawful order, but he never made that order. That was just rhetoric. That was something he said.
Rhetoric. Yeah. And no military doctrine is based off of shoot at their feet. It's shoot to disable or shoot to kill. So we can go round and round and round, but look at the actual military doctrine that's being carried out. I guarantee you it's lawful. I guarantee you lawyers are poring over it left and right to make sure it's lawful before he says it. So what are you getting at? What is my burner on, or is my burner not on? And if my burner's not on and you're telling me my burner's on, what kind of fear and pandemonium are you trying to cause? Which is sedition. You're undercutting the faith and the allegiance to the United States.
All right. Shout out Monty. Hey, I like that breakdown you gave.
Continuing this mission of trying to clean up and send a message that the nation's capital will be protected. Secretary Hegseth saying today that they're going to send even more resources to make sure that people know that D.C. is going to be cleaned up and that these attacks on service members will not be tolerated. How quickly we'll see those additional deployments, we just don't know yet. D.C.'s Mayor Muriel Bowser, who we heard from at the news conference, has had to walk a fine line here from supporting cleaning up the effort to clean up D.C., but also whether or not people will actually want to see the National Guard troops on the streets of D.C. She just announced yesterday, Jessica, she's not even going to run for re-election. It's been quite a controversial year here in D.C.
Yeah.
But across the aisle from House members, senators, we are seeing thoughts and prayers pour in for these people that have put their lives on the lines to protect the nation's capital.
So,
Jessica.
Mark, let me ask you, when you walk around D.C., is it pretty understood where the cops are, Border Patrol agents, and where the National Guard is? For example, do they have similar assignments, or are they just randomly
Brian,
walking beats?
I spot the National Guard all throughout D.C. You'll also see them wearing HSI vests, like high security incident, people that you could tell are directed just to help out with this federal mission. I saw them last time I saw them was on Sunday evening. I live near H Street, which is kind of a popular corridor here in D.C. Around 5 o'clock, I saw 3 of them walking. I even thanked them for their service because there's been all these questions about how long this will go on for. They're away from their families on a holiday weekend. But you do, if you are in a high traffic area of DC, H Street, metro stations, Union Station, which is our big train station here, you will see them. Right when the deployments happened, we saw a number of protests. We saw a very small amount of people that would say they were going to bang pots and pans and say, we don't want you here. I haven't seen that lately. Instead, DC residents, and again, I am one of them, have come to terms to accept that these people are here to do a job to protect the rest of us. And obviously, these people are not going to be going away anytime soon. Whether we see additional changes to their security posture, do we see, Brian, people with more weapons? We don't know yet, but they're going to see a surge of additional troops coming from, I imagine, not just West Virginia, but all across the country.
Right. I guess, 500 more.
Yep. Mark, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All righty. Let's see what they're saying.
So we want to take this around the table. A truly heartbreaking day, and hopeful that the 2 National Guard members who are in critical condition are going to make it through. We have Thanksgiving tomorrow.
For the record, guys.
Yo.
Just so everybody knows, one of them did die. The 21-year-old female did die.
Yeah.
Earlier today. And the staff sergeant of the sergeant is having really massive brain swelling. He has burr holes drilled into his head right now, so swelling can fucking be eased. So he's by far in a pretty bad state right now that could go either way. So prayers and thoughts and all that fun stuff need to be given, because it's not looking good for him, but he at least made it through the surgery.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
They're supposed to be at home with their families. Guy, DC is home for you too. You were there just this morning on your way to come up here to join us. What are your thoughts?
Well, it's heartbreaking, that's right, but it's also sickening that this would happen. And it would be sickening any day of the year, but especially right before such a family-centric holiday. It's just so senseless. And when the initial reports came out, and it's always important to be careful and not get over your skis. We still have a lot of questions here that need to be answered, but it felt like two different guardsmen getting shot made the likelihood of this being random very low. And then getting the confirmation in that press conference, this was a targeted attack. That is outrageous. It is infuriating. And there will be a discussion.
Yeah.
That's why I think that's why they're calling. They have more information than they're letting out, because if they know it was targeted and they know, they know some of the motive. I also do believe he shouted Al Akbar when he did it. That was one of the reports that I was seeing. So there is information that's not being let out to the masses as to why they're calling this a terrorist attack and not just a mass shooting or whatever, because it was specifically targeted against U.S. service members in the line of duty, and almost seems like it was a religious motivation. So that's how you get those kind of factors in it. That's what classifies it as terrorism.
Well, man. Okay, got you. So you said Allah Akbar. That's why. Ah, boy. Okay, now okay, that's where you're getting.
That could not be true, and that could only not. That could be not the only reason. They say it was targeted. So what does that tell you? You and me are seeing the same thing. It doesn't look very targeted on the surface. It just looks like he drove across the country and tried to do a mass shooting. Now, what are they going off of to say that it was targeted? Did he, did they execute a search warrant on his home and find, videos and stuff and movements of troops and all that fun stuff that makes it look premeditated? Or did he just hop on a drive down to Washington, D.C. and start executing people?
Good point. Huh.
In this country about the policy to have the National Guard deployed in D.C. There are questions that could be legitimate about whether this is sustainable in the long term.
But all right, though, let's go ahead and switch off this topic. And shout out Tove. She says, yeah, pushing the narrative that they are Nazis. Well, what do we do with Nazis during and after World War II? How did we handle authoritarians? I mean,
and that's the thing. They push that narrative over and over again to, one, shut down debate, and two, radicalize people against them. Because what do you do? I said it long ago. If you're cheapening the word Nazi, because when I hear Nazi, I think I need to go punch that guy in the face. Like, if I truly thought somebody was a Nazi or was, that kind of hatred and that kind of evil in their heart, I'd be doing the same thing. So it's a form of propaganda. It's a form of radicalization, and it's really, really easy to convince people of one thing. It's really, really hard to convince them that they were lied to. It's real easy. It's real easy to say Trump's an authoritarian, Trump's a Nazi. Everything the ICE is doing is illegal. Everything the National Guard is doing is illegal. That is a call to violence. That is what that is. It's a call to violence. It's stochastic terrorism, is I think what Guest Dude was calling it, and it's exactly right. You're stoking the flames and then standing back and letting it happen and wondering why. You act like you wonder why it happens. That's why it's happening, because people are feeling emboldened and they see themselves as patriots, stopping an authoritarian or a Nazi, fighting back against authoritarianism or Nazis. They see themselves as the good guys, and that's what's so dangerous about it. You have two people that think they're the good guys that hate each other.
And yeah, hold on. Here it is. Yeah, court multiple. He shouted during an attack. New York Post. Okay, you're right though. It was the New York Post. Let's see here. Hero gunman took down Afghani terrorist attacker with pocket knife. Damn. Let's see here. The other news outlet, City. Let's see. Citing law enforcement source saying during the ambush near Fargnut West, he yelled Allah Akbar as he opened fire on the guard troops. Yep. So you're right. Yeah.
Yeah. So I think that, mixed with a little bit of information that they haven't released, is why they're calling it terrorism and targeted specifically. I think if I'm reading the situation correctly, he has been planning this. He has, the motive means an opportunity, obviously, to carry it out. And he has a reason that is political or religious in nature to do so. Whatever that reason is, it'll be soon to find out, if he tells us why he did it, because he's still alive as of right now. And I mean, it really to me is, a moot point. I don't care why he did it. I don't care, his reasoning. You don't try to reason with a sociopath. You don't try to reason out, a horrible person. That's just a fool's errand. I see him as a monster, the monster that he is. He planned this out. He had 3,000 miles to drive to think about this, at least. He didn't just decide that he's going to go make a trip down to DC, and as soon as he crossed into Maryland, was like, you know what? I have this pistol here.
I think I might just call some, I don't know, vigilante justice. Like, bro.
Yeah. So this was planned and carried out. It also points to the fact that gun laws don't work, because a bad guy found a way to get a gun that was completely legal in the state of Washington. I believe it was a 357, a 6-shooter, completely legal in this state. Every gun law that they have didn't stop this. So just to beat my own horn, they don't work, because somehow a bad guy got a gun.
Man, yeah, I'll give you that one. Like I said, there's so much I want to know about right now when it comes to this guy. It's just like, all right, bro, what was you thinking? Where was your mind at? Why did you do it? Why was it National Guardsmen? And what's with the whole Allah Akbar? Because now it's just starting to seem like this whole psyop. And the reason I say that is because, bro, there's been a lot of stoke of Muslim hate lately. And like, can we agree on that, Monty? Or you haven't seen it?
I haven't seen. I mean, you frame that as if it's not, it's unwarranted or unprovoked Muslim hate. I see a lot of people that are tired of Islamic extremists having their way in our country. That's the Islamic hate, if you want to label it as that.
No, see, no, that's just being critical of it. Like because you understand that that's not all Muslims, right?
I do, absolutely. And
all
so
right, well, that's the
does,
problem, though. There's people who take
yeah.
this situation will say, "Oh, well, this is all Muslims. This is how they want to take over, and all that good stuff."
But so you know how saying, as soon as you say, well, it's not all Muslims, or it's not all Christians, or it's not all white guys, or it's not all black guys, or it's not all this, or it's not all that, you start putting qualifiers on heinous acts. And our brains are designed to recognize patterns, that is for our safety. It's not because we're barbarians and we hate people that don't look like us. It is a safety mechanism to recognize patterns and recognize danger. So if you see a lot of people that are stoking Islamic hate, well, there's two camps that they fall in. One, they're genuinely Islamophobic. They're afraid of Islam. Or two, they're capitalizing on people who are Islamophobic and, trying to divide them against each other. So, but to say, this shouldn't have happened, an Afghan national shouldn't have been in our country, is not to say that Muslims shouldn't be in our country.
Of course,
right?
Yeah, of course.
It's to say that we have a problem, and it has been continuously put on display since the biggest attack and biggest terrorist attack in the world that ever happened to now.
I would
it's
say
like,
this. I would say this. If the Muslim problem was such a big problem, then why did this guy do this one man? Like, and here's the thing. This is what they literally try to say. They're trying to take over and all that good stuff. Then why was this just a one guy out there? If it's an all Muslim thing, then you would think it'd be a group instead of just one guy. And that's why I always say they take that one guy, that 1%, and frame it as all of them.
right. You can do that all day long. Right. And just be intellectually dishonest with yourself and frame it that way. But you can also look at it as it hasn't always just been one guy. The Boston bombers, 2 guys.
Yep.
The 9/11 terrorist attack, 19 guys with the funding of 50. You know,
Good point.
it's this one guy this one time. How many of these have they stopped that we don't know about, that we will never know about because it's classified? How many
I think
times
they
has
stopped.
this
No,
happened?
they did stop like a terrorist cell in I think in Michigan somewhere. Toad
Yeah.
brought it up to me.
So it's not just isolated incidents. Well, it is isolated incidents, but it's
Mhm.
a part of a bigger and broader collective movement. Just like all of Antifa is not terrorists, but
Yeah, I will say this.
Antifa is functioning as a terrorist organization. Their mind, their goals, and their reasons for doing things are all the same. When you have that uniting factor, you need to start looking at the group as a whole. And where is the breakdown coming from? It's not
Yeah,
coming from the Quran, right? Because the
yeah,
Quran is a usually peaceful book, right? But
yeah.
there is scripture that says that radical Islamists interpret to mean kill all infidels. There's scripture before and after that go into clarification. Is very, very much the similar verbiage to the Bible saying, no, have no God other than me. But they take that as Christians, if you compare it to Christians, it would be like, if you don't believe in God, we go kill you.
Mm.
And you can point and point the finger at whoever, whatever you want. All you're doing is deflecting. You can say the whataboutisms, you can say all of the shit. The bottom line is, this guy's an Afghan national. He shouted Allah Akbar as he committed violence against the United States. I mean, that right there is enough to call it terrorism. They won't call it terrorism. They'll try to point and deflect, and just like they did with Charlie Kirk, and say it's a both sides issue, and this and that,
But
and it's all designed to cheapen it. That's
yeah,
all it is.
I'm not even gonna try to say it's a both sides issue or try to just sit there and because like everybody was saying I was being a defender of Islam, and I'm just going like, no, bro. I understand
No,
that
no,
there's
no.
radical Islamist
Yes.
groups. Like we understand that. Like when Trump
Yeah.
designated the Muslim Brotherhood as a terrorist group, I was like, yeah, please get those guys. Leave the rest of them out of it because those are the real perpetrators. I agree with that. I'm not saying that we shouldn't crack down on jihadists. But when we sit there and we try to frame all Muslims like that, that's where I'm just like, all right, hold on. Now. We're
I
being
don't think
intellectually dishonest.
I don't think anybody that has any more than 3 brain cells is doing that. I agree with you that there are people that are going to take this as an opportunity to
You
spread
saying Lord
Islamic
Boomer don't
hate.
have 3 brain cells, Monty?
Yeah. So like there's going to be people that are going to use this to stoke the flames of Islamophobia, to they're drama queens is what it is. It's like high school fucking mean girl bullshit where you just try to pit someone against each other for no reason because you like drama. That's what those people are doing. Now the real Islamophobes that really hate anybody that's not white, they're going to latch onto this because this is another example for them. I am looking at it as we are letting unvetted people, or even in this case, fully vetted people that still slip through the cracks. So let's take the anti-gun lobbies approach. Let's just ban them all, because that'll stop it, right?
Yeah, I mean, you would think. Well, actually, if we said like, bro, the way Trump's working with the whole third world band, I feel it. I feel it at this point. But I don't like how people are sitting there going like, no, we should just do it to all Muslim countries and all this good stuff. I'm just like, nah, bro. Because let's be real, we have problems on all sides. Every country we have a problem with when it comes to their unvetted immigrants or even the vetted ones, as we see now.
And it's not going to be an issue of are we gonna stop this from happening, because Lord knows there's thousands of them already in our country. There's thousands of people that wish to do us harm, that came here illegally or legally, that wish to do us harm, and you're never gonna stop. You're never gonna stop bad people from doing bad things, but you can damn sure curve it. You don't have to let anybody that rings your doorbell into your house. you don't, you don't have to let all of these things happen, because that's what this is. This was allowed to happen. This was an unlicensed driver on the road, someone that shouldn't have been in our country, in my opinion, in our country.
And shout
We
out
already have
to
enough. We have enough problems with our own country and our own citizens committing acts of terror and violence and all that fun shit. So why are we adding to the problem? When you're in debt, you don't go and spend more money, or you shouldn't, unless you're Congress.
okay. Shout out to I'm weak. Shout out to Jet. Most Muslims do not realize what surah says, or well, actually, I have to look that up. I think it's an Arabic word meaning chapter. So I would ask Jen to like clarify on that a bit for us. You can always come up here and clarify for
I
us,
think
please.
it's Sharia is what she's trying to say.
Oh, Sharia. Don't understand
Like
what
Sharia
a Sharia
law.
Oh, really? A lot of people don't understand what Sharia law is. To be like, if you actually look it up and what the non-radical Muslims mean by that, which is the majority of them, you would actually understand that. Well, it's not the takeover plan you think it is. But now, and I'm not saying that there isn't a. I mean, there isn't Muslims who are trying to take over. There are. They say it right to y'all face. I mean, they say it in the Europeans' face. They say it in our face, and they are. But that's a very small group.
Well, they didn't before. Remember, right after 9/11, when all this Islamic hate was flaring up, after a national tragedy, Muslims in the United States were not saying that. Islam's a peaceful religion. Islam's this. Islam's that. The Quran dictates that you can lie to the infidel to overtake the infidel, and that's what extremists interpret it as. So this whole it's you're fighting a war of religion against an unknown enemy.
And if you look into that, well, like they actually meant that you could lie to save your life, not lie to other people, but they said lie to save your life or to pretty much eat pork just in case your ass need to eat and you're in the middle of the desert. So damn, there was like a saying for the Crusader times, like, look, bro, if they tell you to go for Jesus, just say it, bro. Don't risk your life over it.
And it also says that you can fight to defend yourself against infidels, because there was a point in time where Muslims were crusaded against. And that's when all of this was written, and that's what it's basing it off of. You can fight, you can lie, you can do whatever you need to do to escape because Muslims were not allowed to practice freely. So it's nothing to do with modern times. It is people that have taken it out of context to gain power is really all it is. They've taken it out of context to gain power, to have a false struggle, a false jihad against somebody so that they can unify tribes together and fighting. The enemy of my enemy is my friend type shit. Well,
now the Muslims haters will hit you with just wait until they outnumber the population, because they only mean that until they outnumber it. I'm just like, bro, they are 1%. I don't think they're ever gonna popularize us unless they start converting people. And I don't think that's happening.
Well, I mean, that's what's being pushed. Think about that. You have an entire American city that damn near follows Sharia law, that you have call to prayer playing over the loudspeakers in Minnesota. You have it going on in Dearborn. Like, they are concentrating in certain areas, and yes, you're going to get the people that convert and see it as this peaceful religion. Like, my mom explained it to me this morning, because I was like, what exactly, how is all of this happening? How is all of this working? And she's like, well, think about it this way. If I sit you in a room, you're 27 years old. I'm 27 years old right now. And I've gone up with the fundamental belief that life is valuable and life should not be taken. And, now if you grow up with AK-47 in your hand from age fucking 0,
Taliban.
and you take that 27-year-old and you sit both of us in a room and tell us and try to completely change our beliefs on something, or tell us, radicalize, one group or another. It's going to be a lot easier to radicalize the guy that has no meaning to life does not value it, does not fear death, and tell him, it's no big deal to go out and kill people. Now,
Yep.
you sit me or you in a room, you could have us in that room for 10 years and tell us this shit and try to persuade us. And, there's always going to be that certain part of you that's like, no, killing is wrong. Even, in even adherent situations, like,
So pretty much what you're calling out is the cultural differences in practicing
yes,
of Islam.
yeah, exactly. And that is where you get the breakdown of people that, don't understand the first thing about Islam. And I'll be the first to admit, I do not understand, the ins and outs of Islam. But what I do understand about it is supposed to be a peaceful religion. And you essentially have Islamic cults. Like, think about Christian cults in the United States. We wouldn't give them any second look. We'd be like, oh, you guys are fucking weird. We're not going to listen to you. You're funny. You take the same kind of people that radically distort the Bible, radically distort religious teachings, and you flip that onto the Islamic side. Well, they're running countries. They're not just some freaking middle of nowhere cult that have, a fence around them. They're going and they're taking military equipment into towns and villages, and that's the kind of power that they have. So saying, oh, it's only 1% of the population. Well, that 1% is doing a whole lot of fucking damage. It's it's like when you take any statistic, when you have a minority, that doesn't mean that they're not capable of doing bad things.
Yeah.
One
Okay.
person,
True. Because I was about to say, I was just going like, hold on. I mean, you're right. But I was just speaking on the whole. All right. First of all, they're only 1%. Now, for them to actually become the majority, first of all, you know how much effing up we have to do to let that happen?
Well, it's not even. They don't have to become the majority. We can see what one guy just shot 2 people. Think about that. One guy just shot 2 people. Now imagine 10 guys. Let's see what 19 guys can do to 2 buildings and a Pentagon. Like, you can. It doesn't take much, because good people are
But we'd
always going
easily
to be.
squash it though. It'd be something that we could easily squash though. It's like, yeah, they do something horrible, but we'd make sure they'd be dead the next day. What the Islamophobes are talking about, or the guys who hate Islam, is more like, oh no, once they outnumber the white people or everybody, because once you outnumber white people, you're damn near outnumbering everybody. Once you outnumber them, that's when the flip is going to begin. That's when they're going to start invoking Sharia law and all that crazy stuff.
So think about how their society is run now. There's 2 billion Muslims across the country, or across the world.
Yeah, shout out G for saying that.
Yeah, I just saw that and I was like, yeah, that's about right. There's about 2 billion Muslims. Only, let's just say for argument's sake, that 1% of them are radical. That's 2 million. 20 million people that are radical, and they're running whole countries. They're not. It's not a, you know you have to get the majority rule. It's no. They take it by force and they impose it on the masses. There's countless studies out there that say it only takes one prison guard, to watch 100 people. That's 1%. The prisoners outnumber the guard 100 to 1, and yet they're not going to run. Why? Because they don't want to get shot, and the first person that runs is the first person that's going to get shot. So as long as none of them are the first person to run, no one's going to get shot. If you just comply and you're not the one to speak out, it's going to be all hunky dory for you. So that's the kind of thought process that I put into it. It's like, no, it's not about the 1% or how much they're outnumbered. This isn't a tug of war. It's not, one Muslim on one side and 100 white guys on one side. No, it's it's one radical extremist with an AK-47 that shoots the 100 down. so they don't want to play the game.
Good point. Good point. Okay, I'll give you that one. Shout out Monty. All right, let's get right into it. Let's talk affordability. I mean, something that the Dems shouldn't have no business coming at us about, but let's get into it.
On behalf of the First Lady and the entire Trump family, I want to wish all Americans a very, very happy Thanksgiving. It's a great time of the year, and our country is doing really well economically like we've never done before.
It's President Trump touting progress on affordability at yesterday's turkey pardoning. The president is shifting the national conversation back to America first and people focusing on prices ahead of these holidays. Dana Marie McNichol is traveling with.
Oh, Gene, if you're still in here, you can just go ahead and go to my main page, hit the post tab, and you'll see the link there. Or you can go over to the horizontal stream and you'll be able to see the link in there as well. Shout out to the guys in the horizontal stream, all 10 of y'all. And shout out to Jean for sending in the 500 joules. Appreciate the support. And shout out to for sending in 5. She says, in the last 50 years, they have turned, I think, 56 Christian majority countries Islamic, Egypt, Lebanon, Turkey, just a few. Now, wait, Egypt? I don't think, was Egypt always a majority Christian country?
Yes, Egypt was.
Okay.
Egypt
Okay.
rebelled against the not the Ottoman Empire, but basically became Christian, and then you had the caliphate that went through and just murdered Christians. And the Christians outnumbered the Muslims at the time by a whole lot. It doesn't take much, but people that sit by idly and let it happen.
All right, man.
And
you know what? At a certain point, I think we should just keep. Well, it's gonna sound wild, but I do think that the way these Muslims are acting, maybe we should keep Christianity out these Muslim countries, and then vice versa, keep Muslim country out the Christianity countries, because it does seem that when these cultures like try to mix in, one side end up killing the other.
Yeah, I mean it's fundamental moral and ethic contradictions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Taliban enforces, no girl over the age of 8 is allowed to be educated.
And then, like, and if we want to bring up my bad, but if we want to bring up the Crusades, I do think when people mention that, when people bring up the Crusades, it's like, well, what about when Christians went around killing people for Jesus, which is wild to say, but it's something that happens. Like, we're not saying that killing for your religion is right, but it is something that does seem to be repeated throughout history. That's why I'm just saying maybe we should just let the Muslims stay where they're at and don't do no missionary work over there. And we can, and let the Christians stay where they're at, and no Muslims allowed to do no conversions, no nothing over here.
Segregate the fundamental beliefs of religion and stop making it so apparent, because like let's not call it what it is. Let's call it what it is, right? Mm-hmm. Nobody.
I'm weak. Somebody said the Crusades are defense. Okay, when it's your side killing people, it's a defense. But when it's their side, it's takeover. Okay, it's all good.
I mean, I'm a Christian, so I'm a little biased, but the Crusades are framed as a defense against Christianity. But it was the time when Muslims were not allowed to practice Islam. So if you catch more flies with honey than you do vinegar, if you treat an entire religious group as less than, you're gonna, like, the Puritans that left England for the Roman Catholics, like, every time that happens, you get a rebellion.
So we just have a history of, like, when Christians were in charge, they mistreat Muslims. When Muslims was in charge, they mistreat Christians, and we just haven't been able to get along.
I mean, but now it's in the tables have flipped. Christians don't mistreat Muslims. Christians allow Muslims into their country and they take over the country. So now we're working in reverse. We have suicidal empathy, and
yeah, I mean, look at the UK. Now, I don't know about the UK. A lot of people be debating this when they say, because the way, like, Tommy Robinson frames it is like, okay, yeah, it's just this whole culture of a bunch of gang, and they all believe in gang rape and all that crazy stuff. And no, but it is a problem when old parts of the UK that were majority white do turn into Muslim parts. But how people try to frame it is that, oh no, these Muslims are causing like a whole bunch of rapes, crimes, and all this wild stuff. And I'm like, nah, I think it's more of the uncomfortability that they're literally changing neighborhoods. And I get that. No need to radicalize the entire group, but I can understand the concern of a whole neighborhood going from white to Arab.
So it's not just that, right?
Mhm.
So they are the Islamic faith and whatnot will be peaceful until they're in control. And then the power struggle amongst the Islamists, you know, you have the betas and the alphas, if you will. The alphas are going to take over, and you're going to get the radicals in charge. That's why every time you see a Muslim in a position of power, they have these radical anti-Christianity, anti-white things that they're preaching, because that's the cream of their crop. Those are the people that are outspoken, that are assertive in their roles, and those are the people that rise to power. That's why I say you don't need a 50% Muslim populace to take over the country. You don't need. I'd say you need maybe 10%.
10%. So there's
Well,
9% away.
Christians. Hey guys, I just want to drop in and say my name's Jen.
Nice to meet
Hi.
you. Mhm.
I do want to say something that Christians don't have a tendency to push our religion anymore. Where there used to be, you think of Mormons, you know, going out and doing their quote unquote what do they call it? It's not pilgrimage. That's essentially what a Christian would call it. But
Missions.
yeah, their missions. They go out, they spread their religion. Christians
Yep.
don't really do that anymore.
Nope.
Muslims do it on a very large scale. And they also, one of the things that the Quran teaches, I know a lot about the Quran. I've read many, many books of it. Surah is an actual book of the Quran. And that surah is the book that talks about the oppression of women the most, talks about stoning your wives if they disobey you. It also talks about beating and essentially chopping at the necks of your opposers, which would be infidels. So there's a lot of
Is there any
things.
context around that, or is it just as a point blank?
There are passages before and after that. I have seen them. I forgot what like, but
So
essentially
essentially,
it gives
it says
context
that
to that.
Christians can live in a Muslim society if they decide to bow down to the Muslims. Jews are allowed to live there as long as they pay their penance for being Jews. And they also, anybody that lives under a Muslim society has to accept that Allah is God and that they and their religion is inferior. That's why we are called infidels. We are not considered a part of their religion, which is why I say personally, I don't believe Allah is God, even though they say Allah, Yahweh, Jehovah, they're all the same. They're really not, because Allah considers himself above our God.
Yep.
Our God doesn't exist in Christianity.
Allah
Nah,
sees
I think
Jesus
they're
Christ
pretty
as a
sure they're
false
talking
prophet.
about the same way. I think the disagreement is the whole divinity with Jesus Christ and the Son of God and how he's God. That's the main
You're
thing they're
absolutely
calling
right.
out.
So they're Abrahamic religions, and they see Jesus Christ as a false prophet. So they're basically
No, actually, the
pandering.
Muslims see him as a Messiah, but they don't see him as a as the
Right.
Son of God or as a holy figure.
So
Yeah,
he's a
they don't.
false
It's the
They see
Jews
him as
that
a.
don't. It's the Jews that well, it's a Jewish religion
It's
that see him
not.
as a false prophet.
Yeah, they don't. Yeah, the Jews see him as a completely right. Set 100%. The Jews see him as a false prophet. The Muslims believe that Muhammad actually, technically, Muhammad in their eyes was technically the Messiah. So Jesus and Muhammad are contenders for messiahs. However, Muhammad came 650 years after Jesus. And also Muhammad called for the destruction of every other religion other than Islam. completely wipe out Christians and allow Jews to live, but only if they pay you penance. I don't understand how we could consider Allah and God on the same level if Allah and that wants to wipe out the entire existence of Jews and Christians and that previous religion.
I'm almost sure Allah doesn't say that. Now I know you're speaking of passages in the Quran, but I would have to see the full context of that. Because usually when people tell me all this evil stuff about it, I go look it up, I read the context, and it turns out to be something completely different. And they're not really calling for it. They're just stating the story that happened, or they're just sharing the atrocities, or they're just telling us the atrocities of a certain group or a certain person. And just because it's in the Quran, people say, oh, that's what the Quran support. And in my true belief, I do believe that Allah and God are the same people. The problem is that you can call them the same people. The problem is that the Christians see that that Christ is the Son of God, and the Muslims just don't see that. Now,
but that's just Jesus. Now, Jesus was a man, guys. We have to think of it this way. Regardless of what you think of Jesus Christ as a Messiah, as Christ himself, Jesus was a man. He was just a man, and he lived 2,000 years ago or so. And he claimed to be the Son of God, and he claimed to be, and he died for our sins. In the end, he was the son of a carpenter, but he was a man. Now, what we have to think about with that, and I'm not saying that, because Christianity for me is a fine-tooth comb. My half of my family was Jehovah's Witness when I grew up, and the other half were Methodists. And we had a gay preacher and who got excommunicated from the church because no one knew she was gay, which, by the way, she was a bull dyke. So everybody should have known. Like, they really should have known. But like, so for me, religion has always been tenuous, right? What bothers me about this whole story is that you have to think about how Jesus lived his life and how Muhammad lived his life. Muhammad married a 6-year-old.
Yep.
6, 9-year-old. You're right.
No.
But,
He
hold on, but
consummated it.
now let's take that into historical context, though. That's what everybody was doing. That just wasn't special.
Who married a 6-year-old?
Everybody back in that day. Everybody.
6-year-olds, buddy.
No, she's actually 9. She was actually 9. She's actually 9.
No.
You're right.
He consummated at 9. He consummated at 9, which means he put.
And that's what everybody was doing back then. So I'm not saying it was right. I'm just saying you can't blame somebody for a common practice of that day. And it was a common practice all the way up to like most of our time.
Show me what society that consummating, which means having sex with a 9-year-old.
The Roman Catholic Empire believed in pedophilic relationships for apprenticeship.
Oh,
I mean,
do you think the Romans were the people? No, question. Do you think the Romans are the people we should look at for a moral
So she's
stance?
comparing.
No. Look. Here's the thing.
Hold on.
You gotta understand.
She's comparing Muhammad to Jesus. So think about Joseph. Joseph and Mary. Think about Joseph and Mary. Was Mary
comparison because Muhammad is not the Messiah. They actually see Jesus the Messiah. Muhammad's a prophet. So you're comparing a prophet to the Messiah. That's not a fair comparison.
No, Jesus was the prophet. Wrong.
But think about his.
You're thinking of it how Christians think of it as a Messiah.
But
okay,
isn't that what we're doing?
That's how Christians think of it. But that's how a Christian would think of. Oh my God, I revere.
Okay, so we're comparing the guys outside of their divinity or their prophet.
Yeah, pull them outside because they were men in historical context. They were actual men, just like you, just like me.
True.
They were actual people that lived. I will say that 100%. Muhammad was a real man. Jesus was a real man. There's way too much history across. There's way too much history across the world for us to not know that they were actual people, regardless of their quote unquote divinity. Does that make sense?
Yes.
But look at Mary and Joseph. Mary and Joseph were what, 35?
Mary and Joseph. Actually, there's been reports that she was like 15.
Mary was Set's right. Mary was closer to 15 or 16, which was And I will say this, that was the standard age back then. Between 13 and 15 was the standard age to marry, because that's when a woman would get her period, which meant that she was coming into womanhood.
Hold on now. Not all the time now. There are special cases, even today, where women get their periods in the single digits.
No,
So
but that is
here's the thing.
actually, no, look this up just for context.
Gotcha.
The hormones that have been introduced into our diets through animals and other things over the last 60 years have actually accelerated that rate. The normal age for a woman to get her period prior to the 1950s was
15, 16.
between 11 and 16. So there was a 5-year period. And yes, I understand 11 is young, and I would consider that too young. But at 11 years old, she would get her period. If you came into your period at 11 years old, quote unquote, in the prior history, you would be eligible for marriage.
Yep.
That is, S.E.T was not wrong on speaking about that, about how young women used to get married. But it was always based on when they became a woman.
And that's the thing. That's what they say, or well, that's what my Muslims homies tell me. They're like, well, yeah, she was pubescent at that age of 9, and that's why that relationship continued. And that's what they were trying to see it back then. They weren't really looking at age; they were looking at maturity. If you actually like read about Aisha, she was doing a lot of mature things for her age. And this is
man, do you know anybody that's 9 years old
that does a lot?
But you have to think about
I'm
the
just saying this.
lifespan
I'm
of
saying
a
this
human back
to
then.
both of you. I'm asking both of you. Do you know anybody in your life that's 9 years old? A son, a brother, a cousin. Okay. Do you think that 9-year-old is sexually complicit?
So
hold on. You think it's okay to have
think a
sex
different context. You're talking about
with a
guys in the
9-year-old?
common day. Like we'd have to bring somebody out the past and be like, yeah, well, what do you think about this 9-year-old? Because they'd probably say,
even
oh, no,
then-
she's good to go. We're going to be disgusted by the idea.
The Christian Bible spoke about maturity, and about the Christian Bible does not speak at all about having sex with children. And I'm just, I mean, if we want to talk about,
Let me put a pause on that for 1 second. You also have to understand the historical context of when all of this was happening and what the average lifespan of a human was.
Good point.
2,000 years ago. 35
it was about
to 40
30 years. It was about 30 years. Actually, it wasn't even 35 to 40. It was about 30 years. Which is why if you guys look back at like Alexander the Great, he died before he made it to 30.
I thought he was like, he's like 28, 30.
Yeah, he was real young.
Yeah.
he fucked his way across the world and then died, I think, from syphilis. He died from a sexually transmitted disease, which is sad, but
hey, I always say that man was like the first gay Navy guy. He just took his army around the world and had a whole lot of gay sex, which is crazy.
There's the whole thing about Rome. Now, I have to tell you, Rome fell because they ate lead, guys. Like
Rome also fell because a lot of like weird practices
people.
too.
And they had a lot of weird practices. And S.E.T said earlier, the if you think about, okay, do you guys remember the movie Troy?
Oh yes,
it
was a pedophilic relationship between an intern and their master.
Patroclus. So they called him his cousin, right? They called him Achilles' cousin, which was played by Brad Pitt. His cousin was Patroclus, and Patroclus got killed, and that was the problem. Actually, during the Battle of Troy, Patroclus was his boy servant. He was like 14 years old, and he was the guy that. It's really sad, actually, to think of.
And they're their boy toy until they eventually grow up and become what their master or their guide or sponsor becomes. So
or they
if you want to be a
blacksmith, their genitalia. There are some barbaric
like if you want to be a
things.
blacksmith in Rome, you pretty much have to let the blacksmith. You have to be his butt boy.
And so we're talking. We're looking at a point in history that was barbaric and medieval, and we're trying to talk about it in a context of today where I don't. Obviously, that's if you think about the average lifespan being 30 years old, and even even Muhammad, consummating a marriage of a woman that or a little
I'm gonna
girl
tell you right
nowadays.
now, at 9 years old, that girl had no boobs. That
Yeah,
girl looked no different than a child in any context.
right. But that's how
Yes,
we're
yes.
looking at it now.
Yeah.
That's how we are looking at it now because we are post medieval and post
So
barbarism.
are you saying that he thought he saw her and he saw a fruitful woman?
Yeah,
And he
most
thought
likely.
Obviously,
she
because he
can
married
bear
her.
children?
Yeah, because she ended up doing so, didn't she?
I'm sure she did. I'm sure she
Now, though,
did. I
because here's
can
the
only
thing, though,
imagine.
you got to admit, Monty has a point. The average lifespan was 30 years. So if we meet in between, you're middle aged at 15. So that means at 9, you're kind of looking about your time.
A 15-year-old is now a 35-year-old if you span the
No,
lifespans out.
guys, human development is not that way. What we're finding
No,
even
no. We
now,
understand that human development is not that way. But
Human
when you think of
development
it on
it's
the terms
irrelevant.
of,
We're not talking about
but you're
science.
but
talking
if you
about
think of it on the terms
perception.
of
You're
the
talking
modern
about
age,
perception. So back then, the perception of human development versus what we perceive as human development today, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
And it's
I
not
can
exactly.
understand that.
So
but
think about it
I
like this: if everybody's dying at 30, then you're thinking that, oh yeah, this girl's pretty much it's prime time for her. But if everybody's dying at 80, you're thinking, yo, this girl's young as hell. Maybe let's wait until like
But
16, 18.
still, that wasn't the average age of marriage. The average age of marriage back then was the age of 12. And you can
Well,
look
the
at that
average.
historically.
So hold
You
on.
can
Let's
look at
let's
that
look at let's look at it right
historically.
now. Let's look at it right now. So the average age of marriage right now is 27. So what
Which
if
is not
that?
healthy. I want to say, I want to just speak to that. I don't think that's healthy either. I think we've come to like a turning point where we're not breeding now, which is odd
But
because
that if
27
you
is late.
if you span that out with lifespan, a 27-year-old is now on the same scale as a 15-year-old. So someone can get married at 18 years old in America, and in some places it's as young as 14. But in the world we live in right now, you dial that back and dilate that back. It's very very consistent with the lifespan development of what the average age in the world is. So
Right.
nothing crazy.
Which only means to me with that is that Muhammad was not on a level of taking care of human development. He was on the level of conquering.
Yeah,
Because
but I do believe
just
that.
like
But let's be real though.
okay, go
All the
ahead.
holy books say that they say the word of God, and then they talk about the folly of man. I think that's what we're forgetting about the Quran, because the Bible does the same thing. It talk about the gloriness of God and his prophets. Then it goes into the folly of man of all the different wars, the senseless killing. The Quran's doing the same thing, but except we're taking everything so personal.
Wrong. You guys really need to read the book of Surah. You guys really need to read it. Chapter 11 in the book of Surah is the most opening. So what you need to see in the book of Surah is the talk of infidels and how they speak to treating everyone else that isn't them. And that's where Islam really sets itself apart, and
Yes.
why there are 2 billion people now that believe this in the world, and they are doing everything they can to not only infiltrate our country, but infiltrate every country in the world and set themselves up. Because what the Quran teaches is it teaches that Islam is superior
Yep.
to everything, which most people would say, especially if you grew up in the United States, if you grew up in not even just the United States, but just the Western world in general, most people would say that's what Christianity teaches, right? Because I grew up thinking, oh, I don't want to be like those guys. They're fucking assholes, and they tell me my gay pastor is an asshole, but I love my gay pastor. I've known my gay pastor forever, right?
Yeah.
And they're gonna excommunicate her. That's stupid. So we realized that, but that also comes with informed thought, which a lot of
Yeah.
people in the world have informed thought right now. We have Google at our fingertips. We have the ability to learn. Something that Islam teaches that everyone else is wrong. other
hold
than
on
you.
now. I don't know about that one.
No, it does. It absolutely does. You can be
It
a Jew and
absolutely
you're
But they
does.
actually, but in the Islam it says to each their own religion, and like I
No,
said,
it
we're
does
talking
not.
about
That's what I'm
certain
telling you.
figure. We're talking about
Sir,
certain
it does
characters
not.
within the book that you're
Hold on.
framing
Finish
as
that
the
out.
whole teaching.
Said Islam does not. Islam
Hold
does
on.
not
No.
say that everyone's even.
So no. It says to each their own religion, but it also says that Jews and Christians and Buddhists do not make good friends, do not make good people to associate with. So it's putting Islam, like it's saying, oh, these people can coexist as long as Jews pay you and Christians convert. That's not exactly being
But does it give
peaceful.
you a character of who's saying that, or this is coming straight from
No, that's
Muhammad,
straight. It's straight.
Allah?
This is what the jihad is. So
Mhm.
you have jihad against non-believers. That's actually what it is. So it's jihad against non-believers. Now, non-believers are anybody that are not solid Muslims. They are not followers of Allah, which means that Christians, that means Jews, and that means atheists, that means pagans, that means anybody else in the world other than people that actually believe in Islam. And what it is they straight up tell you, okay, so you have a jihad against these people. You need to convert them. If they will not convert, then you can tell them that they can, as long as they are Jews, they can pay you to exist in your society because they are Jews. And for some reason, Islam has some kind of a debt to the Jews. I've never really figured that out. But if they are Christians and they will not submit and bend the knee and become Muslims, you kill them. You kill every single person other than the Jews, which is, I honestly, the only reason I can only think of that is because in the Bible it says that the only people that are going to be saved are the Jews, so they are the saved people. And so for some reason, Muhammad thought that if he killed them, Allah would strike him down. Maybe. I don't quite know that one. But
Now, remember, we're talking about it applies only to the prophet's direct address. So we're talking about a direct address from the prophet Muhammad. So, like I said, we always in these books we talk about what God wants, and then we talk about the folly of man. Was there not wars that was going off in the Bible? Yes. So we can't just sit here and say, oh, everything a war general says is the commandment from their God and that should just be taken as all of them, because within context, like I said, when I look this up in context, there's always more to it. It's not just God saying it. This is Muhammad making an address to his military talking about this is the plan.
Okay, cool. That's great and all. The book says one thing, and radical Islamists are practicing another. That's what I'm
it's
saying.
not always, you have to understand something. It's not radical when the women choose. You have to understand something. This is a religion that directly oppresses women. Okay. And I'm not gonna hold too hard on that because I don't want to make this about like oppression of women. But these people directly oppress women. And the women that live in this religion accept the fact that they aren't allowed to show their face. They aren't allowed to show their hair. They're not allowed to drive. They're not allowed to leave the house without an escort. That their sons, as soon as their sons are over 6 years old, their sons can dictate to them what they're supposed to do because women are inferior to men based on the Quran. And that is 100% true.
I mean, look at how how the
Set, I love that you are playing devil's advocate here because you're making me think really hard.
Now,
but
when it comes to the women, I'll give you this. When it comes to the women, you're right. There are some women who leave Islam, but there's a lot of women who actually like their religion. So I don't think it's really fair to sit there and say that, these women feel subjugated. A lot of these women feel like they're submitting to God.
Yeah,
most of them. And I think it's just our Western ideology of us just seeing women in burqas that's be like, oh, they must be oppressed. I mean, we do the same thing to conservative relationships.
How would you like it if you weren't allowed to set?
Just because
S.E.T.
you're happy with being oppressed does not mean you're not oppressed.
Yeah, S.E.T. Let me
Well, hold
tell
on
you
now.
this.
Who say they're being
I'm a
oppressed and
marry
who say
you.
they're not
I'm a
just following
marry
their
you.
religion? That's like me saying that, a Christian girl's oppressed because she's following her religion. She's not going out there and being a hoe. Like, what?
S.E.T. I'm gonna marry you. I'm gonna marry you, okay? We're gonna get married, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And we're gonna live in a society, and I'm gonna tell you, hey, boo, you are so attractive to me. I think you are so hot that I'm gonna need you to cover your face. Because I don't want other people seeing you because you're so freaking beautiful. And you've got this beautiful hair. And we put it in braids and we did all this cool stuff, but we're
But
gonna
let's be
cover
real though.
that,
This is
and you're
about
not
practicing
allowed.
modesty. This is about practicing modesty. This is not about a man's jealousy about his wife's beauty or his insecurity about his wife's beauty. It's about
I can't
practicing
no, but
modesty in
it
your submission to
is.
God.
You have to understand something. It
Mhm.
is. Now, in America, we have kind of the opposite where it's nails and booty and hair and tits, right?
And I think
Out
they need
all over the
burkas.
place. Right? Maybe we need some burkas. God damn it. I can't with that comment. I'm sorry. Because you're not wrong.
So
Bitches
my
need to
question,
cover their shit up. No, it's cool. They're wearing bonnets out to the store. Come on.
Like, hey, a burka
Come
would be a better look
on.
than a bonnet.
Shit. Come on. No, so I'm gonna marry you and I'm gonna say you're just hot as shit. And we're gonna flip it. And I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna have to cover your hair, you're gonna have to cover your face,
you're not
and
allowed to drive. You're not allowed to be
you're
educated
not
above the age of 8.
yep, you're not allowed to drive,
and
you're
you
not
just gonna
allowed
do
to go to
everything?
school. But I'm gonna pay for everything for you, but you're also gonna cook for me, you're gonna do it. It's literally, you have to think of it in that
I don't know.
whole
That
context of
sounds
where
like the 1930s relationship of the American people. It sounds like,
I
bro,
was just
you
about
just
to say that.
modestly,
You
I
have
go
to
out there
think
and
of
I
it
get
like
all the
America.
bacon. That
You
sounds like
have
a
to think
conservative
of it like
relationship. If you
America.
minus the burqa,
No,
minus
you
the
have to
burqa, that's a
think of it like
conservative
America.
relationship.
It
It's
is
well,
conservative. It's extreme conservatism, and it's Orthodox Islamists that believe that they are right, and that's who the loudest voice, the most extreme voice, is the one
you
that's
have
in power.
you can't say, I'm going to tell you this right now. You can't say Orthodox Islamics because there is no Orthodox.
Well,
There are
liberal
no
ones.
sub churches inside. You have Sunnis, you have Saudis, you have a few different political factions, but for the most part, they all believe the same shit. They don't change. It's not like where Methodists are more loose and will allow people that are gay into their communities, whereas a Southern Baptist absolutely will not. They will completely shun you from their.
All right,
It's
now,
not like that.
but hold on. I gotta say this though, because first off, let's just go ahead and make sure we know exactly what the Quran says, because the Quran does say one of the most explicit commands to treat women is live with them in kindness. Like the Quran 4:19 addresses to the husband about their wives to speak gently, not harming or annoying her, which is hilarious, but providing
That
fairly, good
that
companionship and respect. This is all within the
that
Quran.
that
Yeah.
cool. The book says one thing,
And
and
people do another. You're right. But
and
you
they're
got to
doing
understand, people go
another.
back to the Quran saying, oh, this is their holy book. This is what they teach. And I'm pointing out that's not what the Quran teaches. This is how they're taking
No.
it.
That's one side of that, but at the same time, does not, yeah, you treat your wife kindly, but does that mean you allow her to leave the house without you? Does that
Let's
mean
think
you
about it
give
this way.
her any
Set,
rights?
set. Think about it
Being
this way.
kind to a person does not
Hold on.
mean that you're giving them rights. Sorry.
Hold
I
on.
don't know your
Let's
name.
let's
Oh, you're good.
What's
let's
your
look at it.
name?
My name?
Yeah.
Monty. Let's
Hi,
think about it
Monty.
this way.
Sorry. I didn't know your
Let's
name.
look at Christianity. You have on one side of it you have Nick Fuentes, and on the other side of it you have Charlie Kirk.
Good point.
It's the same fucking religion, and now imagine Nick Fuentes is running all over the world spreading their view of Christianity.
Oh God.
Ooh. Well, we're gonna have a crusade within a year.
Now That's the same. That's the same thing that's going on in Islam, except the Nick Fuenteses of Islam are running the shit.
Yeah, well, and there's 2 billion of them. They all believe the same thing. That's the thing. You know, Dearborn, you guys mentioned Dearborn earlier in the comments. Dearborn is overrun. Like they have calls for Islamic prayer every morning, every afternoon, every evening that are
Yeah,
going
that
out
doesn't get.
across an American town. Christians don't sit
Hold on,
there
hold on. Pause
and
for 1 second. I just want to point out this idiot in the chat. Nick Fuentes is not a Christian. He's actually a Catholic. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot. That's
I'm
like saying
sorry.
Osama bin Laden was not a Muslim. He was a Sunni.
Right? Are you serious?
Or
Are
sorry, was he
you
a Sunni or a
serious?
Shiite? I forgot.
Uh
You're fucking.
he's not a Sunni. No, Sunnis are the Saudi Arabians. That's why they wanted
Yeah,
nothing to do with the Afghanis.
I
They
don't know
they
the
don't
different
fucking like
breakdowns of it.
Yeah,
them at all.
but no,
They
yeah,
don't, you
Gamaki,
know
you was
what
making a
though?
good point.
They still, you know what though? Here's the thing: the Sunnis still completely oppress their women. Women aren't allowed to drive in their society. The Sunnis still completely believe 100% in the Quran and the oppression of women and
Yep.
they completely believe in that. Now it's different because Saudi Arabia has a lot of money and they have a lot of oil, and so it's very difficult for countries like America um, and the presidents of America, regardless of what political party you're on, whether you're Biden or you're Trump, to say no to Saudi Arabia. It's very difficult, which is why we don't fuck with that part of the Middle East. The only part of the Middle East that we even screw with at all is Afghanistan, Palestine. We fuck with a little bit of Jordan, a little bit of Qatar. Why? Because those are the warring factions that are actually fighting against the Muslim world that we're accepting of, which is Saudi Arabia, which is the Sunnis. That's
Hey,
the
Seth,
only, yeah.
I wanna point out something else too. Someone
Yeah,
made a good comment. If Islam wants to be in the West, they have to face the scrutiny of the West. If they want to be in our civilization, they have to be civilized as we are civilized. They have to rise to our standard. It'd be no different than if we went over to the Middle East and said we want to go live in the Middle East. We have to follow all of their customs and traditions.
it's like this. Like
So
if we brought our constitutional republic to the Middle East, they like lose their shit because now everybody can say anything. I mean, you could talk
They'd have a
about the
heart attack.
king, his wife, Muhammad. You can talk about anybody. But
Yep.
you're right. If they're bringing Sharia halal here, it's not compatible because we're used to being able to talk about whoever we want with
Right.
no type of prosecution.
The most beautiful thing about America is that we can be racist all on our own, motherfuckers. Leave us alone. We'll
Yeah,
we'll
we
Right.
have to,
deal with ourselves on our own terms. You know, we have our guns, we have our bullshit. And the problem is that politics, I think what's killed us in this day and age now is that where politics used to kind of unite people on certain things. I think, especially with news nowadays and the way that I think it's all kind of out there to divide us. You guys know the analogy of the ants, right? You take 100 black ants and you take 100 red ants and you put them into a jar, and they'll live peacefully until you shake the jar, and then all of a sudden they're at war, right?
Yep.
And the red
but
ants are blaming the black ants, and the black ants are blaming the red ants, and nobody
Oh, we know.
knows, you know.
We have the Osama bin Laden of Christianity up on our screen right now.
all life. So let's go ahead and listen to our guy Nick Fuentes for a little bit
Okay, let's
because
do it.
the man was actually making some address towards the current situation in DC or the atrocity that happened in DC. So let's hear him out.
So this 29-year-old Afghan shoots 2 National Guardsmen. And people are going to read the name, which is Ramanullah Lakanwal, and they're going to hear the national origin, Afghanistan. They're going to hear about how he arrived here, ostensibly as a refugee, apparently. And everyone's going to draw some conclusions about who this guy is. They're going to say this is a fanatical Muslim from a Muslim country that we went to war with. We went to war, we bombed them, we engendered hatred, then we brought them here. They hate us, and now they're killing us. He was motivated by his radical, fanatical religion, ideology. He shouted Allahu Akbar, killed Americans, and what we see is what we get. And that's one way to look at it. Maybe that's the case because all that is true. He is effectively a refugee from Afghanistan, probably is a fanatical Muslim, or could be. Could be. It's plausible. He shot these Americans. They claim he yelled Allahu Akbar. So maybe he hates America. Maybe he hates what America is doing with Israel and Gaza. Maybe he hates what America did in Afghanistan. Who knows? Maybe it's PTSD. Maybe he, because he was a fighter or was involved with American forces in some way, maybe it's like PTSD. Who knows? But we have to understand exactly what this is. And a lot of people don't know that when the United States conducted its operation in Afghanistan over the last 20 years, we recruited support from the locals, the local tribes, militias, soldiers. We recruited the locals to help in many different capacities as we were fighting the conflict, as security forces, military forces, as translators, in a number of different roles. And this is why he was brought to America under the program. It's called Allies Welcome. Why is it called Allies Welcome? Because these are not just any refugees. These are not women and children. These are not fleeing refugees, not strictly speaking. Allies Welcome. These are collaborators. These are collaborationists. These are not Afghans that were with the Taliban or ISIS-K. These are Afghans who were working with the United States military and special forces and probably working with them for many years and living with them and working with them and ostensibly supporting the goals of the American occupation. That's how we got here. Allies Welcome. In 2021, when the Taliban retook control over the country, of course, everybody that was collaborating with the United States is going to be killed. The United States is fighting the Taliban for 20 years. We took power from them. We controlled Afghanistan. When we left, the Taliban filled the void. And actually, we beat a retreat. We were being defeated by the Taliban effectively. Taliban was taking over anyway. We could not maintain control of the country from a distance or indefinitely. And so everybody working with the United States was going to be probably captured and imprisoned or killed by the Taliban. So we brought all of our collaborators back to the United States because we owe them. We owe these people. Like we owe the Israelis, like we owe the Kurds, like we owe we owe the Ukrainians. We owe these people in Afghanistan.
Hey, Seth, pause real quick.
I don't like that.
So we bring
Yeah, go ahead, Monty.
So one, we don't owe anybody anything, and two,
Agreed.
you know how we solve this problem? Every time we go to war with a country, don't just go to war just fucking because. But when we do go to war with a country, we fucking colonize it and fucking kick the people that are fucking causing the problems out.
Hey, Monty,
That's what we
question.
do. That's how you solve
Hey,
that
Monty,
problem.
question. When was the last time the United States went to actual war?
1946?
Wrong.
Or 42, sorry.
2003, the Iraqi attack. When we
did not declare
declared
war on
We
the global
did.
war on terrorism. We declared war on terrorism. We did not declare war on a country.
Right, but we declared war on terrorism in 2003, and we went into Iraq and we took out who?
Fucking Saddam Hussein. Not
That
exactly.
was the last time the United States declared war, and we never quote unquote ended that war. You have to understand, we declared war. We didn't declare war in 2001. We got hit. You guys remember? I don't know how old you guys are. Do you guys remember 9/11?
I mean, I was 3, but kind of.
Yeah, I was like,
I remember
I got
the
pulled out of
fallout
school
from 9/11, but I don't remember, watching CNN.
I wasn't old. I was a freshman in high school when it happened.
Yeah.
So I went to school. I was living in Alaska at the time. And so a big thing about Anchorage, Alaska is it's a big military town. So most of the people and the dads and stuff, they all worked at the bases and stuff around town. And so that was a really big thing. Like everyone was like, oh my God, because like 90% of our town got called up because it was all of a sudden, hey, we're at war. It was a little weird. I actually had I was in German class and I had a teacher who from Germany who had lived through World War II, which is really interesting. But luckily I'm old enough to say that. But I was only 14 in 2001. So I like I said, I'm not that old. I'm a millennial. Um, she came into class and she replayed the towers getting blown down that morning.
Mm-hmm.
She turned the news on and just left it on. And she basically told us that her whole childhood was a game of hide and seek, because she was not that old to where she was more than maybe 6 or 7 during World War II at the end of it. But she says when she the only thing she really remembers of America was that a bunch of the soldiers that raided her town to liberate it, quote unquote, right? We can talk about that a different time, but they were African American soldiers and they brought chocolate and water in bottles that they'd never seen before, and they called them the chocolate men because it was the American soldiers and they were chocolate brown. She'd never seen a black man before in her entire life.
Oh, damn.
Well, I mean, it was Germany back then, and
Yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense. It makes sense.
we got to think Europe. I mean, for as much as the Persian Empire invaded and Africa, Europe kind of kept itself pretty white, and it still has, if you think about it.
I mean, shoot, you ask the guys about the UK, they're telling us it's turning brown. So.
Oh no, the UK is not turning brown. The UK is turning Arab.
Ha.
Brown is I'm gonna tell you right now, Africans. There are so many things about the world. So I grew up in Alaska. There were no black people around me at all. I didn't. So you know what I knew about black people? They
They live in the
were
South.
no, they were from Africa and the South, and they evolved around the equator. So of course they're going to be black because they're next to the sun.
They're extra close to the sun.
Right?
But all right, guys,
think about it.
Hold on. Let's get back into the video.
No, but think about that in terms like humans evolve where they're from. So if you have a group of people that evolve around the equator, of course they're going to be darker skinned. If you have a group of people that are in caves up by the glaciers that never see the sun, they're going to evolve also extremely white.
All right, but now we got a bit off topic, guys. So let's just try to get back to the video. We'll kind of round it back. We did get off topic. But all right.
Okay.
Over under Operation Allies Welcome. And again, is this guy a fanatical Muslim? It would seem not. On the basis of how he came here. He didn't come here as a refugee. He came here basically as a U.S. mercenary. Big difference. He didn't come here as a refugee fleeing persecution and violence, although in a sense he was. He was fleeing persecution and violence because he was a U.S. government employee. That's why he was being persecuted. That's why he was fleeing. So he's really a U.S. government employee who was extracted from Afghanistan. He would continue living in Afghanistan if a friendly government remained. If we remained, he would still be there. He was extracted from Afghanistan by his patron that he was a client for, by his boss, the United States. That's how he came here. Not an ordinary refugee, not part of mass migration or anything like that. And so this changes how we look at the attack. Was this guy some Muslim extremist? Well, it would seem that would be unlikely because there are many Muslim extremists in Afghanistan. You've got ISIS-K, the Khorasan group. You've got the Taliban. You got the Pakistani and the Afghan Taliban. You've got Balochistan and the separatists over there. You've got a lot of sectarian violence. You've got a lot of ethnic, tribal, religious violence in this region. Afghanistan is really not a real country.
And guys, we're going to have a lot of propaganda to fight, even on our side, because there's even guys on our side on MAGA that's trying to say, oh, he was here illegally. No, he wasn't. And trust me, if you spew that, the liberals are going to cook you.
It's a hodgepodge of a bunch of different tribes and ethnicities. You've got Turks, you've got Pashtun, you've got a lot of different kinds of people living there. And so it would seem that if this guy was working with the United States, probably he was not a fanatic. Probably he was not a radical Muslim, a Taliban supporter, an ISIS supporter, because he would have been working with the enemy of those groups. He's a U.S. mercenary. So who is this guy really? The family says they're surprised because they said he loved the United States. So is this a Muslim refugee that killed Americans for Islamism? Or is this a former U.S. service member who went off for some reason? And it raises some questions. Understanding this, you might wonder.
Can you pause it for 1 second, Set?
No, hold on. But now let me say something, though. Monty, I ain't gonna lie. Nick Fuentes is taking the opposite opinion, I believe, of what you were stating, because I'm a little surprised about what he's saying.
No, I'm not talking about Nick Fuentes, his specific opinions on this matter. I'm talking about Nick Fuentes representing Christianity and comparing that to radical Islamists.
You're right.
Nick Fuentes does not, and I'm going to say this 100%, Nick Fuentes does not, in my opinion, represent Christianity at all. I believe he represents, in my opinion, some of the most depraved parts of Christianity. But even if you compare the worst parts of what he believes to the basic parts of Islam, he looks like a saint.
Oh, man, come on now. Come on. The basic
But I mean,
parts of Islam.
you were getting into the minutia of the fact. It was an overgeneralization to prove a point. It was not a direct comparison. What I'm saying is you guys were talking about the Quran and getting into minutia over really irrelevant things because it doesn't matter what the Quran says. All we have is how they're interpreting it and how they're taking it. You can argue that it's good. You can argue that it's bad. You can argue that it's a peaceful religion. You can argue that it's a crazy cult. But wherever you have radical Islamists, you have terrorism. Period. End of story.
It's 100% true. Well, we're starting to see that now with atheists in the United States, where you have atheism, you have radical terrorists, and that's kind of what we're starting to see. And
people are so ignorant to the fact of the point. We're not talking about. I'm denouncing Islamists or radical Islamists as not even a part of the religion. Everybody wants to get up in arms if I say radical Islamists. It's not about that.
Because they want you to
nothing
shame the
do
whole
with-
religion, Monty.
the hardest, you guys,
My bad,
the
let
hardest
Monty talk.
part about it is
the first comment is, oh, I have plenty of Muslims in my life and they're not at all bloodthirsty psychos. Then I'm not talking about them, Cinderella. If the shoe fits, fucking wear it. If the shoe doesn't fit, keep fucking walking. Like, Jesus Christ.
That's
like,
a nice slipper, bitch. That's a nice slipper that you're wearing.
Like, I don't understand where the disconnect is. I'm not talking about Islam. I'm talking about people that are fucking using Islam as a reason to garner power, become warlords, and exert terror through division, using a religion as their backbone to do so. This has nothing to do with Muhammad dating or marrying a 6-year-old. This has nothing to do with Jesus being a carpenter. We are living in 2025, not freaking 0 AD or 600 AD. This is the world we're living in, and this is the result of a group of people that are united in a mission to destroy fucking Western civilization. I'm not talking about Muslims. I'm talking about people that claim to be Muslims. And however you want to connect those
You're
dots.
wrong, though. You're wrong on that. Islam does believe those things, and Islam does instill those things. And there is a reason why in Dearborn they are trying to set up Sharia courts. That's why in London.
So explain to me why 2 billion people are in this world are Muslim, and we don't have 2 billion terrorists on our hands.
We do. Are you kidding me right now?
Okay,
We
that's
are.
come on now. That's stretching it. But I
We
go
are
ahead.
looking at there are insurrections every year in Europe. There are terrorist attacks on Christmas festivals. Every year, there's some asshole that takes a van that drives in and kills 20 people. Why? Because he hates Christmas. And he jumps out of the van and he screams, Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar.
Yeah, and that guy was also a service member.
Right. That doesn't matter. Who
That
cares
kind
if
of
you served in
does,
the
because what is wrong
military?
with these guys that used to be service members that are doing these crimes, and why do they
Well,
always come
what's
back to
wrong
a
in the
connection
United
to the
States?
military?
22 every 22 seconds, right? You guys know what I'm talking about? 22.
Yes, I know. That's not that, but you're missing.
Well, so
the
why are they
entire
killing
point of what I'm
themselves?
saying.
Why are they killing
But
themselves?
that's
Is it
not
the
all
same
Muslims,
thing?
though. You're trying to frame it as the Muslims are just this radical cult, but they're not. You're taking the extremists and trying to frame it as all of them believe in this. And Monty had
But
a good
if you
point.
put
If
that,
they all believed in this, we would be getting military
Let's
struck
take that.
every
Let's
day.
take that example you just used. Let's take the example you just used. Every 22 seconds, a service member kills themselves. That doesn't mean every service member, the 300 or the 3 million of them, are all suicidal. That means that
it
there's a
doesn't,
problem.
but it does mean every 22 seconds, one of them kills themselves. And that is fucked up.
Yes, it's absolutely fucked up. But to paint
But
a
they're
broad
killing
brush over them,
themselves. So question, what are the Muslims doing? They're not killing themselves.
Yeah, they
Absolutely
are.
not.
in some cases,
Yeah, they are. What you mean? Yeah, they
Uh,
are.
when
Bro,
was the
Pakistan just killed a whole bunch of Afghanis. Pakistan and Afghanis are at war right now. There's a conflict going on right now between them.
That is well, wait. The Pakistanis
Yeah, and
and
the
the
Afghans.
Afghanis.
I know. Yeah, I know. The guys you low-key thought would low-key be cool. The guys that kind of both hate
and
America are fighting.
for the record, it's 22 a day, not every 22 seconds.
Oh, 22. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was extreme. I agree.
I think 22 seconds is the amount of burglaries that happen in the U.S. or something like that.
Or
Probably
as
true.
Allstate said, car crashes.
Yeah. So no, but that's what I'm using that example because I said there's not 2 billion terrorists walking around because they believe different things. They take the same book and read it 5 different ways, and you get a small select group of them that read it the way that we get to see every day on the news when someone drives a van into a crowd and shouts Allah Akbar and shoots people. And that is
Monty, a good
what?
question on that would be Palestine. What do you think about October and what happened at the music festival where they literally
Again,
ran in,
was that 2
slaughtered,
billion
and
Muslims that
kidnapped?
went in? Was that 2 billion Muslims that went in and attacked Israel, or was that maybe a couple
A small
hundred?
group of Palestinians.
It was
Yes.
it wasn't a small group of Palestinians.
Well,
It was
compared to
a-
the entire population of 2.3 million, about 25,000 is a small group.
2.3 million didn't walk in across the border. That's what I'm saying.
but
Painting
they
people
also
with
didn't
broad.
walk out of their. They didn't walk out of their country. They still stood there and
But here's
supported
the thing, though.
Hamas.
But here's the thing. See, this is what I'm saying. We forget. We don't look at both sides because Israel was attacking them before October 7th. October 7th, as horrible as it was not unprovoked. They actually tried to have a peaceful protest, and Israeli snipers were killing the protesters. And then, let's be real, there was maybe a month or maybe a couple weeks before they bombed the mosque. And that's what popped off October 7th. So it wasn't unprovoked. It wasn't because they just hate Jews for no reason. These guys being poked at for decades by Israel. So when I seen October
But you have to
7th, as
understand
gruesome as
something.
it was,
You have to
I seen
understand
it and I was like, well, what you thought was going to happen?
Well, no, they're angry because we gave Israel their homeland back. So you have to take this all back to World War
No,
II.
we kind of
You have to- you
sold
do.
their homeland with under them. We kind of
We
sold
didn't.
their homeland with under them, and then we transported a whole bunch of weapons to Jewish terrorists that terrorized those people, kicked them off
Zionist
their
terrorists,
land.
yeah.
And now here we are today. So it's not as holy as they try to make it sound.
No,
was never holy in the beginning. That's why
But
I'm
it's the
saying
Holy
you have to
Land,
take
though,
it
right?
back. You have to take it back to World War II, which honestly, Jerusalem was under whose control at the end of World War II?
British.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And the
Yeah,
British
and they sold
Empire.
it to the Rothschild in
No,
1890,
no,
and
no.
then and that's why we have it today. And
They
this is
didn't.
why,
No, they
and then they
didn't
start
sell it to the.
resettling after World War
They
II.
didn't
They
sell
start
it to
resettling.
the. They didn't sell it to the Rothschilds. The Rothschilds invested in it for the Jews, is what they did.
That's selling it.
That's selling
Investing is
it. I mean,
selling
yeah, they
part of
sold it,
something.
and then the
It's
Jewish
not. It's
mafia
not
supported
selling
the
it. It's
terrorism.
essentially what the Rothschilds did is they put money in
Look, here's the thing.
to
It's
make sure
funny
the
how we
Jews.
talk about Israel, but Israel
That's
is
what
big on
buying is.
Yeah, but
When
terrorism,
do you
and then we're
realize? Do you
getting
guys
mad about a whole
realize
bunch
how
of
big
terrorists.
Israel is? Do you guys realize how big that
It's
country
the
is?
size of New Jersey. We understand, but they have the most advanced military in that. Well, honestly, most advanced military and intelligence agency in the area.
That's not true. Ask the
Yeah.
Saudis.
No,
Ask the
yes, it is. They
Saudis.
have the best, bro. The Mossad is cold. They cold with it.
The
Now
Mossad
the
can do a
IDF.
Well, Mossad, you know what? You know what though? You know what? We have to all like just one thing. Like, can we just acknowledge that fucking Epstein was a part of Mossad, and that's kind
Yes.
of fucked up.
Yeah, we can
But
have.
I
We can.
mean, that's
Just
we're straying out
as
of
a
the.
like, damn, dude. It actually draws full circle set that you say that because it's like, oh shit. Well, yeah, you're right. Mossad is cold, and
So what I'm saying, and we're straying right out of the topic again.
Mhm.
That you're associating groups that are sensationalized as representative of the group because their book can be interpreted that way.
no. Tell me
And I
about
mean,
Dearborn again. Tell me about Dearborn again and
again,
what they're trying
when
to
you
do.
have a concentration of Islamic believers, the cream of the crop rises to the top. So when you have people that are more assertive and more orthodox in their beliefs and in their views, they're going to be the vocal ones. That's why every politician that's Muslim is a fucking radical Muslim, because those are the ones that are assertive. Those are the ones that rise to power. Those are the ones that get the microphone to talk. Those are the like you can go into that community and it like again it goes back to the prisoner and the guard scenario. One guard can watch 100 prisoners. As long as none of them run, the guard doesn't have to kill anybody, and the prisoners won't run. But they outnumber them 100-1. Why not just rush him? Because no one wants to be the first one to die. So that's
There's
how
no
they
one.
get.
There is no one guarding the Muslims in this country, though.
We're not
That's
talking
the
about
problem.
people guarding the Muslims. We're talking about the Muslims being the guard and us being the prisoners. That's what.
Well, that's
That's what
absolutely
I'm saying.
terrifying. That's absolutely
That's what I'm
terrifying. If that's what you're.
saying. People are going off and saying, "Oh, Muslims a peaceful religion." Blah 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 blah. It doesn't matter how peaceful the religion is. What matters is the people that are not peaceful. What matters is the guards in this scenario trying to take prisoners. You don't need 100 guards for 100 prisoners. You don't need Muslims to outnumber Christians for Muslims to be effective against a real peaceful religion like Christianity, a docile, accepting of everybody religion like Christianity. They'll accept Muslims in, and then they'll be the prison guards. That's what I'm saying. And it's not about Muslim, it's not about Christian, it's about radical extremists that gain power. It's going to be the cream of the crop, if you will, of evil, the cream of the crop of evil. Those are going to be the people that rise to the top. You have no voices in Islam that are saying be peaceful, that are listened to. All you see and all you get to see is extremists. Why? Because those are the most vocal. The same reason when you walk through an airport, a man can easily walk straight through an airport while a woman has to kind of bob and weave and get around people, because men instinctually move, men and women instinctually move out of the way for other men and women. Men and women do not move out of the way for women. So it's not about what is the book say, what does this say? It's about what do these people believe? And the
What
belief
an
can be wrong.
intellectual. What an intellectual thought. I mean that, Monty. That is big.
All right.
That's a big thought, dude. And even me, I'm completely
But I mean,
against Islam. People would call me Islamophobic. I hadn't even thought of it that
mhm.
way, in that context of, you're right. It's not about how big the movement necessarily is, but it's about who's in power that pushes
How
that movement.
strong it is.
just like just like with, everybody hates Trump, right? Why?
Mhm.
Well, I
Yeah.
mean, there's many different reasons to hate Trump, but it's just like, imagine if Hillary Clinton was president right now and we knew what we know about the Clintons with the Epstein files, and we know about that. I mean, we know about the kill list. We know about all of these things, but at the same time,
She could have
we
been our
almost
president.
minimalize them. We almost minimalize them in order to rationalize the people that are in power. Holy shit. Monty, that is a big thought.
Well, hey, hopefully,
I have
kind
those
of.
sometimes.
So sometimes, hopefully steered you away a little bit from your complete criticism of Islam. We just learned to
It's
focus
not.
in on the jihadists.
I mean,
Oh no,
I
oh
agree
no,
with you.
oh no.
I agree. No,
Islam
hold
is
on,
the
hold on, hold on.
worst.
Damn.
I believe because I see Islam as the vehicle for these horrible things that happen. Even if it is a so-called peaceful religion, I still see it as the vehicle in which extremists use the same way I see if a cultist is following the Bible and making a bunch of people drink Kool-Aid in a locked room, I
Yep.
see that as the vehicle.
Holy
Um,
shit.
I kind of
It's
see the
just
Islamists like the KKK. It's like, there's that radical group of like Christians. Like they
right.
got them.
Exactly. Like
so
there's that group of people that are always going to be that crazy, and you can't rationalize with them because you're like, what the
no. And I have friends that are Muslim. My mom has friends that are Muslim. They understand the Quran and they see this, and all that happens to them is they get discriminated against, they get attacked. They like, oh, you're just some sand, insert racial
Yep.
slur here. Um,
Yeah.
it's nothing. It's nothing against the people. It's
You
nothing.
know what?
Nothing against. It is.
You know what
It is the
most people
religion in which.
forget? Jesus was an Arab. Like, we all have to remember, we all came from the same exact place. Regardless of our exact skin tone, Jesus is not like a white dude with fucking beautiful blue eyes and blonde hair on the freaking wall of every single American Southern household. That dude doesn't exist. Jesus was an Arab. He was born with dusty skin, and he was born in the Middle East. He
Man, you
was
made Jesus
not
sound like he
born.
needed lotion.
We all need a little bit of lotion, I think, to be perfectly honest. It's just, it terrifies me that we think of, it was why I was saying to you guys earlier that I grew up in Alaska and I thought of everybody around the border as just being melanated, if that makes sense. What bothers me the most is that we all think we're so different, but we're not. And really, in the end, we all come from the same place. And we have to look at, people say America is a conquered land. We took it from the natives, right?
Who the natives
Those
also took it
natives,
from.
those natives were never native to this land. They came over through the land bridge over Alaska and came down. Like, from
That's why
what
they're
we
all in the
can,
Pacific Northwest and in
right?
Canada and the
Yep.
New Mexico and down. You even push it down to the Aztecs,
Now,
fucking
Yep.
in Mexico.
this is going to be a
Yeah, so-
controversial statement, but yeah, I do believe that Islam is a peaceful religion, and there's people who bastardize the teachings of it and do their own thing. And this is why people have this image. And usually when I hear that, people read the Quran, I'm usually thinking that, well, somebody told you specific passages, or you read specific passages online. You read enough of them to radicalize you against Islam. I would always tell people to try to look at the full context. If somebody tells you something bad about Islam, go ahead, look up the passage, because 9 times
Hey,
out of
Seth.
10, you're going to realize that, okay, they kind of took it out of context.
Hey, Set, read the
Mhm.
entire book of Surah come back and tell me
But
about that.
I can't just read the entire book of Sirah. I have to read it in the Quran in its entirety to understand how we got to the book of Sirah. Because remember, it's in chapters. So I got to read
book
the
of
previous
Sirah,
chapter so I can understand the next chapter. Just
So
can't go straight to that chapter and be like, oh, yeah, this is the beliefs of Islam when I didn't take into context the other ones.
All right. So when are you going to start reading the book of Islam?
Well, so far I'm like 3 hours in. I've been listening to it at work. I've been kind of going in between books. So give me a little minute.
I'm going to tell you, I've tried to read the Bible.
Oh, my bad. But Amari, if you want to come on, Amari, if you can come on, go to my main page and go ahead and hit that post tab, and please come on. Since he's a Muslim, hey, we might as well have a Muslim defend themselves.
Absolutely would love that.
I'm trying to defend actual Muslims.
No. Honestly, Set, you're trying. Here's the big thing. I don't want to shit on Islam because I don't think any religion deserves to be shit on. I don't. I apologize for my language. Should I amend it?
Oh no, you're fine. You're fine. Look, man, it's a free speech
He's already
platform. I
been
take no
demonetized.
offense to people's ideology. Even if I disagree with you, it is what it is.
I've never had people that I actually want to listen to more than the two of you. So I really appreciate you guys because I ran into your stream randomly on YouTube Live and was like, holy crap, you guys are actually having a real conversation?
Oh yeah.
Well, most of it's
nothing
just
about any of this is
one-sided.
scripted.
Prove me wrong, prove me wrongs. Where it's like they just shit on the other person all the time, and they never actually talk back and forth.
It can turn into that. I mean, I've had several back and forths with Set where Set is ingrained on one side and I'm on another, and it is a battle of wits. And Set does not take the egotistical, this is my channel, fucking what I say goes, the content I want to put out. He literally runs the show based off of the commentary that he gets from, he calls it the panel.
Yep.
Well, you gotta think. I've never been given a platform ever to actually say what I think, so I really appreciate that, Set. And
oh, no problem at all.
It's hard. It's hard to, as like I'm a conservative. You know what I call myself? I call myself a liberal conservative, right? Because I believe in gay marriage. I believe in most gay rights. I don't believe in the indoctrination of children. I don't believe in certain sides of things. But I'm very liberal in the side of like, why in the world would we ever stop gay marriage? Why would we stop the progression of our society? Because our society needs to progress. Especially with the introduction of AI. A lot of things now, AI is taking over a lot of things. People are having relationships with AI.
And so you're gonna hate my stance on AI. I think AI is actually the key to fucking. I think AI can actually bring about real fucking social equity and real socialism. Like I'm a staunch fucking right wing conservative, and I hate the guise of Marxism, the guise of communism, the guise of socialism, because it enslaves one part of a population. Now, if you can take AI, robotics, and all of these different things that we have access to now, we can now create the means of production through a dehumanized way. So the means of production, socialists talk about seizing the means of production. What they really mean is indigent servitude and slavery. That's what it really means. That's what it's taking it by force.
America today. You have to look at America today. We're not actual slaves, but we are forced into our jobs. We have to work for the money that we make in order to survive in any kind of context.
I think AI is going. People are worried about AI replacing people. I am excited to see it happen because I see that as we can now do things we're not forced to do, but do them because we want to do them. And when you do something because you want to do it versus being forced to do it, you do it at a much higher level because you're interested in said thing. You take more care in what you do. What's
Monty, a
up?
big question for you. What do you do? And I don't want you to give yourself away or dox yourself, but what do you do
Mhm.
for a living?
I'm an EMT. I'm about to be a paramedic, actually.
Shout
That's
out.
awesome.
And I
That's
do that.
actually
I do that because I want, like, I told myself at a very young age, I'm not going to do anything that I wouldn't do for free. Um, for work. And it has served me pretty well my entire life because I've always been motivated to do what I wanted to do. And the side effect of that is just a
did
nice paycheck.
did someone tell you that, like, in your when you were a child? Did someone express that to you? Because
I mean,
when I was a
I mean,
kid,
every.
my dad was a warehouse worker and my mom was a bartender.
Mhm.
And I was brought up, oh, you can do whatever you want to do. You can be anything you want to be. You can be this, you can be that. But you can't do that because you don't make any money. So you're going to have to do something better than that. Oh, well, you can't be a veterinarian because, you can't do that because you can't pay for school. So you're going to have to
So
do.
my I didn't have a whole lot of my mom pushing. I was raised by my mom. My dad wasn't in the picture, but I didn't have a whole lot of my mom pushing me to do really anything other than you're going to take pride in whatever it is that you do. So, um, whether it be, I mean, and I've taken that into every job that I've had. I've never taken a job that I didn't find exciting to do, even when I was a kid. Like, I wasn't gonna do
Really?
what every other kid did. I was gonna go cut grass because that's what I found, exciting. I was gonna go do construction because I thought it was cool to build things. I did everything I did so I could learn something that I wanted to learn. Because there's one thing in the world that no one can take away from you, and it's your knowledge. You can have every material thing in your life taken away. That they can't brainwash you and take your knowledge away unless they try hard enough.
That is
So
that is so insightful. That is super insightful, Monty, because what's funny about that is that my family told me, so my dad's 67 now. He just
Mhm.
came to visit me on a trip and we were talking in the car. And he goes, why do you we were just talking. We were just talking as we were driving down the road and he's like, why do you have all this useless knowledge? And I was like, what are you talking about? He's like, you have an answer for everything. You're
Yeah,
talking to me about everything. And I'm like, what? You expect me? You're going to say something and then I'm not going to say something back? Or like, what? What do you mean? I was really confused. And
I know exactly what you mean. Yeah,
I,
it's
I
things that you
spent
just picked up.
I spent a lot of my youth reading. I love to read. I love to learn things. I won a bunch of Jolly Ranchers when I would think I was a sixth grader for winning Who Wants to Be a Civil War History Millionaire. Because you remember back in the day where Who Wants to Be a Millionaire was a freaking show, and they decided to do that in my school, and I just loved learning about things, right?
Yep.
And so I just read a lot, and now I have a lot of things in my brain. I don't use them for my job at all. I actually went into pharmacy, which was probably the dumbest thing I could ever do, because now all I do is give drugs to people and I don't know that they need them at all.
Well,
I mean, but
well, we.
that's the thing, right? So,
Oh,
like I said,
sorry,
I have
Seth.
never,
Oh no, you're
I have
good.
Seth.
never,
Oh, okay.
I was about to say, well,
I've
at least you do
never,
your job.
yeah, I've never picked a job or applied for a job that I didn't want to learn at least something about. And I'm not talking, like I worked at Smithfield's in North Carolina, the chicken place. And I
Really?
learned that because I wanted to learn how to fucking slow cook fucking pork, literally. And I wanted to learn how to make Brunswick stew because I didn't know how to do it. I took that job because I needed a job and I wanted to learn how to do that. Completely useless knowledge, except I can
Oh,
cook a hell of a
okay. Hold
fucking
on,
good.
guys. Hold on, guys. Shout out to Hassan or Amar Hassan. Yeah. How do you join? You go to the main page. So go to my main page. Go to the post tab, and you'll see the StreamYard link, or you can go
Yeah,
to
you
the
go to the
horizontal live, and the StreamYard link will also be in there. But yeah, go to the main page. And
It's kind of confusing. If you go to the main page, you slide to the right on the videos and stuff, and you find posts, and that's
Yeah,
where
you
you
have to
find the
get to the
link.
post tab. That's what he's saying. The
Yeah,
tab that says post.
I'm not the smartest chicken in the coop, and so it took me about 25 minutes to figure that out because he kept telling me, and I was like,
all right,
I
I
don't know how
got you.
to get
So
there.
here's the main page, and all you got to do is go to post right here, and you'll go ahead and you'll see the StreamYard link right
Oh,
here.
nice. Yeah.
That you need to create a
Video
like
tutorial.
a video tutorial so that you don't have to keep saying that. You just play it.
Seth, how long have you been even doing this? How long have you been doing this, giving everybody a platform? Because nobody does that, man.
About like almost 2 years now. But the funny thing is, I've always wanted to hear people talk. I feel like that was what was missing in honestly a lot of spaces, is that everybody's like kind of
Got
I would
their
say this.
opinion on everything.
Yeah, well, I would say this: too much people are focused on being right, and they don't really want to hear anything else. Like this could be a straight MAGA channel, and I could just go in there and get full on defensive against anybody who's a liberal. I don't think that's a productive conversation.
Dude,
So
I'm gonna
I
tell
try
you
to
right
let
now. I'm
everybody
gonna tell
have
you right
their
now.
yeah.
Donald Trump is kind of an idiot, and he drives me. I voted for that man over and over, but come on, do we really want a real estate tycoon running the country? Like,
Yeah,
that's
you want to
what
bring
we've
down
got.
housing.
Yeah, right. We got housing. Yeah, but housing hasn't gotten any cheaper, by the way.
I know, but we
You
gotta give the
know,
man some time.
Interest
'cause, like,
rates have gone down a whole 0.5%, which is like
the
$300 a month on a
tariffs.
mortgage.
What's so funny to me is the
Go ahead.
tariffs. Everybody is freaked out about the tariffs, but honestly, the tariffs have made our GDP go up by so much that I'm just like, we're actually
People
fixing. We're actually funneling money in from places other than our taxpayers. Does that make
Now,
sense?
yeah, now look, I would like to make this point right here. I would always like to bring up this graph that shout out I made with Chat GPT, and it gives you all the facts right here. Overall, consumer price index went up 20%, over 20%. Like these prices, that price increase did not go nowhere. We're actually still dealing with it with the 3%
Yeah.
inflation adding on top of it. So it's like we're trying to outpace inflation with wages, and Trump only been in here now close to 11 months. Well, actually 11 months.
You can't fix 80 or you can't fix 60 years of them not updating wages. Like you have to think
No, there was an update on wages during
1965.
Trump. There was an update on wages during Trump. It
Well,
went up like
and
$5.
Washington, I live in Washington State.
Okay.
Okay.
Oh God, I'm sorry. I do too.
Yep. I fucking hate this state. I live here. It's fine. I'm stuck here for a
I'm
while.
okay.
Hopefully. And not for the rest of my life. But
Oh.
here's the thing. Our minimum wage, I was just told by somebody, I was like, you should get on salary because you're gonna be making like $93,000 a month. Because Washington State has made these
Now,
weird.
hold on, Jen. I am gonna have to interrupt you real quick.
Of course.
Shout out Tove. Wait, did I read in the last 50 years they turn? I think. All right. Here it is. Tove. Shout out Jen. I have the same problem. I love reading and learning. My mom is always giving me shit because I can remember the most insane, random, and crazy facts. Now let's get over to our man Hassan. Just go ahead and you can unmute yourself, my man. Yep.
I'm trying. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Hello.
We
Can
hear
you
you.
hear?
Oh yeah, we was hearing you. You muted yourself.
Hello, Amar. Hello, welcome.
Make sure your mic is not red. That's all you have to do. Just make sure it's gray, and that means you're live.
Yep, you're unmuted.
Okay. Can everybody hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I can hear you now.
Yeah.
Where
Hi.
are you
How's
at?
everybody?
It's all good,
Yeah.
my man.
Where are
I'm
you
in
at,
the UK.
Amar?
I'm in the UK.
Okay, you're
I'm
in
in
the
the
UK.
UK.
Nice. Oh, this
Where
is
at?
even better. All
Yeah.
right. Hold on now. Let me go ahead. So, Hassan, what do you think about this whole Muslim UK takeover? Do you feel like it's that way, or do you have a different opinion?
Obviously, it's blown out of proportion. Now, what I will say is, I could understand where the rage is coming from with all the immigrants coming in, but it's the illegal immigrants, and I can understand that they're coming into this country without getting vetted, without anything we know about them. When there's people in this country that are born here, that are even veterans, and are living on the streets. So I could see, why people are upset, but it's the government that has to be blamed for this, not the people or not Islam. And it's just the
Yeah.
media that portrays this, in the way that it
Amar,
is.
can I ask you a question, Amar?
Yeah,
You
sure.
sound very
Far away.
British. You sound like are you second generation, first generation?
Second generation. My mom and dad come from Pakistan, and I was born and bred here, and I see myself as
So
British.
you're British. Yeah, no, that's something that I
Awesome.
think Americans are dealing with right now. We talk a lot about African Americans and we talk about European Americans, but and we have a hard relationship with white people these days, dealing with the fact that we're all kind of American. So how do you feel about that in
Mm.
Britain?
Obviously, I feel British. I was born here. I went to school here. I support, one of the football teams, Man United, to, real hardcore Manchester United fan. Uh, I, see the British culture, but there isn't really much of a British culture when they say they're taking over our country, they're taking over our culture, they're bringing their culture here, and they're not integrating. But to be honest, there isn't really a British culture, if you know what I'm saying. So
Explain.
I
Wrong.
understand when people say, okay, they're not mixing, but the
So
way
my
it's going
my
at the
question,
moment,
Amar,
in the last
my
5-10 years, this country has really, really gone downhill.
Yeah, but in
so
the
my
last 10
question,
years,
All right, guys,
Amar,
how do
hold
you
on. Let's not jump the man here. All right, guys, you both are trying to ask questions at the same time. So I want to go Monty's question first, then Jen's.
so you say British or there's no such thing as British culture. How does a society exist for 1500 years and not have a culture? The same way with America. Like
On the back of
people
the
say the same
immigrant,
thing about
on the back of the immigrants, on the
it's not on
immigrants,
the back.
the culture that's here in this country is because of the immigrants. You know what I mean? Like, without the immigrants in
So
this country will not be able to run, which is a fact.
so that's when you
You
start getting
go to
into
the
the melting pot
hospitals.
versus yeah. That's when you start getting into the argument over a tossed salad culture or a melting pot culture. And both England and America, yes, you're right. Immigrants make up the culture as a whole, but that is a culture. Like by definition, you have created a culture where different people and different ideas assimilate together, and you don't have a stark contrast. That's why you get the melting pot argument. Now you can go with the tossed salad argument, and you got a cherry tomato over here that's completely different than this romaine lettuce. I mean, obviously you can't group people as salad instruments or waxes in a pot, but the the generalization does hold true that it is a culture made up of many cultures. You're correct. It's a multicultural culture. So to have, one culture that is overwhelmingly strong in a multicultural area does take away from the multiculturalness. That does take away from the culture of the country. So if I have equal parts, red and blue and yellow paint, I'm going to have brown. But if I start adding a shit ton more red, it's going to start looking a little bit more red. If I start adding a shit ton of blue, it's going to look more blue. If I start adding a shit ton more yellow, it's going to look more yellow. And if it's not balanced out, you're going to have a change in the culture. You're going to have a change in, you know, the color of the primary color wheel. So to say that it doesn't really have any culture, or the culture, it's more accurate to say that the culture is built on immigrants. Absolutely. But let's not forget that the British Empire was exactly that. It was an empire. It went around and colonized a bunch of people and created its own, you know, civilization, so to say. So I'm having a hard time understanding what you mean by there's no culture. To say that there's no culture would be to say that there's no people, or to not recognize those
No,
people as
what I'm
valuable.
trying to say is, like, there's every person from every single country in England, right?
Absolutely.
And like, yeah, you know, it is very, very multicultural, right?
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's just, you know, with all this like every day there's boats coming over. The government are not stopping it, but
Yeah.
it is mainly the people from the Muslim countries that are coming over. But you have to understand, like, it's people from Syria, it's people from Sudan, where the wars are going on. Now, obviously, these wars were started by the West. You know, I'm not being, you know,
You're not wrong.
ignorant or whatever you want to call it.
You're
But
not being ignorant. You're not wrong. The West really
that
did
is what,
start those wars. You're right.
yeah. So obviously now, you know, obviously, I'm not saying all the people that are coming over here are coming, you know, because of that, but the majority are, and the majority are Muslims, and the hate that is going around the world, in America, around here in the West, is against the Muslims. But
So my question,
it's like,
Amir, my question is, so
yep.
if the West started all these wars and the West is so evil, why would an entire
Yeah.
civilization or an entire group of people want to move to what they deem as the evil war starters, if not to overtake and overthrow that in their image?
Monty, can I ask him one
It's not.
question before? Amar,
Yeah, go
what
on.
religion what do you ascribe to? Are you a Christian? Are you
I'm a Muslim.
Muslim?
I'm a Muslim. I'm a Muslim.
And is that because of your family, or is that because you choose to be a Muslim?
Well, I mean, it's
Because I
probably
choose
Well,
both.
to be,
no,
I choose to be a
I
Muslim.
living in America, I'm going to tell you right now, there are a lot of people in America that call themselves Christians that are not necessarily Christians, but they believe that because, quote unquote, my mom and dad believed that. So that's what I believe. That's why I'm asking. Sorry.
It's the de facto choice, right?
Yeah,
Right.
I mean,
All right,
yeah,
so go and let him
obviously,
answer.
I just want to
obviously,
hear what Amar has to say.
I was obviously born into a Muslim family, but I have done my research on the other religions as well, and obviously, you know, Islam, you know, I think is the truth, as you know, Monty will think, and yourself will think Christianity is the truth. The Jews will think, you know, their
Yep.
religion is the truth. But I have
As you
studied
should,
all the
as you
religions, and
should.
I
You should
come to my
never.
own conclusion.
No,
Yeah.
Monty, hold on. Let him finish.
And I would say this, obviously, you know, listening to you, I've been listening for about an hour. Um, Christianity, Judaism, and Islam is more or less is the monotheistic religions, right?
No.
We all
They
believe
are
in the one
monotheistic
God, and
religions,
Monty was
but
saying we don't believe in it,
Amar, I will say this. While they
but
are
it
monotheistic
is the same
religions,
God. We all believe in.
no,
Go on.
the world accepts that Allah is God, that God is Yahweh or Jehovah, which is the Jewish God.
Yeah,
So you have to understand that Judaism came
yeah,
before Christianity,
yeah,
and then Christianity overtook Judaism, saying, "I have your God,"
Yeah.
and then 600 years later, Islam came and said, "No, I am your God, and I am." So in my opinion, you have a base religion of Judaism, which speaks of a monotheistic God, a one God, and then you have a group of people that tried to overtake that religion, and then another section of time later, you have another group of people that tried to overtake that religion. Does that make sense?
That's an
So
extremely elementary
Yeah, I
explanation.
understand exactly where you're coming from, but we as Muslims believe that Islam was there from the start. Obviously, Judaism come first with Abraham, but we also believe in Abraham and we believe in the Torah, and then obviously Christianity come, and we also believe in the Bible, but obviously we believe most of it, or half of it at least, has been corrupted. And
yes.
then the main difference obviously is Jesus in all three religions. That's where the main difference comes, is Jesus, right? And then
What do you what
and
do
then
what
we
do
believe like
you think who do you think Jesus is? Who do you think Jesus is?
a
Because I've
prophet,
heard him called a
prophet.
prophet or a
Abraham.
Messiah here tonight. And I don't know about a Messiah. They call him a prophet. What about
The
Muhammad?
No,
same
he's
Muhammad.
the,
not
the
a prophet.
same
He
thing
is a
that Jews believe.
Muhammad.
He was a prophet. That was it.
Yeah.
Jews don't
So let
believe.
me
Hold on, guys.
let
Let
me
him answer.
No,
Let him
interject.
answer.
Jews.
No,
Everybody, let him
do you
answer.
No,
Yeah.
understand what prophet actually means,
no.
though?
They just
Hold
call
on.
him
Just
a teller.
just a
Prophet
guide.
means a
A prophet's
messenger
just a
or
guide.
a servant of
A
God.
guide. That's
Yeah.
it.
Hold
A
on.
guide.
Let him
Yeah, and we
Amar,
believe
go ahead.
all the
Yeah.
prophets, they're all the same, from Abraham to Moses to Jesus to Noah. We believe all these are prophets. In the Christian Bible, it actually says, Jesus says that after me there will be one more to come, and he will come from a certain place, which is in the Bible, which was Arabia, and his name will be Muhammad. We believe Muhammad is a prophet, same as Jesus, but uh, Abraham come for his message for the people at that time. Jesus come for his message for the people at that time, and then Muhammad came with his message for the people at that time, and then for the rest of humanity till the end. After Muhammad, there won't be no more prophets. But we believe that Jesus will come back on the day of judgment, same as the Christians. We believe him to come back and to fight the Antichrist, which the Jews believe is their Messiah. So that's why they rebunked Jesus in the first place, because they didn't see him as the Messiah. They still believe their Messiah is to come, which the Muslims and the Christians are saying will be the Antichrist. So Jesus, in the end of times, will come back and destroy their Antichrist. That's where the main difference is.
Oh, okay. And you're pretty much saying that you guys pretty much do see him as a Messiah, just not the Son of God.
Not at
No,
all. Just as a prophet.
Messiah
Prophet.
kind of,
Okay,
Not
so
as
he's
a
just a
Messiah.
prophet then.
yeah,
Just
yeah,
a prophet.
Messiah kind of means he's like the Messiah is a big
Chosen one.
guy, like the biggest guy.
Yeah.
But they
Yeah.
basically believe the same thing. He's pretty much saying that they have the same belief about Jesus that we do. He's going to come back and fight the Antichrist.
Yep.
So is
Okay,
there any now?
so
Let's get into the criticisms of Islam if you guys can. I do want him to answer those as well.
yeah, I was just gonna
Yep.
ask.
By the way.
So can
You
I
obviously
interject here real
go
quick?
ahead. Okay, yep, go ahead,
So
Monty.
my question to Amar is, and this is the point that I've been trying to illustrate all night long, It doesn't matter what book you read. It does not matter what you believe. Wrong is wrong and right is right. And to label
Exactly.
somebody
Did you get the
to label
message?
somebody from to label somebody from a religion, or to paint with a broad brush over an entire religion and say, well, their whole book says they have to do these things. No, their whole book does not say that. The extreme
Monty,
conservatives in
Monty, the
that
book,
faction.
Monty, the book says it.
The
The book
book,
says it. It just
No,
it
means
doesn't
so
say it.
hold on. It doesn't. It
It's
does
been
not.
taken
People
out of
interpret.
context. It's been taken out of
Yes.
context.
Amar,
And
By
the
tell
and
extremists.
me.
By
the
extremists.
and the radicals in each religion, the ones that take it out of context, like Monty
Are the
saying no,
dangerous
it
ones.
does say that. That's what
Amar,
radical Islamists, they see like that
Amar,
as well, and they take it out of
Amar,
context. You know what I
question
mean?
would
But
be,
the Quran does
what
not
is
say
the
that.
war against
Go on.
infidels? Amar, what is the war against infidels?
It's not a war against infidels. It's a
Hold on. No,
so
no,
Hold on,
no,
hold on.
no.
Islam.
Monty,
Let's let him answer that one. All right, Amar. Amar, what is the war against infidels, and how is
Yeah.
that illustrated in the
There's
Quran?
not.
Go
The
ahead.
Quran says to respect every religion, right? An Arab is not superior to a non-Arab. A black man is not superior to a white man. A white man is not superior to a black man. Everyone has got a right to believe in their own religion, right? Now, if say um, a foreign nation or invader comes to your country and starts a war, then you have a right to defend your country or yourself against that person or those people. And obviously, infidel is is a bad word. Really, it should be non-believer. But if only if they do something bad to you or your religion or to the country you live in or you're born in.
okay.
If you
So
understand what I'm trying to say.
that's your interpretation, Amar. I actually love that you're here right now because I don't know that I've actually gotten to speak to a believer in recent times. So
Okay,
thank
no,
you
fine.
for engaging. Um the big thing for me on that is that you say that it's about an infidel who is a non-believer, okay? A
Yeah.
They're
non-believer would
synonymous.
mean a believer. You have to understand something. For me there is a God.
Yeah.
God is God. And
Okay, so
Yep.
oh, wait. I know, Monty. I know you have so many things to say. Just hold on for just a second. Um, thank you again. Thank you, Amar. I do not want to alienate you. I want you to stay here with us to talk to us about this because it's very important for us to understand. But a big thing that I'm
Yep.
having a hard time with is the fact that the war on infidels is non-believers, and non-believers are non-believers in Allah and in Islam, and
that's
Jews.
again, you're painting all of Islam
Hold on, hold on.
with
No,
this
no, hold on.
with
Let
that
me ask my
brush.
question. Let me ask my question, Monte.
All right, land the
It's
plane, Jen.
predicated on a false notion, though.
No. Hold on. Landing the plane,
No,
like
that's
Seth
right.
said.
That's right. Yeah.
My biggest question on that is how do you equate that with other religions when it literally says that you strike the necks of non-believers in your book? It tells you to
That
kill the
is like I
non-believers.
said.
But I
Do you take
understand that,
everything that you read in the
That
Bible word for word,
but
literally, Jen?
that
I understand, but it's about, hold on, let Amar speak.
that is you strike the infidels. Like I say, when they come, like that text is taken out of context. That text is, if you read it fully, to strike the infidels is when they come into your country, start a war, or start
But that's
doing bad things in your country or bad things to
no,
yourself or your
that's
family.
no, no. The
That's what it
Quran.
means. Not
No, the
literally
Quran.
You're
every
talking.
single non-believer. It doesn't say.
The
You're
Quran.
trying to
It's a
equate
defensive.
the things
Sorry.
that happened during the time that this book was written to translate to today, and that cannot happen. That's why he's trying to teach you, and you're
No,
failing to listen to him. He's telling you, and you're trying to
that's
tell him
right.
he's wrong.
You're trying to fit a square peg into a round hole. It does not. It does not fit.
How
Exactly.
does
That's what I'm
how
It
saying.
is
doesn't
how
doesn't
is
work
that?
that way.
How is that not the
So
same
let me
when you're
let me
dealing
let me
But
with an
it's the
explain.
influx
exact
of
Let me
same as what
people?
I just said. Do
No,
you
no, no,
interpret
Monty. Hold on.
everything in the
We're gonna
Bible
hash this
word?
out.
No. Do you interpret everything in the Bible word for word that is written?
not even that. Do
No,
you
you
read
have it's
one line in the
everything is
Bible?
Okay, then
perception.
it's
Everything
the
is
same thing
perception.
for him. It's the same thing for him in his religious
But
text. You
no,
cannot
and that's
take
fine.
every word
I'm
at
not
its
saying
true
that he's
value.
wrong. My question on that is how in the world does that translate to infesting a country with people
It
and
doesn't. It
changing
doesn't.
their
It
It doesn't.
doesn't.
He. That's what.
It does
It
not.
doesn't. It does.
Anyway, in the Quran, say that.
it
You know.
doesn't so then okay so Amar might okay I'll be done after this. I mean this, guys. My only question to you, Amar, then is why is the UK dealing with a influx of Muslim migrants that are causing so many problems and actually changing the UK? Literally turning the UK. They are
Because
they are voting for Sharia law. They are changing the UK to them.
that's incorrect. That's
All right.
incorrect. Um, first, I'll come back to the Sharia law, but first of all, what's happening in this country is mainly down to the government. They know what they're doing, right? They're causing this themselves, right? And the biggest reason for all this is happening is because of Mossad and the Zionists, not even the Jews. Same as what's happening in your country. People are waking up to the fact that America are like, I don't want to they're like
See,
holding
Oh
Israel
no,
on such a
say
if I
mantelpiece.
can if I can for a
say
minute,
what
you
you have
you
to
Yeah,
if
say, Amar. I
hold on.
mean that. Say it. Like
If
I
I
want
can
you to
for a
be
minute,
able.
All right.
you've been given
Hold
all
on.
of the information that you need. That's been said between like Amara and Monty. Okay, all of it's really been said. The problem is that you're not wanting to hear it. Okay. Monty said earlier, who is it? The people that the migrants that come over here that have the loudest voices and everything. It's the radicals. Okay, that's who you're hearing from.
yeah.
You're not
And
hearing
that's
from the
you're
the
painting
majority.
everything. Yeah.
The majority right now is trying to tell you otherwise, but you're not wanting to hear it because what you're
Because
wanting
you
to
hear the
hear
radicals.
is what you see on TV or what you see in other news clips or what you see
Yes.
in video clips. And you're not
You
wanting
want
to
Amar to
listen to what
justify Saddam
he's
Hussein.
telling
You
you.
want
Exactly.
you want Amar to justify Osama bin Laden. You want Amar
Exactly.
to justify and find, peace with what Islamic terrorists, the same as
Absolutely
Zionist
not.
terrorists. No, so but that's how you're portraying it. Is how do you
Yeah.
make this peace with this? He doesn't have to, because that's not what he believes. These people that do these horrific acts do not follow the Quran. They disguise it and they construe it so that they
Mhm.
can gain power and they can be the loudest voice in the room,
And
and
it's
they do it
just
all
like
Well,
under
what
the
he was
I'm
guise.
saying.
totally, I'm totally against. I'm totally against ISIS. I do not believe in ISIS, what they do, you know, and what they're doing.
ISIS hasn't been
This
relevant
like
in almost 10
now
years.
Hamas.
hold on.
They're
Let him
still
finish.
relevant. They're still over there
They
causing
are.
problems.
Of course
And
they
if you
are.
also
Yes,
listen,
but
if you also listen to something else Amar said,
Hamas,
is that the government is also helping facilitate this. It's the same thing that we have here in the U.S. You have Democrats that are helping
yes,
facilitate some of this stuff.
100%.
All right, now I do have a question from a super chatter for
100%.
all right, now I do have a question from a super chatter for Hassan. Ask him how Islam directs political and economic structure as a country are seeing more Muslims in politics. So he's pretty much asking, so Muslims are coming in and they're getting in they're gaining political power. So ask him how, yeah. So is that do you see that as more of a, I'm not really sure how to ask you that, but I mean, you see the super chat. Do you want to answer that? Because I'm a little bit.
I mean,
They follow the political
that is
structure. It is what it is.
Amar, speak.
Yeah, you know, if somebody's got, you know, if they got the credentials, like me in your got that,
Is he broken up for everybody else
you know,
too?
people voted for him.
Yeah, he is. Hold on 1 second, Amar.
Hold on.
Let your connection catch back up. But I want to say before no, give me 1 second. Before he answers that, I wanna predicate what we're trying to illustrate here. We're talking about political and economic structure, and what did I say earlier? The cream of the crop rises to the top. So the people that are in charge of making those decisions are not necessarily reflecting the Islam as a token religion. They're represented as their distorted view of it because they are extremists in their beliefs.
And you have to understand something. Islam in itself is kind of an extremist belief in just generalizing what the beliefs are.
It's no more extreme than Christianity.
It is no more extreme.
What is
Christianity.
Tell me where Christianity tells us to kill our opponents. Tell
But
me.
it's all about perception. It's how you interpret
So
it.
Christianity, you're right.
If you have a radical will interpret it several different ways.
Tell me where in Christianity it says to chop the heads off of our opponents. Tell
How
me
many
in
crusades were there?
Christianity where
How many
it
crusades
says
were
to
there?
kill the people we don't believe the same things we do.
The crusades were done in the name of Christianity.
The
Okay?
Crusades are not the Bible, buddy. The Crusades are
Exactly,
the
and Islamic
actions of
terrorism is not the
man.
Quran.
Oh my God.
Islamic terrorism
You see, that's the problem here. Is that okay? All right. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna say this. This is what happens when you bring a delusional woman into a logical conversation. They will not be able to understand past their own world view.
So what I've
Anything
been
past
told
their
now
own
is that
worldview,
my
they do not
opinion
understand,
doesn't
and they
matter
think that
because
there's
I'm a
no
woman.
moral standard in that.
Awesome. This is what happens when you bring a woman into the conversation. That's
No,
what you
I
just
said
said.
a delusional woman. There's
I'm
plenty
going to
of
tell
women
you
that
right
can
now.
think logically, but you have not been able to
No,
think
half the
logically
women in
with
the world
anything.
couldn't.
I have already explained to you how you have misrepresented and mistaken all of the information that's been given to you. If you would have listened to what Monty has said, what Amar has been is telling you, but you haven't. And I've spoken
Who are
several
you?
times. I've spoken several times to go and reiterate points that both of them have said and information that you miss and overlook. But you do this
Okay,
because
so
you are
reiterate it.
unable to fit this information into your
Reiterate
own
it to me.
worldview.
Reiterate it to me. Reiterate what you've
can I
been
take
trying
this
to
one?
tell me.
All right, let's go ahead and let's let
one?
Monty take this one.
Okay. So, as I said earlier, Islam, 2 billion people in the world. You do not have 2 billion terrorists in the world. So to paint Islam as this radical thing, it may seem radical to you because they observe certain cultural standards, but the death to the infidel line, the chopping off the heads and all that fun stuff, is there are passages in the Quran meant for defense, because the Quran was written during a time where practicing Islam was a crime against the Holy Roman Empire, and Muslims were executed and killed for their beliefs. So the Quran says that you can mislead the unguided or the infidel and lie
I
to
want
them
to
and say
point out,
I'm a
Monty, I want to point out that Christians were also killed in Muslim.
It's
In
irrelevant. It's irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
It's
We're
not
jumping around in
irrelevant
history.
because we were
We are
killing each
jumping around
other.
hundreds of years in history. We are jumping around hundreds of years in history to make this point. And you're going around you're chasing your tail on this. Okay? Yes, Christians are killed in Muslim countries because of Muslim extremists. The same way a bunch of KKK members
Okay.
will go out
If you look at the last
and
100
thump the Bible.
years,
All right, let's
if you look at the last 100
Amara has
years,
something to say.
at that point, if you look at the last 100 years, which religion has killed the most people? Christianity. World War One, World War Two, right? You know what I mean? But you can't say all Christians are bad.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? You look at America going into Iraq for weapons of mass destruction, messed up that whole region. You had them going into Afghanistan, right? For some bin Laden, right? Which was an inside job. 9/11 was an inside job. I don't know if you want to believe in that or not,
It
but it was
definitely
100% inside
you're
job.
not wrong, Amar. I'm having a really hard time understanding you, but you're not
Right.
wrong.
Oh, yo,
9/11 was
Hassan,
an inside job.
quick
You're
question,
right.
Hassan. Just go ahead and leave the stream real quick and then come back in and see if that like restabilizes your Wi-Fi.
Right, okay, I'll do that.
All right, brother. All right, now
No, I want
I'm
him to
pretty
come
sure.
back.
I know, no, he's gonna come back. Hassan's still listening, but so far, I mean, it does seem like Jen. It does seem like you're having a bit of a hard time accepting, the context of it.
It's a hard time, and let's just be like, let's go high level on this.
Okay.
It's a hard time. Also, by the way, accusing me of being a woman and having a woman's opinion of something, by the way, is excruciatingly sexist. And just because you don't have women that generally come into this conversation with you to talk to you about it does not mean that women don't have an opinion. And I am a very well educated woman, and I am totally okay with having a high level, low level, back and forth conversation. But do not insult my intelligence again, because you say
I
I
didn't
am a
insult your
woman.
intelligence. I
And
didn't insult your intelligence.
I will, yeah, you can insult my intelligence with facts every
I
day of the
didn't insult
goddamn
your
week.
intelligence.
But do not call me a woman and say that's why you think something. Because
I
an
didn't.
idiotic man
Now,
at
all
the
right,
end
now,
of this
guys, let's not get
conversation.
into
See,
much into it.
there's
Now,
more of the problem. You aren't listening to what's being said to you. You're not
No.
taking the
now, Sean,
information
before you guys go off, hold on, guys.
No.
Before you
Hold on.
guys go off, yo, Hassan, can we check your audio real quick? How you sounding? Audio check,
Hello?
Hassan.
Are you okay?
Thank you. All right, that's a little bit better.
Hello?
Yes,
Are you okay?
Yep, that's better. Go ahead. Because I did want.
Yeah, obviously, go on, fire away.
Man, it was good for like 5 seconds, and now it keeps cutting up. Because I did want to ask you on let's see, was the cheapest chatter's question on how Islam directs political and economic structure as a country are seeing more Muslims in politics. Listen, I mean,
Yeah, can you hear me now?
yeah, I can hear you. This whole shredded. Go ahead and talk. Let's see how well it sounds. Let's see.
Yeah, basically, Yeah, basically with the economic and political structures. Obviously, because you know there's people that got credentials, there are going to be people in certain positions that are going to take up certain positions, and people have voted for these people. It's not like they've just come in out of nowhere. Like in New York, that Mamdani, people voted for him. I don't know if he's the right person for that position, but people actually voted for him, and that's what these countries are about. Where democracy country America is, and the UK is, and they got voted in. So that's the way it's gonna be.
All right, so pretty much don't blame the Muslims if you guys are voting for Muslims. I can respect that one. But all right. Now I do want to get over to Jen. And now, do you still have any questions, or is everybody satisfied? Whoops, I forgot.
I'm again, Amar, thank you for being here and dealing with kind of us. My biggest thing is that I was kind of attacked for being a woman having an opinion, which is a little weird, guys, because we're all living in the same
That's not what happened, but okay.
I want to talk to you, but I don't even know who you are. But I just want to yell at you a little bit. That's probably a woman response. Amar, my biggest question is how has the democracy of the UK affected the political surrounding? So we say we're obviously voting for Muslim and progressive people to be in power in our cities, right? Mamdani, you mentioned him in New York. We're voting for these people. So what do you think? What do you think that means for the world? What do you think that means?
All right.
I don't think it means much. It's just obviously we've got Muslims in every country now, and if they've got credentials to be in the position where they have been chosen for, I don't see a problem in that.
All right.
Do you
But all
think? Oh, do you? Follow up question: do you think that most Muslims are as progressive as you, or do you think that the Muslims that are in these communities are potentially more conservative and potentially trying to create smaller subdivisions inside of our countries?
Before you answer,
Like I said,
somebody in the chat
obviously,
said that if you cut your video, that might clear up your audio. So if you cut your camera, that might help clear up your audio because your
All right, yeah.
phone
You
won't
said
be working hard on your video.
okay. Yeah,
Sorry.
go ahead. Gee. Nah, not any better, Sally. But keep talking. Let me see. Probably just the Wi-Fi over there.
Okay, that was yeah, it's pretty bad because I live in a shared accommodation and a lot of people are using the Wi-Fi. So
Okay, just the Wi-Fi then.
yeah, what was the question again? Sorry, I forgot. What was I?
The
Nah,
biggest
it's all right.
question would be how does you said yourself that we're electing more and more Muslim officials. You yourself were obviously a very progressive Muslim. Do you think that the people that are being elected into power are progressive Muslims, or do you think they are more traditional Muslims where they're going to try and create, as they have here in the United States already, smaller courts of Sharia law to create their own Muslim communities rather than integrating into the society?
Okay, okay. first of all, what I will say is the people that are in these positions are myself, that are, are progressive Muslims. And the ones that are causing trouble are the illegal immigrants, mainly illegal immigrants. The Muslims like me that are born here, second, third generation, we integrate, we have no problems. And coming back to the Sharia law, what I would say is we're not forcing it on anyone here. But if you look at it, I don't know if it's in America as well, but in this country, and no one speaks about it, but the Jews have got their own police force, they've got their own ambulance service, right? And they've got their own areas. And although many of them are not in political positions, they are the ones that are controlling what's going on in this country. All these demonstrations and marches that you have been must been seeing on your TVs from this country, and I don't know if you've heard of the name Tommy Robinson, but he is paid
Amar,
by Mossad and
Amar, are you
Israel.
saying that the Amar, are you
the
saying that the Jews are orchestrating? Are you saying that the Jews are orchestrating these problems in our country?
Well, no, he was actually
Not
giving
Jews,
the
he's,
no, he was pretty much giving the example that you guys have Jewish communities, they got their own police force and all that good stuff, and let's be real, you kind of don't really see the same thing with Islam going on. So
No,
I mean,
actually,
we're over here complaining about Islam, but we have no criticism of the Jews.
actually, Islam
it's
is
not
creating
just like you're saying,
separatists.
the radical,
The Jews, you guys,
the
the
radical
Jews that
side
live.
is the Zionists. It's the Zionists. It's not the Jews. It's not the Jews. Sorry, it's the Zionists. Like the radical Muslims who say that causing problems. It's the radical Jews, which are the Zionists, are causing this divide and conquer. And like I was saying, Sharia law. Now, obviously, in this country, there's nowhere that they're forcing it, or in any part of the country, Sharia law we're trying to implement into the country, or it's being enforced. But I'll just say this, if you look at Sharia law, what is wrong with it? If you go to countries like Saudi Arabia, Dubai, do you see those countries? Do you see any crime rate? Do you see any, bad stuff with Sharia law? I'm not saying it's a good thing to come in this country, but I'm just saying, what is wrong with Sharia law? Everyone's saying, you're trying to put Sharia law into the country, trying to put Sharia law into the country, but what is actually wrong with Sharia law?
All right. Now, because we're gonna have to probably, man, hopefully you come on another time with someone you got some better internet, bro. Because then we can have a clear conversation. I don't know where you were last time, but I wish that you can get back there because it's a little hard to hear you, big dog.
You know what?
We're making out.
I will definitely, I will definitely try to come back for next time. All of you that take care, and hopefully speak to you soon.
For sure, though. I'd definitely like to have you on, my man, and we can go ahead and I could just hit you with the one-on-one interview, and I can give you all the tough questions that I get from my supporters about, the criticism of Islam, the prophets, the takeover, and all that good stuff. And hopefully we can clear some things up on that end. But shout out to Hassan, my man. I appreciate you for coming on.
Amara, I would love to talk to you.
No problem.
That's a real thing. If you would like to DM me,
No
you can.
problem.
I think you're a very insightful person.
I will do.
I think we're all very confused, and I am definitely on the side of what Americans would call Islamophobia. But I mean I don't want to put myself in that category necessarily, but I am afraid. So I would love to talk to you. If you see my name, you can DM me if you would
No
like
problem
to.
at all.
All right, man. Shout out to my man
No
Hassan.
problem
Appreciate
at
this.
all. And like I said, it's all basically divide and conquer. And I don't know if it's, I think it's like in America, but it's like in UK now as well, about gay formula. And, I'd just like to put that out there as well. So, not everyone's bad. It's just what they want you to hear. It's just what they want you to see. You know what I mean? And it's just the right conquer. It's the elites that are controlling everything, and everything that's happening in the world is due to them. So we
As
as
the one,
people, we need to stick together, and we shouldn't be listening to them, and stick together, because the way the world's going at the moment, I can't, especially in this country, and I'm not sure about America, but I see what's happening in the other one. I see a civil war happening in this country, in the UK, quite soon, because that's the way it's going at the moment, and it's not looking good, to be honest with you. So I'll just like to say, everybody keep safe, and pray to whoever you want to pray to, for everybody. I'll pray for all of you, and take care.
All right, man. Shout out to Asani. I love it. My man ended off on a very peaceful message, and like my more Islamic phobic homies would say, hey, my man was pretty peaceful for a Muslim. What can I say? Not one time did that man call for, like, I don't know, like honor killings. Man, my man, like he wasn't bragging about burqas. He wasn't talking about how we're gonna outpopulate nobody. I mean, that's a real Muslim right there. That's your everyday Muslim, and that's just what it is. I do
we
like to
didn't
say,
ask him. We didn't ask him about his wife. We didn't ask him about any females in his life. And I know that I'm gonna get called that woman that, especially now,
go
Sean.
ahead.
Thank you. Calling me out and saying it's a woman's thing. You know what though? I think
But that's not what
you
I
can
said. That's
you
not
can
what I said.
but it
I
kind of
said
is.
delusional. I
I'm
said
weak. No, yes, he
delusional
showed his
because
wife.
there's
I'm
plenty.
crying. He showed his wife,
Plenty.
and she
There's
said, "All
plenty of
right."
women
Shout out to Asani.
that can think logically and carry on a debate and a conversation.
Oh, but
But
I'm
you have
clearly
not. You
not.
have shown time and time again throughout this stream that you do not have that ability, because you had both Monty and Amar, and I've added a few pieces of information and data that you just are for some reason your brain is not able to comprehend and add that
Okay.
into your scenario
So
that
Sean, let me
had
ask you this. No,
we've
let me
had to
ask you
continuously
what part
remind you
no,
about this.
what part do you think that I'm not understanding? Because I want to highlight that and
Okay,
then
well, for one, he said Zionists, and then you turned around and said, "Oh, so you think it's the Jews that are pushing this problem?"
And
There's where
Zip,
part of
yeah.
your
Can
problem
you hear me?
lies too. You are unable to take the data and actually use it. You fit it
wait,
into
wait, wait.
your worldview.
Hold
You
on a
fit it
second.
into
Hold
your
on a second.
worldview, which is
Hold on
what
a
most
second.
Americans have a problem with.
How do you equate Zionist with I can't figure something out? Because that's what I
Well,
would love to
because
talk
he
about.
he had he had said Zionist, okay? When he had,
Okay.
and you interpreted that into, oh, so it's the Jews that are starting that are pushing this problem.
Well, because
You equated you equated
Gets
radicals with everyone, and that's
Sean,
not the case, which is what you have done
Sean,
time and time again.
And all right,
hold
guys, let me
on.
go ahead and come in between this. Zip, wait, are you do you practice Islam? Zip,
Hello, am I in?
yeah, you're in. Do you practice
Oh,
Islam?
I used to.
You used to.
Yeah.
Even better. All right, so what's your opinions or right now? Because well, do you are you completely against Islam? Or do you just leave it amicably? Like it didn't really, you just turn your faith to Christ or something? How'd that go?
And I left it amicably. I didn't like turn to Christianity or anything.
My
But
dog.
yeah, I could clear up some things for Jen if she's still in here, right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. Like what was your like main issue? I think you had like something with
It was
like
I think it was the
tequila.
way that they were treating women in Islam.
Uh-huh.
I think that was one of her main gripes. That's what she was kind of going
That,
off of at the end there. Go ahead.
yeah, I just want to introduce myself to you. My name's Jen. I'm an
Hi, Jen.
American.
I'm also American.
Fantastic.
Born and raised.
Born and raised. We live in the freest country that we can, I guess.
Yes.
Exactly, I guess. I just wanted to introduce myself to you. So, all right, what do you have to say? Because I would love to hear it.
Well, I just like I heard you saying a lot of things, and it sounded like you were like mixing like quite a few different things into one. Um, like a while ago, you were talking about you were saying about the stoning of their wives if they disrespect them or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I- that's not a thing in
100% it
Islam.
is.
Uh-huh.
Women are not allowed
In
to speak
your
out against their
extreme
husbands.
radical areas,
Hold
yes,
on,
that
hold on.
is the thing. In your extreme radical areas, that
Sean,
is it. Outside of
No.
I was
So
you're
there. I
right.
was over
You're
there. I
right
was in the
because
army. I served. I was in Afghanistan. I was in
so
Iraq.
the stoning, there is like stoning, but that's for adultery typically, and
Let's go. I mean, I'm sorry. Wait, I'm sorry.
so that's like not a practice that's like widespread at all. I
but
guess
if
like in
women
extreme
but
areas
if
like
women
Afghanistan.
disrespect their family, right? If women
Uh-huh.
disrespect their family, if I were to go on Instagram and take some pictures
Mhm.
with my with like a low cut tank top
Mhm.
and my hair out, how would that play out?
So you're talking about like an honor killing or something?
Yep, 100%.
Yeah, so that's not gonna be applicable to stoning because stoning is specifically for adultery. And
Oh, okay,
that's
okay. So what would be an honor killing then? What would happen
so
OnlyFans
if I
model.
just well, I'm 15 years old and I just want to go outside in my tank top because it's hot outside.
I mean, you ain't gonna get order killing for that, but go ahead, Zip. Go ahead. Answer that.
yeah, that wouldn't be honor killing. I get that's something more that's I guess a cultural thing. There isn't
Here's
like
something
a
that she probably won't want to hear. Something that's done for honor killing. If you go and rape somebody's daughter, they will go and grab you and they will string you up and kill you. There's honor killing. That's something they actually do.
True.
yeah.
It's not says something for women.
It's
But go ahead.
yeah, it's not like also like men are also stoned if you commit adultery. Specifically for like if you're married and you cheat.
Fair.
There's like other punishments though for like what's it called? Yeah, for I guess like out of if you're not married and you commit sin or whatever.
So
That's gonna be
what is the punishment for a
so
man that
that's
commits adultery?
stoning.
Read me the actual part of the Quran that says that because there is
So yeah, so again, that's
So
like
so
another
so
part I
you're
have to kind of
asking
explain.
somebody who's a Muslim or was,
Ex-Muslim.
no, no,
and
no,
then
no, no. Just
and
because
now you
I'm a
want him
Christian, I can tell
to go
you.
and
Just because I'm a Christian, I can tell you that Jesus was righteous, but that doesn't mean that I know. Tell me where a man gets stoned in your book. There
Yeah,
are actual passages in the fucking Quran Two
The problem
two
you're
stone
having is,
women
hold on,
to
is
I
make
that
can
it
you don't
explain
okay.
have
this
the
if you
ability to comprehend
just give
that
me a
men
second.
have
All
the
right, all right.
same
We'll just give him a second. Just give him a second. Go ahead, Zip.
Yeah, so what you're doing is you're conflating again like the Quran with the hadiths. So the hadiths are going to be stories about the prophet's life and our lessons from it. So there was, according to the hadiths, and this is where like it comes from, there was never a case where a woman was actually stoned for adultery. I think there was one case, and supposedly she asked for the punishment, so she like insisted because the way it works is you need four witnesses, and that's where the thing where a man's testimony counts twice as much as a woman's, or whatever, and that's where like it comes from that women are like half of
Okay,
whatever.
so and let's remember the Quran, the Hadith, two separate books. Two
They're not
separate.
they're not books. So the
Sorry.
hadiths are compiled into like large volumes, but there's different hadiths for different sects of Islam. So like Shias and Sunnis have different hadiths, and then there's different levels of veracity for each hadith. So there's like a whole
Level
like
of importance.
history. What's that?
Is there like a level of importance to them as well?
Yeah, but it's more so a level of how true and likely they are to be true. So
Okay, so we're pretty much. So a lot of people are pretty much basing their logic off books, or I'm sorry, but off like let's say scripture that not even Muslims fully believe.
yeah, so exactly, yeah, and a lot of Muslims don't even know the hadiths because these are very like the study of hadiths is a very complex thing that like only really scholars get really into deep into. So
Okay.
typically the scholars get into it and then they pass it on to the what's it called, like the imams, and then those will like
Can
pass it
I
on to their. Go ahead,
can I
go
say
ahead, Jay.
something? Okay. I apologize. I don't want to interrupt anybody, but I will say the hadiths are the basically like the short term scriptures of the Quran. Like
No.
they're literally the really you're gonna say that they're
Ethan.
not they are
Even
the
even the people in the chat are
No, I
telling you
just told
otherwise.
you they're
Yeah.
stories that people pass down about uh the the, the prophet. So or
but they're
about
what
things
you
that happened
believe.
during his.
But
Huh?
but they're what you believe, correct?
I don't believe that. So
Okay,
but
so
yes.
what he's saying is that what he's talking about is you have um Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints. Okay, that's basically what modern day Mormon religion is now. They have the Book of Mormon. They don't just have the Book of Mormon. They have the Pearl of Grace Price, and they've got a half a dozen other freaking books. Okay, but it's not the Book of Mormon. It's the same thing. What he's talking about, it's not the Quran. It's part of the religion, but it's not the Quran.
Okay.
Now,
Zip.
I did want to ask
Just
him.
a
Okay,
oh
go ahead.
sorry,
Go
go
ahead.
ahead.
Okay,
Well,
got
just
you.
an offhanded question. Oh, sorry, Zip.
Go ahead.
Offhanded question then. How would you feel if your wife went out and presented for your family alone?
Alone?
Alone. Not with you, not with your son, not with anybody. How would you feel about that? If your wife went out and presented alone, she had to go open her own business and she wanted nothing to do with you, how would you feel about that?
So I mean, like, my mom is a pretty successful woman, so like I guess I wouldn't care. But again, like I'm also not religious, but she
But
is, and my dad is. So
how did your
I
dad
don't
feel about
understand.
it? How did your
I
dad
mean,
feel about it?
she does it, so I guess he's like supportive. What are you asking?
Not all Muslims are the same,
Asking
man.
about It's not. I'm not
Are
asking
you asking
for.
about like strict interpretations or what I believe like would be a strict interpretation? Or are you asking about me personally and my family?
Well, obviously your family, because I don't want anything more than human stories, because obviously we're all people, right? And we're
Yeah, but then
all
there's a
living.
like do you
We're
think
all
like
living
every
this
Christian
life, and
is
I. Well,
like do you think every
exactly.
Christian follows Christianity correctly?
I don't.
Yeah, so
Exactly
like
why I would
that's
ask.
not
So if
necessarily
you're
like the best.
no, but at the same time, we can strive to understand it better. Does that make sense? Because
Sure.
if you say that people can't strive, or people living in Christianity may not strive to the right point, just like people living in Islam may not strive to the right point,
No,
right?
what I'm saying is like if I go to like a frat house or something and I'm like and I see a guy with a cross on him and I'm like, oh, he must be the best representation of Christianity. I'm probably getting a very skewed like
Definitely,
example.
definitely.
But all right, now I do want to get to this question though. So shout out to my man Zip. Zip. So what turned you to Christianity?
I didn't turn to Christianity.
Okay,
I'm
I thought you
sorry.
said you were an
Sorry I
ex-Muslim.
gave you that impression.
All right, so you said you're an ex-Muslim though.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, so what made you leave Islam?
I did it was a couple of things.
Hmm.
Do you want like a specific thing?
I mean, sure, why not? I'm just a little curious.
It was like the hadiths.
Okay.
The hadiths
Are
get
you
a little
atheist?
wacky, I
Wait,
guess.
are you
Oh,
atheist?
wait. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
I would say I'm an atheist or agnostic.
Ethnos. I think you're more agnostic. You believe there's a God, right?
I'm not sure.
All right. Then I guess you're not sure.
Yeah.
I'll paint you more as agnostic. I think you believe in God. Come on, brother. You believe in him.
For you, I'll let you have it. All right.
Thanks, man. But all right, go ahead and keep explaining then. Sorry.
Yeah. What was the
Oh, what
because
turned you? Well, yeah, what turned you atheist, or what turned you away from Islam?
yeah, it was just something like the hadiths. They're
Oh,
I guess like the more like you get into, the more wacky and wild it gets.
so wait, is there a Pacific? Do you have like a good example to tell us?
So so like I guess I have more of a problem with like slavery in general.
Shoot, me too.
Yeah. So
Okay.
yeah, I'm sure you know like that like in Christianity that a lot of the or sorry, in the South, like during this pre-Civil War, a lot of the justification for slavery was like Christian uh
So you don't like how religion can sometimes back atrocities or be an excuse?
yeah, I guess it feels like for such a long time it was like a very understood part of Islam, like slavery.
Yeah, that's true.
And
Islam,
so like
honestly,
people kind of washing that away doesn't really
Islam
feel
was
that.
not the start of slavery at all.
Sure. But
Slavery was so much further. Islam actually, like, for all of the misgivings that I have for Islam, and my what people would call Islamophobia, which I think is really silly. Yeah, I think that's silly because I
Muslim
think
intolerant.
like it's slavery has been around since the beginning of man. One of the
right.
things that the settlers that came to America
Hmm.
experienced was that the native tribes here, and we call them Native Americans, and they were enslaving each other.
Hmm.
There were massive wars between the natives here that, and they weren't even natives.
Right.
That's the thing. Everyone in every part of the world
Hmm.
we have conquered. The Aztecs, the Mayans, they're gone. They were the original people in South America. Like, they're
Yeah.
gone. there's no one there. There
No,
will
I get what you're saying.
never, you know what I mean? So it's very interesting to me that we think of like, oh well, we were the original people.
Oh no, that's not what I was saying. I was saying
No,
more
no,
so
no.
that like
I know you weren't saying that. I know you weren't. So I just want you to know that. I really find what you're saying about this, about people of origin, really insightful because it's different. You have to think of people differently. Does that make sense?
Shoot, that's what we hope
Except
you're
for
getting from this
sure,
conversation.
yeah.
one
I think I'm
correction.
following.
The majority
Like,
of the people in South America and Central America and through Mexico were wiped out more due to disease than it
right.
was due to being conquered.
Right. Which only happened when the Spanish came in and
Yeah, and introduce
introduced
smallpox.
disease.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, and they didn't mean to introduce disease, obviously, but
But all right, Jen. I do want to
Oh
give
no,
either
Cortez did.
Sean or Monty a chance to go ahead and ask Zip some questions if they have any questions or comments.
No, I just got back in here. My internet shit the bed, so I had to go grab the Starlink out of the truck so I could fucking get back
Nice.
online. I'm assuming we've moved past Islam at this point.
Yep,
No,
we're
we're still
about to.
on it.
But we're actually in about 10 minutes. We're going to head into the conspiracy hour, and like I said, that one is going to
Ooh.
be held on Kick and Rumble, and we're going to play the Age of Disclosure. So I'm going to be here for a minute with you guys.
So what's going on right now? What was I heard something
So we
about
had a Muslim
minors.
came up as you were here for. Now we have an ex. Shout out to my man Zip. We have an ex-Muslim who is now a agnostic or an atheist, but he says leaning more towards atheism. So it is what it is.
So I guess I never actually got to fully round out my point, and maybe it's past the point, but my whole crux in my interpretation of all of this is that the religion of Islam has factions in it, and you know you have different believers of different things. And like I said earlier, you have the most radical and the most extreme people that get to relay their message because usually they have the money and they have the power and they maintain control, and they maintain control with fear of the populace. Like I said, you can hold 100 prisoners hostage with one guard with a rifle. You don't need a massive takeover. You don't need, it's not going to be boots on the street and a typical whatever you want to call it. It is 100% the people that are perpetrating this are you could honestly say they're not followers of Islam. They have moved past that the same way you would classify a cult as not followers of Christ or diluting Christ for their own gain. The same thing is happening, and it is unfair to paint
Sean,
the
can I say
Hassan.
something? I really want to say this because I absolutely love everything that you're saying, and it's actually true. It's 100% true because you know what's scary about our world right now is that the Jews, and this is a real thing. And I'm not, no, I'm actually on the side of the Jews, by the way.
Yeah.
I am on
Okay.
the side of Tel Aviv and on that side. I am. But I will tell you right now that they have very much manipulated a lot of parts of even American media, which is weird to think
As to
of.
what?
Oh,
I
I
don't
mean,
Complete ownership of them.
I was gonna say let's start with the complete ownership of every media outlet.
yeah,
Has its traces back
yeah,
to Israel,
yeah.
no
Because
matter
I
what
mean,
side it's
I'll
on.
say
No,
this.
they
Now,
own
I'll say
everything,
this.
dude.
I don't.
They fucking own
American
everything.
news media is 100% propaganda. 100% propaganda. Thank you,
And
Obama.
it's also owned
Absolutely.
by the Jews, guys. It's also owned by the Jews. That's
It's like
so
I would do
What?
say that. Like, look,
Well,
No.
mainstream
I
media, they
just
give you
wanted to
information with a spin on it. It's up to you to take that spin out and look a little deeper.
The majority of
that's
wanted to
that's
mainstream
why
media is owned by corporations. not Jews, corporations.
Follow who owns the corporations and what stakeholders they have, and
Thank you,
follow those
Monty.
follow those
Appreciate
back.
you.
Sorry, I just wanted to go back to like what Monty was saying, like real quick, because he's asking for, like he was talking about the his like interpretation of what it was. Is that all right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
So there's, I get what you're saying, with the like kind of taking the movement hostage. So I would say like with some of those like extremist groups, yeah, 100%, like ISIS.
Mhm.
I think like ISIS specifically, they believed that they were bringing about the end of the world. I
Yes.
don't know if you knew that. They thought
Yeah.
that by establishing like the caliphate,
The caliphate. Yep.
they would be at bringing like literally the end of the world, like the day
The
of judgment. You know.
Day of Judgment. Yeah, they wanted to bring the Day of Judgment, and
Yeah.
so
But
again,
for
all of their
The
hold on.
deep
only
beliefs are rooted in religion, but they are misconstruing the religion, and everybody thinks that they're the good guys. And it's a bad situation when everybody thinks that they're the good guys, and they have completely opposing things that they're willing to go to war about.
Are you
Because
referring to ISIS?
Right.
no, I'm
I'm
gonna.
referring.
If I can, before we get off this all this subject though
Oh
too,
shit!
Yeah,
Who are
big
you?
if I
Hi.
can,
Who are you?
let me go ahead and say that Israel, the IDF, is not made up of only Jews. The IDF is also, you have Jews and Muslims in the IDF.
True.
Israel is multicultural. It is not just Jews. You have Jewish, Muslims, Christians that all live in Israel. You talk about the majority of the hate
Hey.
towards like Palestinians and such. It is
There are
not actually
Muslims
and
in
let
Israel.
excuse me,
No,
please.
you're
And
you're
and
probably the
let
smartest person I've heard in the longest time because we're all there.
All right.
okay,
Go ahead, Sean.
that's nice. Thank you. But and let me just tell you that the majority of the hate that you end up seeing is not actually Jews towards Palestinians or those that live in the West Bank and in Gaza. What it is those that don't live in those areas, and then people that do live in those areas. It is not specifically Jews and then against them. What it is, because what you ended up getting is the majority of those populations are the people that were radicalized previously. They were pushed out of the countries that they originally lived in. And then they were again pushed out of Israel. And then they were pushed into Gaza and they were pushed into the West Bank. That's the majority of the people that you have occupying those areas. So it's not hard to believe that you would end up having a radical organization that would quickly pop up and then take power in those areas and then subjugate their own people, which is what ended up happening. Now, I'm not going to say that every single person that lives in there are all radicalized, because they're not. They took the whole families and they threw their all the families in there. So it is not a Jews versus Muslim thing.
All right. So then, so what would you frame it as? Oh, so maybe
Exactly
I missed
what
it.
it was. It's those
A
that were
land dispute.
radicalized and their families against everyone else, and that's what it was. And unfortunately, it's the other people in the families that were not radicalized that end up, that they live in fear. They live in subjugation under those that they used to call family. And that's what you end up happening.
You sound
actually
like an
Palestinian, so
And then also too, when the IDF, the majority of the time when the IDF actually went into Gaza, bombed and everything else, they would send out mass notifications through emergency channels in cellular networks, as well as drop leaflets to say, we are coming in on this day at this time. If you do not want to die and you're civilian, leave. And unfortunately, people were not allowed
You
to
were
leave because
military. You
the
were military.
radicals
I'm
were.
sorry. I'm
Yeah, I
trying
was.
not to be loud, but you have to be military if you know that.
Well,
Yeah, I
actually,
was
there is
infantry.
also another bit of that to well, because they'll
Oh, yeah.
even say that they'll tell them to leave and go to this location, and that location will get bombed. There's also been reports that, oh, they'll drop a leaflet and they'll say, yeah, we're about to bomb that location on this day, and don't do so. So it's very, because they are saying that the leaflets are a very confusing method of communication, especially when it comes
Yeah,
to
but
warning of a bomb.
America
And do you
itself
know
is
do you know
pretty.
where all those leaflets, those other leaflets came from? The info with the fake info on it and stuff. It was their own
Hamas.
people doing it. Hamas. Yes.
Of course. I mean, they always
Hamas
say
is
that, but
dropping
with no
leaflets.
proof. No proof.
No,
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 so
there's
think
proof.
about that. Think
There's
about
proof.
that. Think about what
The
he just
American
said.
media will not report it because it's
How's
beneficial.
Hamas
It's
dropping
beneficial
leaflets?
for the government. It's
How is
beneficial
Hamas
for our
dropping
government at the
leaflets?
time to
They
report
don't
the
have an
way
air
they were
force. How are they
reporting.
dropping leaflets?
Who? Israel? Yeah, Hamas.
You
That's
can
a good
Israel?
point.
throw
Hamas
Wait,
does
wait,
How
have
are
an
wait.
they
air
How
dropping
force.
many? Wait,
leaflets?
how
dropping
many
leaflets
years
without
do you
What do
having
you
a
mean?
spend
How
Hamas
there,
does not
many?
have
man?
an air
They
force.
got they
Hey,
do
you
have
guys,
helicopters.
shut up. I want to talk to him.
They do have
How many years
helicopters
did
and
you
drones.
spend there?
They don't have
How many?
They
helicopters. They
How
might have
many
drones,
they've
but the
years?
got
drones are
drones. They
largely
got
jammed
tons of
now
drones.
because they cooperate with the Ukrainian military and they know how to jam
And
drones. So they can't
do you
drop
guys,
think
guys,
leaflets
guys,
do you
guys,
think
everywhere.
you
guys.
have to drop
You're getting
leaflets? You
caught
can
up in
spread
minutia.
leaflets out.
There's guys
You
just
can
walking around
spread. You
spreading
don't
leaflets in
have.
the middle of a war zone.
Yes, they will, and they
That,
do. It's been reported.
okay,
Other countries will
maybe.
report it, and
Maybe,
you could go.
maybe. I mean, this is like far
And
fetched,
see,
but
that's that.
maybe
Well, no.
It's very
See,
hard to
that's the
How
believe.
is that
problem.
far fetched?
Is
That
is
makes a lot of sense.
They're
you're
going to
saying that
hand around people from Hamas. So Hamas is
Farfetch
out here
has a
handing out
leak,
leaflets
guys.
to tell their
you're
own people to move just to get bombed in another place. It's like, guys,
Because that
I'm
creates
sorry, but
fear
it's
and
way more
I
subjugation.
easier
mean,
to believe
Set,
that they're
really?
handing
set,
out fake
set,
leaflets and
set,
they're telling these people to move to one
set.
place
that's the
and they're
majority
faking them
what's
of
out.
what
far
terrorist
fetched is
organizations
Guys,
do is
guys,
to
guys, guys, guys,
spread
guys, guys,
fear. And
guys, 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 guys.
you
Can we
think
have one
just
mic?
printing
I ain't saying that
leaflets
it's
Can we have
all
one mic?
all right.
so
Maybe
far
the
Can we
word
have
is
one
wrong.
mic?
Not
Can
far
we have
fetched,
one
but it's
mic?
unbelievable.
no, yeah,
Can
what's
anybody
far
hear me?
fetched is that in the middle of like the greatest battle of like Hamas's entire existence, they're getting just absolutely obliterated. There's
bro, you
guys
had
crawling out of tunnels. They're writing leaflets. Somehow they're printing in these tunnels leaflets, thousands
yeah,
of them, and
yes.
spreading them. While
Bro,
there's
you had people in Ukraine walking out in the middle of the street with their phones,
do you think that
taking
do you think
video,
that Russia
watching
has the
freaking
same level of
of
control over
bombs
Ukraine
coming down.
that Israel has over Gaza?
You think you think
What are
it's
you
so far
missing
Guys,
about
fetched
that? That
you guys,
Hamas
you
is
realize
Hey,
Ukraine has been decimated. Like they keep bombing Ukraine. Like
no.
you,
What I'm getting at is that you have just citizens in Ukraine that would just walk out in the middle of the
Ukraine
street
has Patriot systems.
taking
Like that,
video of people watching the bombs coming down and stuff. You know, I understand that most of them get intercepted and stuff, but you got people doing that. But you think it's far fetched that Hamas would go and print flyers
oh, well,
to confuse their
Hamas.
own people when
I
they've been
mean, yes.
subjugating their own people
no,
the
there's
entire
No,
time?
there's
Actually, I
no,
think
definitely
that's
listen.
honestly all just
There's
propaganda, to be quite honest
anybody
with you.
there's
anybody
been
that
Trying to
thinks
vilify
that
there's
Hamas,
Hamas
been
but
is
Hamas
not.
verified.
is look. I'm not saying
one
Hamas
mic.
isn't Jews.
One mic. One
Oh
mic.
God,
One
Okay,
mic.
I think can I respond since it was
One
directed
mic.
at me?
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so there's been reports. There's credible things you can accuse them of doing. Like we have verified reports of them like keeping people in houses when they know there's going to be a strike in the house, like with the warnings. But you're telling me that they're grabbing leaflets and nobody has photos of these of the guys taking bags of leaflets that they printed in their Hamas tunnels, walking out and not being struck. Like Israel isn't posting these videos where
Brother, I'm
they're
still
going
waiting for
out and they're
footage of
throwing
two
them while
shields.
they're like on their last like mag of ammo.
Well, brother, look,
you
I'm
make it sound like they're completely destitute and just fucking
Mm-hmm.
not a
They
fighting
are.
force at all.
Did you see the last agreement they have?
So
Everyone's abandoned them. Everything they wanted, they thought they would achieve, they've gotten the complete opposite of. There's going to be a new government in Gaza.
facts.
There's going to be probably an occupation of at least half of Gaza for the next 20 years. It, Egypt, Qatar, even Qatar is getting rid of the Hamas leadership in Doha. So like anything that they thought they could achieve, it's the complete opposite of what they wanted.
So people have lost wars all throughout history. That doesn't mean that they didn't try to win them and didn't spread propaganda and didn't spread false information to subjugate the people to get attacked, to turn people as more radicalized, the ones that aren't
My
radicalized.
thing is there's
Hey,
like things you can
so
actually
so
point to,
Zip,
but why are you
Can
like?
I
Go
Zip?
ahead.
Can I jump in real quick? I'm sorry. This is Couture Leotard Set. Hey,
Hey.
everybody in the chat. Hey, all the mods. What's good? What's up, Monty?
What's up?
Okay, so real quick, I just want you to go back, like what Monty was saying, through all the wars. Like, remember Vietnam and Korea and all that stuff.
Yeah.
Everybody put out pamphlets.
Yeah, but
Everybody.
you know that
right?
Vietnam had an air force, right? It was a shit one, but they had an air
It's
force. They had
fine,
Russian
but
pilots flying under
what
their.
I'm saying is don't underestimate the to fight for power. So when you
Don't
talk
use
about
willful ignorance to miss a point.
exactly, so you're dismissing the point of power, right? When you study power, what do people do to get power? Like you're completely like throwing that out.
What they do is what they did in I think 2006, where they killed all the PLA leadership, and then they stored massive
That was one
weapons,
that was one
stockpiles of
way.
weapons, and then took over. That's what
Yes.
they do.
Right. So you cannot
But they don't
dismiss
spread
you
leaflets in the middle of like their
yes they
last days.
do. Yes they do.
They
I'm
what
not
they do
believing that
Yes
when
also
they
they
is
did. They
become
did it in
leaders.
they will
Afghanistan, they did
keep
it
their
in
families in
Iraq,
buildings when they know
they
they're
did
going
it
to
in
be
They had
struck.
an Air Force. So
So
you're
Afghanistan,
then,
making
they
like,
did it in
you know, there's more
9/11, they
civilian
did it in
casualties. You
now,
Iraq.
can take
culture.
footage of that.
Coach, you are
But
missing his
like,
point though. You
there's
are
plenty of
missing.
things you can point to. Why are
You're
you just making like
missing you're
this sounds like
missing
made up? I'm sorry.
no, it's
All right. I think we're both talking past each other. We're talking over each other right now. So I'm gonna give the conversation about 5 more minutes. But yeah, I think we're all missing the point that my man is saying, and nobody's yet to answer it. Like, what Air Force did they have? The examples that you guys are giving, these guys had Air Forces. The one distinction right now is that yes, Hamas had no Air Force, and not even I believe that Hamas was out here handing out. Let's be real. I don't believe that they were out there handing out pamphlets. It don't make sense. Actually, what's been reported from the Palestinians themselves is Israel's been the one dropping the pamphlets. They've been giving false alarms, and they've actually been bombing the places that they told these guys to go to, just like they did with Rafah. Remember Rafah? Everybody go to Rafah. You'll be safe there. And what they do, bomb a school and put hella children under rubble. So I'm sorry, but I just can't buy that type of propaganda. But all right, I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys go.
I don't think it's propaganda. What I'm saying is that everybody puts out pamphlets. We even put out pamphlets in the United States when we were trying to get civil rights. Like everybody puts out pamphlets. Like it's not like a
Guys.
uncommon thing. You know what I'm
Sorry.
saying? Like it's not uncommon.
Set.
But
Hold on
oh,
1 second. Because I keep going in and out, and I need to get this point across before my internet shuts out again. So so SET is focusing on, well, how did they have an Air Force? That's a red herring in the argument. You don't need an Air Force.
It's not just that. I'm
No,
not
you
just saying
don't
they don't
need-
need an Air
you-
Force. I'm saying the strategic need for it isn't even there as well.
The strategic need is you want to subjugate your people and convince them the IDF is
Your
out to kill them, so that you
The
can
people, the
radicalize.
IDF's already killing them. I mean,
Hold on.
they're
Hold
bombing
on,
them
Set.
right there. They don't really need to give pamphlets out for that.
Set.
But go ahead.
Set. Listen with your ears. And
I am Monty, but you can't be kind
this
of
through.
condescending towards the point and expect no pushback.
I need to get it across because you haven't heard it out into its entirety without
I'm
pushing back. So
all right, well, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You have a group of people that are losing power, desperate to fucking recruit more people to keep fighting their war that they believe is just. You have a group of people that really don't want to fucking be involved in it, that just want shit to go back to normal and not be fucking a 1,000-year war. That's the Gaza, the Palestinian population as a mass. So what harm would it do to your agenda to go out and tell everybody, oh, the IDF said that they're gonna bomb this area and to evacuate to this area. Meanwhile, the information is coming from people that have no regard for their own people's lives, have used their own people's lives as shields so that they can point and say, look what the IDF did. The IDF said go this way and it'll be safe, and they bombed it. Look what they did. and that fucking resonates for people that have no access to any information. That's what their government's telling them. Oh, they told us to go here and they bombed us. That and the whole thing was a crux to begin with. The IDF said, "Hey, we're going to bomb this area and this area is safe." Well, they just intercept that and fucking or that order never comes through. And you don't have to spread it from buildings and you could do all of this. The method of transmission and dissemination is irrelevant. However, they're convincing them to do it. They're obviously convincing them to do it. And to just constantly go back and say, oh, it's the IDF doing war crimes. Has anybody stopped to consider that maybe it's not the IDF doing that? And they're saying, hey, we're going to be in this area, steer clear of this area. And the people that are going to be the victims of the fucking anybody that's military age male is going to get shot. That's where they're going to go. Like that makes perfect sense. And the fact that it's not reported on and the information does exist out there shows how much the American media is spinning it, because I can't even convince you that it's even a possibility.
Brother,
No,
that's not what they're not reporting it. I'm be real with you. They're not reporting either side. You're acting like they're saying that they're going with Hamas message, but they're not. So when you said that American media ain't reporting on it, that's wrong.
It's
But
not
go ahead, Brett.
Hamas's message. Hamas is saying that it's Israel's message. And then, of course, Hamas is not going to say, yeah, we told our people to go over there so they get bombed.
Bro, nobody else is like, bro, American
Hold
media
on.
is not talking. Okay, no, go ahead.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the original claim was that they're dropping leaflets. So I pointed out they don't have an air force. So he said,
They don't need
oh,
an
they're
air force.
using helicopters. I said they don't have helicopters. He said they're using drones. I said they don't have drones. So the drones are being jammed because they learned how to jam them from Ukraine, largely. That's why they use fiber optic drones in Ukraine. So they don't have drones to drop the leaflets. So it went to they're
Wait, you were
printing
trying to
off.
ask me if about Hamas having an air force? Of course, no, Hamas never had an air force. The most they ever had was a couple of helicopters and drones, which is what I
I
said.
don't think they had helicopters. I think you're thinking of the gliders, right?
Either way,
You
the
mean the
method of
paragliders?
dissemination
Anyways.
doesn't matter.
But I mean, you don't need any type of air force to spread
Exactly.
flyers to spread
That's what I was trying to say.
counter propaganda.
Yeah, and I
You're
said that. I said,
All you
underestimating
need to
human
know
why would they
beings.
is
do
that
that when they can just
Israel was
call?
spreading it was dropping their pamphlets through the air, which is what I said. I never said Hamas was doing that. I just said that's what Israel was doing. And then I also said that it was reported that Hamas had also spread counter propaganda through pamphlets and flyers and shit.
Can I just
But
say something? Can
you
I
don't
say
have to
something
drop
really
that
quick?
shit through the
Hey,
air.
can I say something really quick? Because it's just it's gonna keep going back and forth. I just if anyone wants to understand both Islam and the Jews, they both have the same goal when it comes to religion. And I'm not saying that to be disrespectful or mean or evil. Both Islam and Jews have the same
in
goal.
Gaza is it's not a religious problem. That is not
It
a religious
is.
problem
It
there.
is a religious
It's a
problem.
radical government.
They
Versus
don't believe that
Israel.
they're radical. And that's what I'm saying is that you
I
have to
understand that.
understand
Okay,
that both
there's a quick
Israel.
way to
Hold on. Hold
deconstruct
on.
this. Why are
Because
they having
hold
issues in
on.
the West Bank then? If it's just a radical government,
Hold on. It is a religious problem. Both Jews and Muslims believe that they are the chosen people
like this is just retarded.
and their religion is better than everyone else's.
But if you weren't listening earlier, the people that reside in Gaza and the West Bank, it is not them versus the Jews.
But
It
they
is
are.
them
It's
versus
not
everybody
about them.
else in the
It's
area.
not about them. They have no power because they're not in the religious war.
Okay, so why aren't the other other Muslim countries more allied with Israel and the U.S. than they are with let's say Gaza, Hamas, and
Because
Iran,
when you
if that's
believe
the
that
case.
your religion is better than someone else's, you will ally with them because you will eventually want to
But-
take power over them.
But that is only the radicals that believe that.
The
It's not
radicals are the ones in
radicals.
power.
So, like,
It's
the
not
real answer
radicals.
is
They're not, they don't believe that they are radical. You're saying radical because you live in the United States of America. They don't believe that they're
No.
radical. They 100% believe when they read that
Even the
book
majority,
that they
even
are. Do you
Right.
understand what I'm saying? It's a human problem. It's not whatever you think it is, it's more than that. And what I'm saying is that you need to go and do and understand Jewish religion, and you need to understand Muslim religion. And the way that you understand the war that's going on, it has nothing to do with the people who are not in the religious war, because this is a religious war. Is the people from Israel believe that God told them that all of that is their land?
so.
Muslim people are saying, but it's ours too. And all of you are infidels.
okay.
And so we're going to
I'm Jewish.
eradicate all the infidels.
I'm Jewish, and I'm
And I
telling you that
understand. So you're coming from
only the
I
radicals,
get it.
only the radical Jews,
You're Jewish, so
only
you're
the
biased.
radicals,
You're
only
Jewish,
the
so you're
radicals
biased.
Oh my
believe.
goodness,
You're
guys.
Jewish, so you're biased.
Jesus Christ.
You're
Again,
biased. And what
You're
I'm saying is,
ignorant. You are ignorant.
that's
Because
fine. You can call me
anybody
ignorant.
who
I
is
am
not the
ignorant. You're right.
majority would be
I am
considered a
ignorant.
radical. And I'm telling you
I am
because
ignorant. You're right.
you say that I have to educate myself. Well, I'm telling you, I am Jewish. Okay.
Right.
And
You're biased.
the people,
Aren't you
Jesus
Muslim
Christ, oh
too?
my God.
You're biased.
The people that believe that, the Zionists are the radicals. Okay.
It's not
Not every Jew
Zionist.
believes that.
It's not Zionist.
Not every Jewish person believes that.
And I
And
But
totally
you're
understand that.
reiterating her point. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Stop,
Exactly.
stop, 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 stop. Everybody
Okay.
stop yelling for 2
Yeah,
seconds. Stop.
stopping.
You just proved her point. It's not the everyday Jew, it's not the everyday Muslim. They are co-inhabited in Israel and in the Gaza Strip. It is a radical war against two radical groups that believe their book is better.
Yeah.
It doesn't involve you. Obviously, it doesn't
Exactly.
involve you.
And
But you're
alrighty.
the bystander that gets blamed because people are too ignorant to disseminate the
Okay,
truth.
so then why aren't
Exactly.
the other Muslim countries fighting Israel right now?
They're not gonna. They
Jesus fucking Christ.
believe that they are the power. If two people believe they are the power, then we're having a war between
They
who
read the same
is
book, right?
actually the power.
Why
No,
aren't
they
why aren't they
don't.
coming to the what?
They do not read the same
No, the
book.
Muslims.
Muslims
Sorry,
do
the
not. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you were saying Muslim and Jews. Like,
No, obviously I'm not saying the Muslim and
okay, yeah. They do all read the same book, and you're right. There are people on the Muslim side and the Jewish side. I have met all the secular Jews in New York. I married one. I understand what you're talking about. What I'm saying is, I have tons of friends who moved back from New York to Israel, and they are saying the same thing. This is bullshit. That's all they're saying. So when you go to talk about the war, you have to think about, you can't keep thinking in the sense of your peaceful kindness and religion. You have to think about power. Go study power.
Right.
They are
And
trying to
to
fight for
clarify,
power.
So just
to
like
clarify,
really quickly, I just want to just give a little bit of history, just really quickly, okay?
Okay, we
So
got history. We know history.
okay, so in the '60s, following like the World War II, we had the two powers that were like competing over the world. It was the Soviet Union
Always.
and the U.S. Right?
Always.
Yes, the Soviet Union initially wanted to back Israel, but Israel decided to pursue a relationship with the West, right? And so the Soviet Union shifted towards the Arab countries and started arming them, and the U.S. and the
The
West started
US as
arming
well. Yeah, we armed them too.
started arming
Well,
Israel.
it was predominantly because the
Now-
UK was able to provide Israel with a home. The Jewish nation with a homeland of Israel.
Okay,
So
I'm talking about like a little later than that.
We're
But
talking about post
yeah,
World War II, Cold War time frame.
yeah,
yeah.
I'm skipping ahead just to like give you
I was
guys just a
alive.
little, just really quickly. Okay. So what we know about like the Soviet Union, right? They're kind of like they were very atheist, right? They were
Yep.
anti-religious, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so a
Ooh.
lot of the Arab
Always a
countries started
religious war.
adopting like things like that to kind
Mm-hmm.
of co-opt that relationship and kind of nurture that relationship. For example, Jordan, the country that's bordering Israel and the West Bank, they legalized gay marriage in 1956, or not gay marriage, they decriminalized it, I think, being gay in 1956, way before the US. But people in Jordan today are way more like homophobic than they are in the US today. And
It's
that's
not
because,
homophobic. They're following their religion.
okay,
That's not called
they're,
homophobic when you follow
okay,
your
cool,
religion.
cool. Anyways, follow in the 70s, there was this movement that came from this guy called Abu Wahab, who lived about 2 centuries earlier in Saudi Arabia. This guy he's kind of the father of modern day Salafism, which is basically like the equivalent of Protestantism in Islam, right? So what hit a couple of his like followers a couple hundred years later, what they did was they attacked the Kaaba, which is like that that black
Oh, the
cube.
Black Cube in Mecca.
Yep. They
Mm-hmm.
attacked it, they took it over, and they like
Mm-hmm.
had a siege for about like a week and a half because they thought they
Mm-hmm.
were bringing the Messiah
I
to
was there.
the
I
world.
remember. Mm-hmm.
hmm So following that,
Just saying, I'm old. Like I know history. I was there when history was being made. I was there.
following that, the government of the Saudi government, the royal family, they had
Mm-hmm.
been kind of like liberalizing a lot. They were like allowing things like women on TV, things like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the demands of the like the I guess like the radicals, the Salafis, they wanted to kind of like a return to much more, I guess, extremist or like
Yeah.
traditional Islam, right?
Like America right now. Yeah.
Sure. And they, basically they came to an agreement with a lot of the clerics in the country that they would support the royal family in their like ruling of the what's it called, the
Sounds
country,
like power.
as
Mm-hmm.
long as they allow them to dictate like what the religious
Power.
terms will be in there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Something that accelerated
Using power for religion. Mm-hmm.
something that accelerated that was the Iran revolution, the Islamic
Mm-hmm.
Revolution in Iran.
Mm-hmm.
And what you might not know is that Saudi Arabia has a pretty significant Shia population. I think
Mm-hmm.
about like 13 to 20% of their population is Shia.
Mm-hmm.
So Saudi Arabia was very worried about this and started promoting this extremist Salafi Islam,
Mm-hmm.
or not Salafi is the wrong, it's Wahhabi Islam
Mm-hmm.
to all of these Arab countries. Now, what they did was they even like spent billions building mosques in the U.S. And what we kind of had manifest out of that was 9/11, when 7 of the, what was it, 11 hijackers were Saudi
Mm-hmm.
Arabian.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And then we had like
I know my
all of
husband
that kind of explode.
fought in those wars. Mm-hmm.
Guys. Okay, so you're giving us all a history lesson, and you're proving my point even deeper. So
No,
radical extremists from both sides over the past thousands of years have struggled for power in the region.
Period.
Nothing is different. So what
Nothing's
is
new.
so far fetched to say that they won't do things like sacrifice
no.
their people, which they've done
Yeah,
for
it
thousands of
Mm-hmm.
wasn't.
years?
Mm-hmm.
It
Mm-hmm.
wasn't for you. It was for her, because she was saying that if the religion is like some dominance like complex that they're trying to have,
It is.
that they think they're
It's
picked by
part of the
the.
problem. Look, the military gets huge briefings. Like when we lived overseas, they gave us a
hmm
huge briefing and they told us about the religions. And I was
hmm
literally in the country when a religious
Okay, I'll ask you just one
protest
question then.
happened.
Okay, I'll ask you one question. If we today took away the religion of both groups, would they keep fighting?
Yes,
So then it's not the religion.
it is the
That's
religion
my
though for
point.
I
It's a
them.
just asked you
struggle for
that.
power. They're using the
It's
religion
but
as a
it's yeah,
crutch.
exactly. It's all power. That's why I said focus on power. That's it. That's
And
all it
don't,
Doesn't
you don't
ever
think it has
is.
anything to do with the land?
everybody wants to
No.
get wrapped up in
Nothing
what
to do
book?
with the land?
So Israel believes that the land belongs to
Land
them
is
because of
power,
their
my dude.
religion. Yeah, exactly. It's been power since the Bible.
Okay, maybe I was just misunderstanding you this whole time, but I assumed that it was
Control,
a
power.
combination of geopolitics and
No,
not.
geopolitics is power.
I know it, yeah, but
Everything is
you
power.
don't think
If
that's
you
like
lose,
slightly reductive?
no,
No.
everybody uses something to
To
get them to more
yes.
power.
Okay, so
That
like,
that is it.
And all right, guys. All right, now we're gonna go ahead and move into conspiracy hour. We spent long enough on this topic, but all
all
right.
right,
I just
All right, man. I do.
Thank you all for your banter. I appreciate you all.
yeah,
I want to before we move on, because this has just been back and forth over people that have read a textbook and think they understand thousands of years of fucking power struggle. It does not matter. All of it is irrelevant.
weren't you
Man want
asking me if about like your interpretation of Islam, if it was correct? Weren't you asking me that
No,
earlier?
I'm not asking for my
No, no,
interpretation.
I was just
I'm not
asking.
going
I
to
was just
ask you to
curious if
validate
that
my
was you or
opinion.
was that
No.
just like a guy who sounded exactly like you?
No, I asked. I made a
Oh,
statement
okay.
because I got cut out of the chat for about 20-30 minutes while I
All
was
right.
fucking with my internet, and I came back in, and the chat was still going on about fucking whether or not Islam is bad or not, and going on about fucking Judaism and Christianity. It doesn't fucking matter. The average believer of all of this shit, whether pick your fucking religion of flavor or atheism or fucking any of it, the average person wants to just go about their day. The average radical extremist will use people to group together to fight on their behalf. It's a tale as old as time, and to sit here and try to make it more complicated than what it is, and push anything back, and oh, that's reductive. No, it's not.
Hell,
It's exactly what it
Nuremberg.
is. People want
Like
power. Hitler
people want
Hitler
power.
wanted power. Hitler wanted
Period.
power. Stalin wanted power. Trump
Period.
wants power. Fucking the IDF wants power.
Period.
Palestine wants power. They want to struggle for power, control, and land over the other person, and everybody is stuck in the middle of it. And then
Mm-hmm.
everybody that's not in the middle of it is like fucking rooting for a sports team.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you for having me on set. I
All
appreciate
right,
it.
man. All right, man. No problem, bro. You can come up anytime. Shout out to Zip. And all right, guys. Now, I mean, you guys can stick around, but I am about to close the YouTube feed. So we will be only on Kick, Rumble, and X, which barely anybody's on X. So you can ignore that one. But it's mostly going to be Kick and Rumble. All right, guys.
If we hold through, we stay in the StreamYard, right? You're just switching over.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can
okay.
just stay on here and watch it if you want to.
Perfect.
All righty. All right, guys. I'm gonna go ahead and shut down the stream. I'm gonna go ahead and start Age of Disclosure once I'm sure that I'm off YouTube. Like right now. Go ahead and close that down on YouTube. Oh, and shout out and